Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening from wherever you're watching in the world. Welcome to the fourth round of the 2025 HKRC Club Championship. We bring you here to the very iconic Kim Bolton circuit that was once established in 1959. My name is Charlie Ellis and I'll be bringing you through all the action today. As you can see on your screens, it is a very sunny day out here at the Kim Bolton circuit near Huntingdon. Look at the weather now, 14 degrees at the moment, but 20 to 30% chance of rain. That could be something interesting for the races to come. Of course, if you haven't seen already, a new format for this weekend. Of course, the time qualies are back, so the last session now, the junior Rotax just completing their time quali, and then we'll be able to go for our first races. As I said, a very lovely day to be out at a kart track. And the running order, of course, you'll see our first race going out soon. That'll be the Honda 200s and Micromax. That'll be followed by the Mini Inter and Watersmith Inter. Then it'll be the Junior X30 and the new addition, I have to say, to this weekend's running. The 210 Challenge are back. If you saw them last year, some brilliant karts. So I'm very excited to see how they get on. Of course, the KZs will be back out. And there'll be Rotax 177s from Senior X30, TKM Extreme. The 210 Challenge will then have their second heat before the Senior Rotax and Junior Rotax go out on circuit. It's going to be a really exciting race. Obviously, practice day was yesterday, and it has to be said there was a lot of action going on. It's going to be interesting, really. I don't think we're going to be able to count the winners just yet. It's literally going to be down to that final lap on that final race. Of course, as we said, Honda 200s are about to go out. This is how the grid goes. Mason Becker will start from pole position. George Quinlan alongside from Arthur Murfitt. Jack White from Marcus Cooper. Alistair Saunders from Sawyer Henderson. Keane Delaney from George Pickett. Nicholas York. James Murfitt from Jake Barnett. Zach Squire from Keane Doherty. From William Davison. Harry Parker Ray. Albie Platt. And Adam Goldie will start from pole in the Micromaxes. That'll be led by Oliver Brunt and Rio Panuto from Mason Munzer, Jensen Darlow, Oscar Churchis, James Charver, Travis Giddens, Leo Hunt, Harley Merrison, and Jake Hansford will round out your grid. So, of course, time qualies will really mix up the grid, but I prefer it more to the random grids that we've had earlier in the year, because it puts you with the drivers who you're the same speed against, and it means that when it comes to these heat races, you're not having to spend half your race trying to battle through drivers who are quicker. You're quicker then. But that really what makes this racing so exciting. Of course, we have many races to go through this day. Of course, 31 races will be tackling today. Of course, the first one's going out now. You'll see the Honda 200s will start in front of the Micromaxes. They'll leave a bit of a gap to each other just to make sure they don't get in each other's way, but we might see that a bit later in the race. Here are the Honda 200s going around. That's your man on pole, Mason Becker, who, of course, has a brilliant qualifying, starting from pole position. Just say congratulations to Nicholas York on a brilliant qualifying. A driver who is quite new to the owner karting scene, it has to be said. He's going to be starting right up on the grid inside the top 10, which is really exciting. Of course, big grids for these cadet drivers means that all these drivers have someone to battle against. So they'll come through the final corner now. The iconic Kim Bolton corner leads you onto this long straight. They'll get in the tram lines. Will they go racing for the first time? Asking, no, they don't. They go round once again. You'll see the flags come out. There they are. That's the full start flag. It looks more like a chevron. That tells the drivers that, that start wasn't good. You need to go round again. Make sure you slow it down a bit more. Be more with each other in those tram lines. Of course, those tram lines in there to make sure that the drivers aren't right with each other's bumpers as they go down the start-finish line. Of course, many safety procedures in motorsport. And it's always good to see the increase in technology, as we said. Of course, you may not be able to see it, but these drivers will have data loggers on their steering wheels that will tell them anything they want to know, really. Their lap times from their engine temperatures, and it's a lot to get around, especially these cadet drivers. You know, we're looking here at 8 to 12-year-olds. I could imagine what I was doing when I was 8 years old, but I was definitely not karting. That has to be said. Round the final corner, they come once again. Will we get going for the second time of asking? They come down the tram lines, and yes, we do. We go down into turn 1. Stowe corner for the first time this weekend. And we're racing Mason Becker. Holds it in the lead, but watch out for Arthur Murphy. He might even pull into second place here. Yes, he does. Looks like George Quinlan had to drop to third there as they all come flying through. Mason Becker, he'll stick to that inside line. That's to defend the corner. Make sure no one can find a way past him. But look at this. This is going to be a side-by-side action between Arthur Murphy. And it looked like Arthur Murphy for a second. Had a little look for the lead there. Oh, move for second place there. Quinlan found a way through on the Dan Weldon corner. You see the Dan Weldon corner, they're really hard sections to get right, as well. Of course, the Micromaxes get going again. Oh, move for second place. This is getting exciting already between Murphy and Quinlan. Quinlan managed to hold around the outside as the other drivers come flying through. But this battle for the podium spots is really on. Look at Murphy here. He's lost a bit of time to Quinlan and might even lose out the podium spot here to Jack White, who seems to be really quick at the start of this race. Someone to watch out for. That driver in fourth, the number 13. Watch out for him. This could be a lead change. Oh, it had a look. There was Quinlan. Had a look on the inside of Becker, but just wasn't enough to beat. Becker's really struggling coming out that corner. That's not going to set him up for the Dan Weldon corner. Of course, that second sector, really hard section to get right. Coming to Kestrel corner. Oh, leader runs a bit wide there. That was Becker running just a bit too deep. They go round into the final corner once again. We're going to go nearly 3 wide as they exit the final corner. This is brilliant racing in the Honda 200s. Look at them as they all come flying through into turn 1. We've got about 9 karts in this battle for the lead. Arthur Murphy tried to go round the outside for second place. That was not going to happen in any day of the week. Quinlan holds on to second place, but you can see slowly Quinlan is slowly making a bit of a lead. Of course, something I didn't realise was actually Quinlan made a lead, moved their stick. Becker drops to second place. You can see there the top 5 all fighting through. These two are teammates, so they've really got to watch out here. Becker takes the lead back. Oh, driver running off a bit wide there. That like the number 91 there, Keen Delaney. He's got to try and keep it on the tarmac. Going on the grass isn't always the best idea. Move for second place. Oh, jumping over the curbs there was Arthur Murphy. Had to look on Quinlan, but just couldn't get down the inside. And watch out now, because Jack White might be trying to go around the outside. They're going 3 wide once again. Watch out for Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer, who we haven't spoken about just yet, was nowhere near this pack, and now sits in 4th place. My apologies, 3rd actually. Sawyer on the podium spot. So this is what really makes up Honda Cadet Racing. Of course, these 4-stroke Honda engines really puts everyone together. It really comes down to driver skill. Blue flags are out for the driver who is near the back of the field. That seems to be like Harley Merrison, who will be slowly getting out of off the driver's way. Move for 3rd place. Jack White's go down the inside of Arthur Murphy. Apologies, out for 4th place. They're going to run side by side as they head down into Stowe corner. But watch out for Sawyer Henderson here. Sawyer, who has been improving a lot in his past few rounds, really has a good opportunity here. I think he's got an opportunity for, I say, a podium spot, definitely, even for a win here. Here the drivers come, trying to get past that Harley Merrison. He's the number 35 there, that sort of yellow and black kart. So he'll be given the blue flags. But this is really holding up the other drivers here. This could be an opportunity for Mason Becker, who was back in the lead of the race a couple laps ago, to try and pull a bit of a gap. The drivers trying to get past, but just can't find a way through. Oh, spinner off there. That was Harley Merrison, who got caught in the action there between the Hondas. Really unfortunate there for Harley Merrison. He's going to have to slot back in behind these Honda drivers. 2 minutes 50 seconds left on the clock. This is the move for second place. Sawyer Anderson goes on the inside, and watch out for Arthur Murphy, who makes a double through Stowe corner into second place. He goes. Sawyer Henderson drops down to 5th. This race is properly shaken up here, and it's only the first race of the day. This could only speak for the rest of the races. There is Sawyer Henderson on your screens there, the number 27. That is unfortunately one problem with, you know, when one driver makes a move, it gives the opportunity for other drivers to try and find their way through, and that's just unfortunately how it goes sometimes. But we know Sawyer Henderson, he's not a driver who wants to give up. He'll be trying to get his head down, try and work on trying to close the gaps in. Mason Becker still leads the race. Arthur Murphy in second place. What will Jack White do in third? Will he try and work with Murphy here to try and push their way past? Of course, we saw this in Micromax last month, where we saw the two drivers push their way through together to get into the lead of the race. So it can be done. Becker runs really wide coming out of the chicane now, and this could be the move for Arthur Murphy. What a move from Arthur Murphy round the outside of the corner before Dan Weldon. Of course, an unnamed corner, it has to be said. Managed to get the run coming out of the bus stop. That was pretty astonishing, it has to be said. Brilliant overtake there from Arthur Murphy. Down the straight once again into Stowe corner. Murphy still leads the way. Becker into second place and White in third. Quinlan still there in fourth, but it seems to be the top three here have slowly pulled away from the rest of the field. You can see there the two Project 1 cars trying to work together to try and find a way past. Sawyer Henderson is up into fourth. He's just got past George Quinlan. Now the yellow flags are out in the exit of the bus stop, so I wonder if a driver near the front of the field has gone off. We'll wait and see when they come round to finish this lap. But oh, look at the driver in second place there, Mason Becker, really on the back of Arthur Murphy. This could be a lead change. Watch out into Stowe corner, everybody. Here he comes, the number 52 on the inside. Arthur Murphy slots to second place. Becker makes the lead pass. Oh, it's going to be side by side. They make contact between the number 52 and the 88, but they manages to file their way through. Murphy drops to third. Watch out for Sawyer Henderson. He can make his way to third place. It's going to be really close between the top two here. Becker just about holds on to it. Jack White's up into second place. Sawyer Henderson there in third, but he might have to lose out on that third place to Arthur Murphy, who gets put through again. This is really exciting stuff here in the Honda 200s. Of course, I don't speak much about the Micromaxes. Oliver Brunt leads in Micromax. He's got a pretty good gap to Adam Goldie in second place. Look at the battling going on. Oh, I didn't see that. That was Jack White making a move for the lead. It's going into the final lap now. 4 karts in this battle for the lead. Make that 5. Watch out for George Quinlan. This is going to be so exciting. Jack White on the inside. Pushes his teammate wide. Gives the opportunity for Arthur Murphy. They're going to go side by side round the Willow section. Really brilliant stuff here in the Honda 200s. You can see Jack White sticking to that inside line, trying to defend the corner. This is really Arthur Murphy's race to win or lose. You can see Murphy's got a really good run. Jack White's defending this brilliantly. Watch out for the driver in second place there, Mason Becker, that 52. Back through once again. Watch out for George Quinlan. He's making a move for fourth place. This race far from all contact there between the driver in second place and first. But now we're going to the final lap of the race. This could be interesting. Oh, spinner there. That was Jack White who lost the lead there in that final corner. Well, I wonder what the stewards would have to say about that one. That was really interesting between Quinlan and Becker there. Of course, teammates as well. So that debrief in the Project 110 won't go down very well. But Jack White, who was leading there into the final corner, getting tapped by Becker, it seemed like, who was there in second place, gets spun around. And that'll be discussions for the awning. But Mason Becker wins the race from Arthur Murphy in second place. Quinlan finishes off in third from Sawyer Anderson, who had a pretty good race, has to be said. He finished off in fourth place from Marcus Cooper, Alistair Saunders, from James Murphy, and it's Jack White finished down in ninth. Nicholas York finished inside the top 10. Brilliant stuff by Mr. York. From Jake Barnett in 11th. William Davison in 12th. And Oliver Brunt won in Micromax as well. Brilliant stuff there by Oliver Brunt. Unfortunately, we didn't get to speak too much about him. But that was the first heat done. That was really exciting, it has to be said, in the Micromaxes and the Honda 200s. Hopefully that's a sign of what's to come here today. The fourth round of the HKRC Club Championship. Loads of action ahead of us. The next race we're going into now is the Mini Inters and the Water Swift Inters. Otis Cleary will be starting from pole position. He poled it in the qualifying session. Oliver Barton alongside him. Rian Townsend will start from third. Louis Barker alongside from Lewis Herbison and Ronnie Smart from Teddy Higgs. Finley Beals, Archie Bullock from Jackson Heath. Toby Wortley from Alex Killis. From Edward Munns, Logan Baker from Jack Charles Bailey. From George House. And Dan Ferguson will be starting... my apologies, George House will be starting from pole in the Water Swift Inters. Dan Ferguson will be alongside him from Joseph Davies, Andy Stewart and Johnson Stewart. Now you see some of the drivers there. George House, they'll be training for the British Kart Championships later this year. Of course, the IAMI classes head to Kimbolton for their British Championship. You can see the grid once again on your screens. Mini Inters getting ready for their first heat of the day. It'll be the second race of the weekend. This one is going to be one hell of a race. Of course, we've seen Oliver Barton throughout last year. Really quick drivers. Barton was really fired up there at the sharp end. Rian Townsend as well, one driver to watch out for. Really quick yesterday. Are we going to go for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn one. Otis Cleary on that right car will lead them into turn one. Rian Townsend trying to find a way through, just can't get it done. They'll come fighting through Willow section. And they'll head down the straight into the bus stop. The Water Swifts are going as well. Rian Townsend up into second place. Barton drops a third. Here's the Water Swift on your small screens here. Really good stuff from the TNL Sports crew to provide us these dual shots. You can see the Mini Inters heading into the final couple of corners now. Of course, Otis Cleary still leading the way. Rian Townsend there in second place. Oliver Barton in third. They all come fighting through. I say this though, Otis Cleary hasn't pulled away just yet. Rian Townsend is right on his bumper. The number 22 there under investigation, that is Otis Cleary. So the stewards obviously aren't happy with something that Otis Cleary has done on that first lap. Of course, we saw him really hard braking into turn one. I wonder if that could be what it was for. But of course, I'm just a commentator. I'm no steward. We'll let the stewards do what they need to do to, of course, make sure that the racing is fair. Of course, we all want to be competitive, but we've got to make it fair. We've got to make it fun. A couple moves there going on. That's the battle between Ronnie Smart and Lewis Herbison, it seems like. We head down to turn one. Nearly three wide there. As they come filing through. Of course, Ronnie Smart, driver who was really quick in stages of last year. You can see here, though, Otis Cleary pulling a gap from Rian Townsend, who's there in second place. Oliver Barton just can't find any pace, it seems like. He's opening a couple of laps. Of course, the battle for fourth still raging on. Lewis Herbison leads that battle. Ronnie Smart in fifth and Louis Barker in sixth place. You can see there. Makes the move for fifth. That was a strong pass. Overtakes Ronnie Smart. That will put him up into the top five. Gives the opportunity for Herbison to pull a bit of a gap and try and chase down Oliver Barton, who's there in third place. Of course, these drivers who want to be trying to get on those podium spots, of course, trying to get as many points as possible. Of course, the championship, all these drivers will be thinking about trying to win it. And it's all about these consistent results. The number 69 getting an under investigation flag. That's Logan Baker. He's down in 14th, having a good battle with a couple of other drivers who are further down in the top 15. Kimbolton corner once again comes Ronnie Smart, and of course Louis Barker, who jumped up into fifth place. The 71 has been given a warning flag. That's Toby Wortley. He's doing something that the marshals and the officials don't like, so he will need to calm himself down. Into Derek's corner. I have to say, Derek's Corner, really hard section to get right. You've got to just try and fling the kart about, try and get it to rotate as much as possible. This second sector is really what makes Kim Bolton so good. The technical bit of the track is, if you go to any driver who's out here racing today, they will say that is probably their favourite sector of the track. Of course, you'll see here the first sector. We'll keep an eye on Otis Cleary here. You'll see here, really nice flowing section of corners here. You go through turn 2 here and through turn 3, really hard bit to get right. You've got to be so smooth with the steering. Of course, be really smooth on those throttle and brake inputs. But that's what makes these drivers so unique. And of course, it will take them into their car racing routes. It will take them off to their formulas. And they'll use these characteristics that they build up through karting. Of course, this is the fundamental of, learning how to race. Of course, it's where we can start these drivers from so young. As we said, the cadets starting from 8 years old. Oh, that was a late move there. This is for the battle for the final podium spot between Lewis Herberson and Oliver Barton. Lewis Herberson had a look in the final corner, just couldn't get it done. He's going to have a look into turn 1. Does he get the move done? He just about gets it done. Looks like it looked like Oliver Barton was trying to find a way back through. Couldn't get it done coming out of turn 1, but he's still there. He's going to try and find a way through. Look, what? Shout for Oliver Barton. Really on the back there of Lewis Herberson, but we know Lewis Herberson's got the pace. He obviously catches. Oh, that was a bit of contact there between Oliver Barton and Lewis Herberson. I wonder what Herberson would be thinking about that. He'll be thinking, well, you pushed me. You pushed on the track to try and get me through. Oh, this is another move from the two. This is a brilliant battle going on, and this is only going to help Louis Barker, who's there in 5th. They file through once again. Herberson now has the final podium spot, but it is not settled and sealed because Oliver Barton here in that white helmet, that white car, he really wants to try and find a way past. That was a good dummy move, but he just couldn't get it done. Of course, this really shows how many overtaking opportunities there are around this Kim Bolton circuit. Really is a driver's favourite for these overtaking places where you can try and just send one on the inside. I have to say though, Louis Barker is trying to get in there with Oliver Barton, really unsettling Barton now. Slowly giving the opportunity for Herberson to try and pull away. But you can see Barton there stipulating to Barker. I wonder if that was to say, right, I know you're quicker than me, go through and we can try and battle this through. No, never mind. Scrap what I just said a couple of seconds ago. Oliver Barton straight back through. Bet he was more stipulating, thinking, what on earth are we doing? Why are we battling? We need to try and catch up to 3rd place here. Losing out on a podium spot here is Ronnie Smart, who didn't seem to have to pace the first couple of laps, I have to say. 30 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap. I also put much about the Water Swifts, that has to be said. Of course, George House leading the way. Of course, George House really high up in the British Kart Championships. Of course, got close to winning the O-Plate a few weeks ago at the Wilton Mill circuit. That was sort of their opener weekend for the British Championships. But of course, Kim Bolton always a better circuit, as we said. As we said, a track that most drivers really look forward to going to. Oh, that's a bit of contact there between. Oh my God, 3 wide. That is never going to work around that section of corners. There's a bit of contact there between Barker and Oliver Barton. They all filed their way through though. Of course, you can do a bit of contact, but of course we try to make sure there's not much contact involved. Of course, the last lap is now out, and it has to be said the top 2 here have all pulled away. I say that even 3rd place here. You can see on your screens there, Lewis Herberson has got a gap to Ronnie Smart in 4th. My apologies, Oliver Barton in 4th. Ronnie Smart's there in 5th. He's having a strong battle with Louis Barker, but the man at the front here on our screens is Otis Cleary, who's really dialed in with this car. Of course, he changed to the right chassis a few months ago. Spent this time trying to learn how to drive the different chassis and has really settled in with it. Comes round the final couple of corners now. This will be a very dominant victory here for the first heat of the mini inters. Brilliant stuff there by Otis Cleary, who takes the win. Reen Townsend there in 2nd place. Lewis Herberson in 3rd from Oliver Barton, who finishes in 4th. Ronnie Smart in 5th from Louis Barker. Archie Lee Bullock from Teddy Higgs, Jackson Heath, Toby Wortley, Finley Beals, Edward Munns, Alex Denikis from Logan Baker, Jack Charles Bailey, who rounds out your mini Inter drivers. Of course, waiting for hopefully George House, who will take the win. Here he is, the number 77. He takes the win in the Miami Watersmith Inters. There's the driver in second place, a very distinct Fusion livery that is, of the number 151, my apologies, Dan Ferguson, another driver who's really strong in the British Championships. Of course, Joseph Davies finishes up in third. That rounds out your top three. 2 heats done. I have to say they were very exciting, as we said. The Junior X30s have got something to try and battle with. Of course, they've got to try and emulate those first couple of heats and the excitement there was. We'll have a little look at the grid now. I've said Nat Johnson will be starting from pole. He set the fastest lap in the qualifying session. Of course, George Edgar will be starting alongside. We'll get to George Edgar in a minute. Jacob Batler will be starting from third. Alex Dodds will be starting from fourth. Alex Dodds, who's a really strong driver. We've seen him at other circuits. He's not always been here at the Kimbolton circuit. Of course, we hope he comes back more often. Really strong driver to watch, look out for. Oh, looks like there was problems there with one of the Fusion cars. Sounded like Harley Musk there. Of course, Alex Wiley will be starting in fifth. Smiley Kira alongside Harley Musk, as we said. Got it going, but he'll be starting from seventh. From Maisie Creed, from Zach McDonald, who didn't have the best of qualifying, has to be said. Oliver Meek and Freddie Allen from Adam Board. Dominic Parabic from Josh Bryan. James Backwith from Ethan Higgins. And Max Locke rounds out your grid of drivers. Of course, 9 rows being covered up. 17 drivers who are ready to battle this one out. Yeah, Zach McDonald, really someone to watch out for here. Of course, we've seen the round previous, really quick, one of the front runner drivers. He's got a lot of work to do from just inside the top 10. Of course, George Edgar. We'll get onto him in the race. A really strong driver to watch out for, especially when it comes to the British Championships. We go racing for the first time asking. Nat Johnson really on the concrete there. But watch out for Alex Dodds. Trying to foul round the outside of George Edgar. Can he get the move done? I don't think so. A couple of drivers trying to foul their way through. Looks like problems there for Zach McDonald, who's really getting thrown in the deep end here. He's got a lot of work to do. Of course, didn't have the best of qualifiers, but now he's got to try and work for the back of the grid. Look at here from Alex Dodds, who hasn't been to the Kimbolton circuit in quite a while, it has to be said. Of course, we have to say one driver to watch out for this year, who really impresses. Oh, late move there from Alex Dodds, tries to find a way through. Watch out for Harley Musk behind. My apologies, that looks like Somali Kira, who's one of our female drivers here this weekend. Brilliant to see more females get into motorsport. Nat Johnson trying to find a way through on Somali Kira. Can he get it done? I think he did. And gave the opportunity for Batchelor and Alex Wiley to find a way through. I have to say here, though, I don't think George Edgar's got this gap just yet. Look out for Alex Dodds. He was really quick through that chicane, through into downworld, and you can see here, Alex Dodds a lot quicker in that second sector than George Edgar. But it just seems like George Edgar's got that straight line speed. Of course, George Edgar, who was selected by the UK to be representing the country in the FIA Games, Motorsport Games, not long ago. That was held in Valencia. So George Edgar, who's got a pretty dominant family, it has to be said. The Edgar family really coming on leaps and bounds in the motorsport world. Of course, you may know of the name Jessica Edgar. She was here yesterday in the KZ, but she's racing out in the F1 Academy. And of course, you may have heard the name as well, Johnny Edgar, who was a brilliant karter, moved into sort of Formula racing, got up to F3 from the top of my head, and obviously I think fell into LMP racing, obviously gone down that GT route. But of course, the Edgar family and the Edgar name, as to be said. The Edgar name's someone to watch out for in the years to come. Don't count out George Edgar as someone to watch out for when it comes to Formula 1 in many years to come. Alex Dodds there, still in second place. I say Alex Dodds. Of course, I have to say, quite new to racing. As we said, he's only started a couple of years ago, but has really come on in the last few months. Matt Johnson, who joined Mick Barrett Racing not long ago, really quick in his last couple of months. Of course, saw him at the O Plate, put on a really good show. Of course, Nat Johnson, who used to be with the Argenti family, moved over to X30, moved over to Mick Barrett Racing, had a look on Alex Dodds, but went in a bit too deep. This might even give the opportunity for Jacob Batchelor to try and go round the outside. He got it done. Jacob Batchelor got it done. What a move there from Jacob Batchelor. We saw that move in the races before, down in the under 200s. So, really hard overtaking point to get right. But if you carry the speed through, one to execute brilliantly. Smiley Kira there in 5th place. Could even have a look on Nat Johnson here for 4th. Anyone in his top 5s could really win this race. Of course, Jacob Batchelor there, he's with the MDL squad. And has been at the Kim Bolton circuit for quite a while. Sort of can call him an expert at this point. He's definitely someone to watch out for this year. He looked very quick at this at the end of last year. And of course, we'll probably see these X30 grids growing throughout the months. Of course, as I said, the British Championship's coming here later this year. Gets a brilliant opportunity for the drivers to try and practice their craft here using these Kim Bolton Club events. Maisie Creed there on your screens. She's in 7th place at the moment. Of course, one of our other female drivers out on circuit. As I said, always brilliant to see females in motorsport. And great to see that more opportunities are being opened throughout motorsport. Of course, we said about F1 Academy, and that puts all these female drivers right on the spotlight of the Formula 1 paddock. And of course, some of the teams getting provided backing from these Formula 1 teams. So, of course, Susie Wolf, who runs that programme, the plan is always to try and get a female back into Formula 1. Of course, that's been a fair few years. Susie Wolf was the last driver who competed in Formula 1. She did an FP1 session, if I can imagine, at Hockenheim back in 2014, I believe it was. Moved for 3rd place here. That was Nat Johnson on the inside of Jacob Batchelor. Gets the move done, and I think Nat Johnson here has the fastest lap of the race, so a driver who we need to watch out for in these laps to come. Of course, the fastest lap, 41.1 for Nat Johnson. So the track actually is really quick today. Of course, it's probably the quickest the track's been all year, because all we've really had is rain, and a bit more rain in the past few rounds. You just saw there Zach McDonald fighting his way through. He's having to recover from that spin on the first lap. He's up to 11th. Two places off his net starting position. He started in 9th. But look here, I don't think George Edgar's done just yet. I don't think he's got a gap. I don't think it's going to be enough. Nat Johnson here. Of course, Nat Johnson and George Edgar are teammates. So team plan might come into effect here. But look at the move here. Nat Johnson for 2nd place, gets past Alex Dodds. This first race for June X30 is really heating up here. Let's have a look. Oh, that was close between Alex Dodds and Nat Johnson. Well, Nat Johnson sort of saw him and turned into him a bit, saying, you know what, you're not getting past me. Look at that as they went through the Willow section side by side. There are 4 carts trying to find their way through. Nat Johnson needs to park that bus, make that cart as wide as possible. Smiley Kira, someone to watch out for. Made the move past Alex Dodd. Really unfortunate for Alex Dodd. He just got into the wrong space of time at the wrong point, and it dropped him down. He was in 2nd place, now down into 5th. Smiley Kira makes the move for the final podium spot. That puts her up into 3rd place, past Jacob Batchelor. Last lap is now here. Number 69 has been given a warning. That is for Jacob Batchelor. So she was obviously not liking how he was driving in those last couple of laps. But look at this. George Edgar's already got a pretty big gap, it has to be said. Nat Johnson is there in 2nd place, but I just don't think he'll be able to catch Smiley Kira, though, trying to hold on to this 3rd place. I don't think this battle for 3rd is far from over. Jacob Batchelor, we know, is an aggressive driver as well. Can try and find way through around a couple of corners. George Edgar's trying to emulate what he did last month. Took a very dominant victory last month. He's done it once again in the first heat. And it'll just be a matter of waiting to see if he can do it in the finals to come. So George Edgar there wins the first heat for Junior X30. Nat Johnson in second place, from Smiley Kira in third. Jacob Batcher finished up in fourth place. Alex Dodds in fifth, from Maisie Creed, Adam Bourne, Alex Wiley, from Harley Musk, Oliver Meek, Zach McDonald, Finley Allen, from Josh Bryan, Dominic Parabic, from James Backwith, from Ethan Higgins, and Max Locke. Rounds out your 17 drivers. There is Max Locke on your screens now, entering the Parc Ferme area. Of course, that's where the drivers will be going after every session. Of course, that's to make sure that, especially with the top three, make sure that they aren't underweight. Of course, make sure that they are complying with the technical regulations, making sure everything on the kart is legal. Of course, the next race coming up is the 210 Challenge. This is the new addition for this weekend, and you'll see here loads and loads of different cars. So, of course, if you've got any interest in the 210 Challenge, make sure to go on their website, have a look at how you can get involved. Paul Fowler will be starting from pole position. Oliver Shelley alongside Rolt Perkins, from Davis School. From Thomas Stone, Malcolm Caddick, from Shane Cox, Michael Owen, Stuart Henry, William Shelley, from Neil Siflip, from Mark Shepherd, Peter Mason, from Danbury, Neil Hancock, from Tony Beery, from John Hutton, Anthony Cox, Russell Hopes, Ray Sullen, from David Smith and Jack Perkins. Now these drivers will get 2 formation laps. Of course, looking back to the timing sheets, these drivers didn't actually have a qualifying. They are doing random grids for this one, but I think these drivers are more for demonstration, because you can see here, obviously we'll talk about more of the cars as they file through, but you can just see on your screens there, every car is different, which is exactly the opposite of what we're used to. Of course, we've seen, like, you know, the junior Rotax, the senior Rotaxes, they're pretty much the same. Of course, these 210 Challenge karts, of course, gearbox, so you'll see that. But of course, you know, the KZs, they have the stick on the wheel. It looks like these boys have actually got like H-pattern gearboxes. It's really, really interesting to see. You might not be able to see as well, but they also have 3 pedals, which I don't know how on earth they managed to firstly fit them on, how they use them. Could have some pretty small feet, it has to be said, to try and fit their way through. Always wonder what it'd be like to heel and toe in a gearbox kart. I guess that's another reason why you should definitely try and get yourself involved with the 210 Challenge. I mean, you can see here some of the karts having different modifications. The drivers lining up. Of course, as I said, these drivers more on a demonstration, showing off these perfect and astonishing cars. Of course, these drivers there, you can see that gear stick that he was using. The 84 there seems to be having a problem. So full start flags are out. So we're going to go round once again. You can see there the 84 there. Couldn't get it going. So as I said, these drivers will go around once again, and this will give you another lap to have a look at these beautiful karts, it has to be said. Of course, you saw when that kart was stationary, you saw the gear gear lever there. Of course, it's gonna be hard to try and not miss a gear. Especially I was watching yesterday. Sounded like some drivers were money shifting. Money shifting. It sounded like. Not always what you want to do. You can see it as well. The exhausts are massive on these things.
I think they are. That was another warm-up.
So the drivers just getting ready to form up once again. Of course, I'll start slowing down now to give the marshals plenty of time to direct them where they need to be. Of course, the grid slots on the track. Of course, the drivers need to try and park in them as best as they can. But as we said, you can see the different modifications there. Some drivers running that front bumper. You can see some of the massive rear spoilers. I always wondered how you could try and fit a rear spoiler on the kart. So all the drivers firing up once again. So you'll see when we come to the next race, the KZ's a big difference in not just the engines, but the technology of these karts. These are proper classics, it has to be said. And if you are interested, as I said, get involved with this, because I'd love to have a go in one of these, I have to say. So the revs are rising, lights are on the board. 4 red lights are upon us, and it's lights out, and away we go. Let's see how they all get on. They all file away. You can see there, look how wide they are. They're about 5 or 6 kart wide going into turn 1. Looks like the number 5 there. Chopped to second place, that's Paul Fowler, but Oliver Shelley had a good start, leads the way. Of course, they'll miss out the chicane of these gearbox karts. They'll head straight into Dow Weldon. They file away through. Now, that's like the number 6 there. I like Thomas Stone, who's had a brilliant start. He's into the lead of the race. Of course, we'll wait to see how the drivers file up as they come round to finish the first lap of the race, so the timing screens can update. My apologies, Ruben Perkins leads the way. This is a battle going on a bit further down the field. That was between, that was actually the battle for third, my apologies, between Thomas Stone and Leon Sivlet. So Sivlet manages to get past. That's the number 86 there on your screens. But you can just see here, as you said, all these cars are different, and what makes this championship so exciting. Really puts on a good show for everyone out on circuit, and not just on circuit as well. We're in the stands as well. Of course, you can see that going to someone that massive grandstand that is always filled with spectators. So into second place there actually is Leon Sivler. Manages to get past Paul Fowler in that first sector. So Sivler really quick yesterday, it has to be said. Obviously going to try and look at closing in on Robert Perkins. They file out the final corner. That number 0 plate, that Viral Art, there he is on your screens. That driver in second place, the number 86, Leon Sivlet. And there he is, Paul Fowler in third, the number 5. And your champion from last year, Dan Burry, is there in fourth. Now, Dan Burry has made up 10 places already. Looking at a podium spot, there he is on your screens, that sort of orange helmet. Tries to go round the outside into Dan Weldon, that was really not going to work. He's right on the tail now of that number 5, Paul Fowler. And I have to say as well, no disregard to all these drivers, but if you're a middle-aged man and wanted to get into karting as well, this is definitely for you as well. Of course, the demographics for this class seem to be over 40s. Sorry, guys who are out there on circuit, you all look brilliant indeed. You all look under 40, let's say. But the battle for fourth, that is. Looks like Paul Fowler drops down to 5th because Stuart Henry made his way past. He's there on the number 8 kart. You can see a massive Nizzoo panel on the front of that kart. Looks like the ones that they use in the pro karts, has to be said. Just looking out my window now, the number 25 has got some issues. He's going to head into the pits. That's William Shelley, who's down in 17th, but he is going to have to retire from this race. 3 minutes left on the clock. Watching, this is actually the lead battle here at the front of the pack. All drivers spinning off there. And that's at the final corner. Couldn't see who that was. But he's going to have some issues trying to get back out on circuit. Leo Sifley is there in second place. He's made up 9 places, but he wants to make that 10. Because right in front of him now is that Robert Perkins, the O plate. But now, of course, these drivers will try to get past the lap drivers. And oh, that looked like a move there for lead. Couldn't get it done, could Sifley, but he'll wait for a better opportunity. Of course, with these different karts mean that the different characteristics, some might be quicker than others, and some might be quicker than in the corners and on the straights. There you go, blue flags are out for the lap drivers. But this lead battle is still on. Robert Perkins, the O plate there, still leads the way, but the 86, Leo Sifley, right behind. They come fighting through the Willow section. Down the back straight. This is a good opportunity to have him move into the Dan Weldon if he can find the speed. Seems like Robert Perkins is just that bit quicker on the straights, but manages to close time through. Pushing cart off there. That was the number 32. Get a bit pushed off there. That was John Hutton who got shoved to the grass there. Oh, every side by side making contact. What a move from the 86, Leo Sifley, but the move isn't finished just yet. Watch out for the O plate, Robert Perkins. They come firing down to turn 1. They made contact going through Cashel corner. God, boys, try not to scuff up those side pods. There'll be more rubber marks on there than livery. But the 86 managed to find a way through. Sifley now leads the race. The O plate there, Robert Perkins there in second place. You can see the 86 there clobbering those curbs as he headed out the Dan Weldon complex. Of course, most of these drivers here probably have a lot of experience around this circuit. Of course, speaking to the drivers yesterday, they all love coming to this circuit. Of course, the Kim Bolton circuit really provide a brilliant circuit for these gearbox karts. Gives them the opportunity to spread those wings and fly, shall we say. Let those engines rev out. Of course, these engines probably revving to over 18,000 revs, which is unheard of in car racing. Oh, the O plate there, Rob Perkins, nearly getting a bit sideways there as he came into the Dan Weldon complex. Of course, trying to get past these lapped karts are never easy. It definitely takes more than a job to get past them, but that's always the fun of motorsport. It seems like that car at the final corner's had to pull off, and he's not going to be able to continue the race. But this lead battle is far from over. Robert Perkins, here we know, can get the elbows out when he wants to. It's just sitting behind Leon Sifley, but it's the last lap of the race now. So I shouldn't think Robert Perkins will do anything silly, would he? Into these final couple of corners. They far through Dan Weldon. That 86 still leading the way. He's made up 10 places. He's starting in 11th, but he's leading the way. Second place is Robert Perkins. The O plate, but the 86 round the final corner. It's going to be Sifley that takes the win in the first heat. Brilliant stuff there, and a good battle that was between Sifley and Robert Perkins. Must spend that whole session trying to scrub off those battle scars, I have to say. Dan Burry finished off in third with his brother Tony Burry behind him. He finished up in fourth. Both drivers making up 11 and 12 places respectively. Paul Fowler in there in fifth. He side up there at the front of the field, but had some issues. But sometimes that's how racing goes. Sometimes Peter Masson finished up in sixth. Russell Hope's up 12 for seventh. Stuart Henry in 8th, and it's Neil Hancock in 9th for Mark Shepherd. It rounds out your top 10. But that was some good battling up at the front, it has to be said. These are 210 challenge karts really putting on a show. And yet again, a good reason to get yourself involved. Go to the 210 challenge website, get yourself booked on, get yourself racing out there. Now go from one gearbox kart to the other. This is the KZ, who are about to head out on circuit. So the KZ kart's about to head out on circuit. Of course, this is the, let's say, more professional standard than the 210 challenge. Of course, no disregard to the 210 challenge. They were a brilliant class to have out there. But of course, KZs, this is where champions are made. This is also where a lot of the ex-Formula drivers come back to karting. Of course, you may see, F1 drivers, when they go out and do a bit of karting, they go into KZ because, of course, they've got the gears, and it provides a real spectacle and it's really physical on the body as well. Some drivers back to the Kimbolton circuit, as we said. Timo Younglen will start from pole position. Ella Stevens alongside. Lucas Enningham will start from third, from Jessica Edgar, Ryan Green, Daniel Sabula, Ralph Younglen, from Hannah Lang, Bure Phillips, Leah Robinson, from James Beecroft, Bailey Rugglesford, George Barker, Bradley Calder, Kai Springfield, from Nia Piculu, from William Ash, Edgarus Miskovus, from Julius Sanatomus, from Simon Harris, Jake Baker, Steve Logan, and James Harvey will round out your grid. Now, really interesting to see Timo Younglen out here at the Kimbolton circuit. Of course, a lot of you may know him as well from all the British Championship stuff he did years ago. But now with the official Sodi Kart team in the World Karting Championships, and as we said, the driver who was really up there, as we said, in the World Championships, really someone to watch out for, not just in the karting world, but in the motorsport scene. Ella Stevens, who started from second place, a really established driver in that beer a lot. Of course, she'll be someone to watch out for this weekend. But of course, she's shown in the rounds before that she can be up there. Of course, Lucas Enningham there in third. He, of course, won the Senior Rotax Championship last year. Lucas Enningham, who's a really established Rotax and X30 driver. Has battled it all the way through the top range of karting. And Jessica Edgar, brilliant to see Jessica Edgar back out on circuit. She'll be starting from fourth alongside Enningham, but Edgar, who has just finished off a 2-day test in Jeddah, back to the UK, doing a bit of karting, and heading out to Jeddah again for the Formula 1 round. As we said, of course, this is where all these Formula drivers, when they have a bit of time off and they want to keep their skills, this is where they come to. They go to KZ karting. This because this is the brutal sport. This is it has to be said, one of the most brutal categories you can race in. So, of course, Timo Younglen, a really established KZ driver. Let's see how he gets on. Thank you very much. Alongside him, Ella Stevens, who is a really quick driver indeed. So the lights are going to hopefully come on shortly. They're just sorting out a couple of drivers in the back of the field. The lights are on. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. And it's lights. So away we go. Do we get going racing? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Jessica Edgar hasn't had the best of starts. As they head down into turn 1, Ella Stevens gets the whole shot. She leads the way. Ralph Youngling drops to about third, it looks like. As they come through, made that fourth because on the inside came Ryan Green. But Ella Stevens, a really good start, and a bit of a gap already to Lucas Enningham in second place. Of course, Ryan Green there who was there in third. Now Timo Younglen back through. I have to say, yesterday watching Timo Younglen go around, he was a really aggressive driver. Really did not want to waste time behind drivers, just making their way through. That's probably how Sodi Kart have taught him how to drive, especially in the World Karting Championship. The 199 under investigation, that's Lucas Enningham. So did Lucas have a jump start there? That'll be interesting to see at the end of the race. Of course, these results after the race are provisional, but the results will be finalised on motorsporttiming.co.uk. So if you want to have a look at that, make sure you go onto their website. But Ella Stevens leads the way. Lucas Enningham there in second place. Timo Younglen, who, of course, as we said, came from the World Championships, doing a bit of testing here now at Kimbolton. He's there in third. And, of course, a bit of brother racing between Timo and Ralph Younglen, who's also out there as well. I'm going to guess Ralph teaching Timo... I say Timo teaching Ralph a few tricks on how to get a bit quicker in the kart. Couple of drivers a bit further down the field. That's Bure Phillips and Hannah Lang, who are having a a bit of a tussle, as we said. James Beecroft getting a warning flag as well, so James Beecroft got to calm it down a bit. I have to say that the times are really quick so far. Of course, Ella Stevens set the fastest lap already. She's in a 35.6. 2 tenths quicker than Lucas Enningham. A couple of drivers battling their way through. Jessica Edgar made a move on Bailey Riverford, it looks like. So they're battling for, looks like 8th or 9th place. That'd be about for 9th because Timo Youngling's pulled a bit of a gap, trying to chase down Hannah Lang and Björn Phillips. They fall through once again. I have to say, there's battles going on all the way through this field. No matter where you look, there's going to be a battle going on. We're looking at the battle from, I say, 5th to 12th. And of course, you can see that on the grandstand, everyone comes out to watch KZ car, and it's one of those exciting categories, as we said, because the dynamics of driving one of these cars is so difficult. Of course, you have to take everything into mind, especially when it comes to changing your gears, using the clutch, and of course trying to tackle around this Kim Bolton circuit, which is not always the easiest circuit to get round. The number 17 getting a warning flag as well. That's Jessica Edgar. So Jessica trying to make a few moves. Oh, move for second place here. Timo Youngling's made his way past Lucas Enningham. So Timo in second place. We know, very quick drivers, got pace, but let's see how he can fare off from Ella Stevens, who still leads the way. Ella Stevens, as we said, really dominant in last year as well, but also the first opening rounds, as we said. Someone to watch out for later in the year, especially when it comes down to that championship result. But it'll be interesting here, of course. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. The gap between Timo Youngling and Ella Stevens is 1.7 seconds, but could Timo close in that time? And of course, if Timo wants to do that, it's just going to help Lucas Enningham close in as well. So we could really have a 3-car battle here for the lead if Timo can put a foot to the pedal and get a move on. Daniel Tabula is there in 5th, of course, champion from last year. He'll be trying to emulate that as well this year, try and go back-to-back titles. But there is Lucas Enningham on your screens, of course. Staying loyal to the Jack Dex Racing team. Has been with Jack Dex all the way from his mini days, I have to say. Mini X30. Of course, worked with Jack Dex through his junior and senior campaigns. Now in the KZ and trying to put the MX car at the front of the field. Far from once again, Ryan Green there in 4th. Haven't really spoken much about him. He's really been up there at the British Championships last year, as we said. Of course, was up here as well with the club round. He's had a good start to the championship, as we said. Of course, it was really strong last year. He won a couple of rounds. Interesting to see how Hannah Lang gets on this year as well. Of course, on that Formula K. You'll see most of the drivers here staying loyal to a certain chassis. Of course, it'll be the chassis that they think is the fastest. Hannah Lang has been on that Formula K now for many, many years, as we said. Because Hannah Lang used to race in the World Kart Championships as well. Makes the move on James Beecroft and invites Ralph Youngling through as well. So both brewers making strong moves throughout the field, as we said. But of course, Hannah Lang, yes, she used to do the FIA World Kart Championships on that Formula K. Now come back to the UK, does the British Championships, does the Kim Bolton Club as well. 1 minute left on the clock, plus an additional lap. Hannah Lang will be trying to chase down Daniel Sabula, but at the front, still Ella Stevens, who's actually really quick compared to Timo Youngling. Has already gapped a second from Youngling. And going off the fastest laps between the two. Of course, Ella Stevens has the fastest lap of the race. But it seems like Timo Youngling just can't match her pace. Now, I have to say, a couple of drivers who've had to DNF so far from this race. Kai Springfield, who we've seen a lot in TKM car, and come over to KZ. Not having the best of times at the moment, but we'll try and work on that throughout the races later today, of course. Got that second heat coming up, plus that final. So as you can see there, it's really just one train of drivers. There's another driver of that, like Stephen Loggin, who's not having the best of races. He's obviously had the DNF near the start of the race, has to be said. And my apologies, might also be Egelis Miskifis, who's off as well. So, funny enough, Timo Youngland actually set the fastest lap, not the fastest lap, the fastest first sector, but really can't match this number E plate here. Ella Stevens, who's really on a flyer this weekend. Of course, this is the last lap of the race, so she'll come round now to take the checkered flag. Ella Stevens wins the first heat of the day for the KZ. Timo Youngling there in second place, and Lucas Elegant there in third. Now, of course, Ella Stevens, one to watch out for this weekend, really has a good opportunity of winning this round. Would that be a commentator's curse? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, Ryan Green, really consistent drive there, as we said. Finished up in fourth place. Daniel Spooler in fifth. From Ralph Youngland and James Beecroft from Bailey Wigglesford. Jessica Edgar, who on her return to karting after quite a long time out, gets inside the top 10. Leo Robson, who won the TKM Extreme Championship last year, he rounds out the top 10. So some really exciting racing there in the KZ. Of course, we saw there pretty much one pack of drivers separate the whole grid. I mean, really opens up for all the KZ drivers. Means that you have the opportunity to battle with another driver. So, of course, the KZ's all finished, and the next race coming up will be the Rotax 177s. So the next race coming out on the circuit is the Rotax 177s. It's going to be Angel Indigo, who starts from pole position. Liam Ferguson alongside from Ollie Goodyear and Scott Clee from Nathan Chafer. Lucas Theo from Jimmy Galloway. Toby Case from Ben Hitch. Ollie Hancock from Adam Clark. Scott Smith. Alex Jones from Alfie Bray. Matt Litt. David German from Sam Yaxley. Gavin Petty from Matt Wardle. Theo Stanslas from Adrian Williams from Jake Bradfield. Stavros, who we won't pronounce his surname because I still haven't got round to try and working out how it sounds. And then Andy Cherry from Jack Sweeting, from Colin Walker, David Hutchin, Jake Biggerstaff from Daniel Walker, who rounds out your field of drivers. Of course, speaking to Angel last month, of course, won the Driver of the Day award last month, saying he really struggled in the heat races and it just couldn't set himself up for a good spot in the final. Had to try and work his way through. But let's see if we can get going for the first time asking. No, they don't. It's a full start, so they go around once again. Of course, some strong drivers up to the front of the field. Of course, Liam Ferguson, who spent many years here at the Kim Bolton circuit. Ollie Goodyear, who moved up to the 177s last year. Was a pretty quick senior Rotax driver, has to be said. Of course, I can remember following Ollie Goodyear here. Ollie Goodyear through the junior and senior stages. Of course, if you didn't know, I used to race myself in karting. I raced off in car racing, but Ollie Goodyear was always a good driver to have a good battle with, it has to be said. So good to see him out there. Once again, Scott Cleet, who was really quick last year in the 177s. Nathan Chafer, who Finished really high up in the British Championships last year. Of course, finished third in the championship in the 177 class. Let's see if they can go in for the second time of asking. They look a lot more settled now, but away they go. Is it going to be a good start? Yes, it is. As they head down into turn 1, Adriel will hold it on the inside, but watch out for Liam Ferguson, trying to find a way round the outside. Will he actually make that stick? Yes, he does! What a move from Liam Ferguson. Gets into the lead of the race. Adriel will have to sit there in second place. Ollie Goodyear makes his way into third place. He's got his teammate Nathan Chafer behind. Really strong duo is Goodyear and Chafer, so watch out for them in the next couple of laps. But Liam Ferguson trying to pull a bit of a gap already. Adriel Naguar, who's there in second place. Ollie Goodyear, as we said, in third place. What will he do? Will he try to sit behind? No, he doesn't. Big dive bomb move from Ollie Goodyear, makes his way past Adriel. That puts him up into second place, and Chafer, of course, working with him. He's going to try and foul his way through as well. Oh, it's going to be very close here. Oh, contact there between Adriel and Chafer. Chafer getting left out to dry, just filed down the field. Adriel manages to keep it going, but it drops to fourth because Scott Cleat is on his inside. Always exciting to see these Rotax 177s out. Always action going on. I say a lot of experienced drivers, has to be said. They come filing through the Kestrel corner into the final corner on the circuit. The Kimbolton corner, of course. So Scott Clee, who's there in third, number 35, gets a warning flag. So Adriel Ngwa. So Adriel needs to try and calm down those first couple laps. Of course, the first couple laps quite chaotic, it has to be said. And of course, anything can happen. Not the best start for Chafer. He's got a lot of work to do. He's behind Alfie Bray now, and is really on the stretch of the top 10 here. So, of course, that's a lot of work to do. But at the front of the field, really going to be the testament now between Ollie Goodyear and Liam Ferguson. Who has the pace to try and either pull away or make that time up? Of course, Ollie Goodyear will be trying to make the time up, try and catch up to Liam Ferguson. Ollie Goodyear, who is actually 2/10 slower than Liam Ferguson. But funny enough, it's Scott Clee who is the fastest out on circuit at 41.51, only 600ths quicker than Liam Ferguson. But so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Will he still battle for second place? We'll wait to see in the laps to come between the battle between the 116 and the 79. But up here at the front of the field, Adriel Ngwa has a look on the inside of Jimmy Galloway, makes his way through. What will they do into the first couple of corners? Looks like Galloway's going to defend the line, try and stop Adriel trying to get through, and Adriel's really has been pushed wide there. Invited 3 or 4 drivers to come through. They were Toby Case, Lucas Field and Ollie Hancock. But contact there between 2 drivers. That was Jimmy Galloway and Lucas Field. One over the other, and Adriel up and over another driver. That looked like Ollie Hancock, who got really in the midst of that. Do hope Ollie Hancock is okay. Of course, we'll finalise which driver that was. Of course, we saw Adriel there really climbing over that cart. Of course, 3 or 4 carts into one bit of tarmac does not go. And of course, we'll let the stewards decide how they want to take action on that. So yes, it was Ollie Hancock who was removed there. So if Ollie Hancock hadn't seen what a floor tray looks like, he definitely has now. As Adriel went up and over, of course he jumped onto the rear bumper there, and from that point he's got no control. He just ends up flying over. Adam, watch this then. Scott Cleave right on the back of Ollie Goodyear here. Could be a move for second place coming up. 2 and a bit minutes left on the clock. This is the move on the inside for turn 1. Here we go. Scott Cleave at Stoke Corner makes the move stick into second place. So then, what will Scott Clee do now? Of course, we know has the fastest lap of the race. Only 100th quicker. Big contact in front of me here. Couple drivers off at the end of the Willow section. All the drivers get going, but big damage to the tyre wall. Now I wonder what will happen here, if they'll have to neutralise the race or not. I wonder if they'll keep it going. For the time being, they're keeping the racing going. But you'll see here as they exit the Willow section, you see a couple of the red barriers here. There they are. That's not usually where they're supposed to be, but a couple of drivers getting into fruition with each other. So you can see here, Scott Cleese slowly closing the gap here. Oh, driver off there, number 51. That's a bit further down the field. That's Theo Stanislaw. So problems there for the 51. Of course, he wasn't in the best position there. Just about get the car over. Of course, brilliant stuff there by the marshalling team, the Orange Army, who we really take for granted here in motorsport. Without them, we really wouldn't be able to go racing. So if you ever have time, just take a minute to think about what these marshals do to make sure we get this brilliant racing going. And of course, always there to save the drivers and the carts when in danger. Jimmy Galloway there on your screens. He's there in 5th place, and there in 4th is Lucas Theo. You can see there the number 133. Having a good battle, and of course Nathan Chafer behind in 6th. He's managed to get into 6th on the brink of the top 5. Of course, we had that moment with Adriel Ngwa a couple of laps ago. 30 seconds left on the clock. Liam Ferguson leads the way, but he's slowly starting to put the times in now. That last lap was the fastest 3rd sector. So a good battle here. That's on the brink of the top 10. Alfie Bray is involved with that. He's got a battle with Ben Hitch and Toby Case, as well as Scott Smith, who was really quick in the senior Rotax classes. Decided to move up to the 177 for the future. Of course, Toby Case there looking to try and make a move, but couldn't get it done. Now has Ben Hitch behind to try and make a move. That's a brilliant move there from Ben Hitch on Toby Case. That's the battle for 8th place. So here is the leader on your screens, Liam Ferguson, the 165. Has really controlled this race to perfection. Hasn't had to worry about much. I sort of watched all the carnage behind. But he'll come round to the final corner now to start the last tour of the circuit, the last lap for the first heat in the 177s. Scott Clee still there in 2nd place. He's trying to close the gap down, just wasn't enough. Of course, in these heat races, they don't have much time to try and find a way through. So they really have to make sure the starts are on point, because the starts in these heat races can really make or break your race. But Liam Ferguson had a really good start. Manages to get away at the start and just kept putting the laps in. Really consistent drive, and this is definitely a deserved one. It's Kim Bolton corner that we're heading to now. He's been around the circuit many years, and he's going to kick off this weekend with a brilliant heat win for the first heat of the 177s. Scott Clee finished up in 2nd place. Good drive by Ollie Goodyear, who finishes up in 3rd. Lucas Theo in 4th, and Jimmy Galloway just holds on to the top 5 there. Nathan Chafer was closing in, but just couldn't get it done. Scott Smith finished up in 7th place, up 5 from his starting position. From Ben Hitch and Adam Clark, from Toby Case, Alfie Bray, from Alex Jones, David German, my apologies, from Gavin Petty, Matt Lear, Adrian Williams, who's had a good race. He's up to 16th, made up 5. From Stavros to Sammy Axley, Jack Sweeten, from Daniel Walker, Adrian Ngwa, who unfortunately dropped to 21st there. Really unfortunate there. He's going to be really kicking himself back that one. From Jake Bradfield and Jake Bigglestaff, who rounds out your 23 drivers. Colin Walker and Matt Wardle and Andy Chenery. And then, of course, Theo Santos and Ollie Hancock, we lost on the way to the finish of that race. But one heat down for the 177s. Another heat coming up now. It's going to be the first heat for the senior X30s. So the CX30s head out on circuit, and as you've seen, the qualifying grid, which is now set for the first heat, and it's going to be Harrison Mackie, who's a really, really strong X30 driver. We haven't seen much here at the circuit, but you'll see in this first race, someone to watch out for the future. Could be really, really interesting to see how he gets on. Hayden Eldridge will be starting from alongside, who we've seen a lot here at the Kim Bolton circuit, as we said. Tristan Powell there in third from Jensen Pugh, had a really strong qualifying. He's up in fourth from Jack Dan and Josh Agenbar, who's made his return back to karting. It's been a fair few years, as we said, for Josh Agenbar from Aaron Lask and Noah Orbison from Alfie O'Brien, Monty Breathwaite from Joshua Jones, Jack Stewart, Harrison Morrow from Chris Bingham, Kate Ashman, Zach Wellham from Isaac Marsh, Henry Rollins Hart, Oliver Harris, Lucian Joyce, Jessica Fitchell, Peter Jurovic, Max Anderson, James Reynolds and Jack Chris will round out your road drivers. Will we get going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn one, Harrison Mackie leads the way. But Hayden Eldridge tried to go around the outside. Will he get the move done? Yes, he does, actually. What a move that was from Hayden Eldridge. Managed to get on the brake just a bit later and makes his way round the outside of Harrison Mackie. Couple drivers having problems there. Looks like James Reynolds having to pull off to the side of the circuit. Jessica Fitchell having problems as well. But look at the start here from Hayden Eldridge, who's already pulled a few kart lengths on Harrison Mackie. But of course, we know Harrison Mackie, a really quick driver. You've seen maybe in the Open the British Championships, but definitely last year in the junior series, in the junior X30 category, was really strong at the end of the year. Tristan Powell there in third place. Agenbar up to fourth. Having a good start so far. But right behind is Jensen Pugh, who we know is a quick driver. You just saw there James Reynolds parked up on the side of turn one. Noah Orbison is having to defend from a massive train of carts behind. Jack Dan is there. That's like Monty Breathwaite as well. That's the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. Back at the front is still Harrison Mackie, who's there in second place. He's trying to find any time against Hayden Eldridge. Just at the moment, just doesn't seem like he can find a gap just yet. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Tristan Powell there in third place. Of course, we've seen Tristan here last year. Of course, won the championship, but he's a very... Apologies, he didn't win the championship. He got second in the championship. Lost to Morgan Hill, who's now off as recruitment for the RAF. Really good to see. Really good to see that from Morgan Hill. Really experienced driver was Hill. But of course, the second man to that was Tristan Powell, who we saw came on leaps and bounds last year. Of course, at the start of the year, it didn't seem like he was going to perform much, but as the year went on, just kept putting his name out there, kept putting in those solid results, and then ended up winning club rounds by the end of the year. So, really interesting there. Two teammates there, number 50, Alfie O'Brien with Noah Orbison. He's in the number 24. Of course, different liveries, but they're under the same awning, so they'll make sure to try and keep off each other's bumpers to make sure the team boss don't get mad at the drivers. Jack Dan then in number 62. Of course, Jack Dan finished up quite high in the championship last year. He finished up in either third or fourth. I can remember now. Look at the lead battle here. Harrison Mackie closed in a lot on Hayden Eldridge. We know, as I said before, Harrison Mackie, really quick driver. Of course, we see what happens here because the more time Mackie spends battling with Eldridge, he's going to give the opportunity for Tristan Powell to get through. What a move that was from Harrison Mackie. He manages to get past Eldridge through turn two. We don't usually see that move being shaken up. Look on the move back was Hayden Eldridge. Now the race is on. We've got 4 minutes left on the clock, plus a additional lap. And this race is fast over. Is that a kart tyre? That's Alfie O'Brien. Well, that is one thing you definitely don't want to lose on your kart. And the Battenberg flags are out, as that was a hard hit to the wall. It must have been. Well, 3 wheels is it's not ideal. It has to be said. Now, I'm no karting expert, but that doesn't seem right on a kart. So I know Alfie's mum, Sandra, won't be very pleased with that one. But they'll sort that issue out for the second heat. But that has really shaken up the field now because the Battenberg flag is seen more as a slowdown situation. So all the drivers will slow down and And you'll see here, Hayden Eldridge seems more like the safety car, has to be said. So he could control the pack. So, of course, Hayden Eldridge will wait for till the end of the lap. And then you'll see him speed up. And then if the Battenberg flags are still out, then he'll slow back down. Of course, if the green flag goes out, then there'll be full pelt once again. So the driver is out of the car. That's good to see. He didn't seem like he had any injuries or anything, so that's always brilliant. Of course, these carts make sure that, you know, there are a lot of safety features on these carts now. And the cart has been cleared, so I believe we should be able to go racing this second at the end of this lap. But you'll see here, Hayden Eldridge, when will he decide to put the power down and go? We'll wait and see. You'll probably see him going out the final corner, but of course wants to try and edge that bit of a gap from Harrison Mackie before the racing really gets going. Here we go. Looks like Eldridge got a bit of a better start there. Will we go green flags? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. It's a 2-minute shootout here. Tristan Powell is already on the defence line because he's got Agambar and Jensen Pugh together. Agambar managed to get past Jensen Pugh. That was a good move there for 4th place. But of course, this is really shaking up who could win this race here. Hayden Eldridge on those first couple of corners really extended the gap there from Harrison Mackie, but we know Mackie's a really strong driver. We'll try and stay consistent as possible, but try and slowly close in now on Hayden Eldridge. Of course, Tristan Powell there in 3rd. He manages to hold off that podium spot, but he needs to find a bit of time. Of course, Josh Agambar, of course, took a bit of time out from karting, but he's back in it. And it's really showing up here. Of course, it's always hard to get back into the swing of things in karting, especially when you sort of lose that muscle memory, but he definitely hasn't. And he might even have a shot of winning his first race back. That has to be said. Of course, Hayden Eldridge leading that way on the Exxon kart. Harrison Mackie, who's really been loyal to that Fusion family. Of course, Fusion, one of the most brightest teams in not just British karting, but the world of karting as well. Of course, they are Miami World Champions. So they know how to make these Miami engines go quick. Harrison Mackie, of course, is a champion in itself. But look at the top 3 here. Mackie has been really closing in now. Now Eldridge starts to defend. This battle is really on. I knew this battle was going to come on. It was a 2-minute shootout. So now really anything could happen here. Tristan Powell was just following Mackie those last couple of laps. Now he's right on the tail. So anyone in this top 3 here could have a win in their pocket. So, that was a late move there for Harrison Mackie. And he might have chose the best time to do that, because now we're going on to the final lap of the race. This race is really on here. This is the final lap. 3 drivers could win this race. Let's see how they get on. Harrison Mackie defends into turn 1. Look out for Tristan Powell nearly had a look for the lead there. That was superb from Tristan Powell. Gets into 2nd place. This race is far from over. Look at Harrison Mackie. Defends brilliantly into Derek's corner. Of course, didn't want to defend too hard. That he messes up his run through the chicane. But it looks like he's already got a bit of a margin. Of course, it's the schedule for later on today. As we head into the final couple of corners. Let's see how they come through. Who will take the win at the end of this race? It looks like Harrison Mackie will take the win there in the first heat for Senior X30. Tristan Powell there in 2nd place, and in 3rd was Hayden Eldridge. So his top 3 there really had a ding-dong battle on that final lap. Really good to see. Of course, Josh Agambar finished up in 4th place. Jensen Pugh in 5th. Jack Dan finished up in 6th from Noah Orbison in 7th. It was Monty Breathway in 8th from Chris Bingham, Jack Stewart, Zach Wellen from Katie Ashwin, who rounds out the top 12, from Oliver Harris, Isaac Marsh, Harrison Morrow, Piers Jurovic, from Jack Crisp, who started from the back of the field, makes his way up to 17th, so good job by Crisp. And that rounds off what was a really exciting last couple of laps there in that Senior X30 race. Of course, that's the satisfying bit about those Battenberg situations. Of course, when it comes to those final laps, really can make or break a heat win. So it'll be exciting to see how they get on later today for their second heat, and of course the finals that'll be coming up in the afternoon. The next race coming up now though is the TKM Extremes. So, of course, the TKM Extremes now head out on circuit. Of course, if you remember from last month, really exciting racing in the Extremes. Keane Bennett will start from pole position, from Patrick Leaf alongside him. Charlie Whitehouse finished up in third in qualifying from Harley Mason, who's had a bit of time out from karting. Could see him back from Thomas Short, who won last time out. Spencer Lane from Oliver Bowen to William Bloom and Jake Cox from Sean Abbott, Johan Kelly Churn, Reese Porter from Elio D'Alessandro from Harvey Jones, James Workman from Ashley Ruggles, William Bryant and John Stafford. Rounds out your grid of drivers. Let's see if they can get going for the first time asking. Now then, where's Patrick Leaf in all of this? Now, Patrick Leaf at the back of the field there, so they'll have to go around once again because something must have happened to that 72 there. 22, my apologies, Patrick Leaf. You'll see him trying to find a way through in the back of this pack. Of course, he's a driver starting from second place, but must have had a problem with that formation lap. Meant that he couldn't get into his spot. There you see there, all the drivers slowing up. You can see there Patrick Leaf trying to fold his way back into the front row where he's supposed to be starting. So hopefully we can get going for the second time of asking here. Of course, Patrick Leaf now is there. You can see him, big tyre weaving techniques, but I think that's more of make sure the wheel works. Of course, the best way to warm up these tyres are, doing a lot of harsh accelerations, hard braking. But weaving side to side really doesn't make much of a difference, to be honest. Well then, will we go for the second time of asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn one, it's going to be Keane Bennett versus Patrick Leaf. And as they head down, watch out for Harley Mason, who's there on the outside. Oh, got really close to the barrier there. Could see Harley Mason kept it on the circuit, kept it on four wheels, kept it going. They all come filing through. Keane Bennett still leads the way. Charlie Whitehouse there in second place. Patrick Leaf drops to third. Thomas Shaw's had a good start into fourth place as well. And Spencer Lane, who this year has made the switch to car racing as well. Of course, was out in the ST150 Championship at Stetson a couple of weeks ago. So, of course, making that transition to cars while also being running a bit wide there was Thomas Short. I wonder what happened there for the 42 there, but he's going to start dropping down the field. You're there in about sixth place. They head down into turn one once again. Look at Charlie Whitehouse. He had a little look for a move, but just thought better of it, really. Just thought, you know what, I'll stick behind for the time being. 6 minutes left on the clock, so we've got plenty of time to keep racing. So Patrick Leaf there in third place, really close behind this top two here. Of course, all these TKM Extreme drivers really experienced in what they drive and what they do. William Bloom there for the RSR team there in fifth place. He very distinct livery, as we said. A lot of white livery. Oh, lead change from Charlie Whitehouse, who makes it down the inside of Keane Bennett. Patrick Leaf had a little look for second as well, but couldn't get the move done. They head down into turn one once again. Stowe corner into the Willow section. Of course, hard section to get right as they file their way through. I think in these TKM Extremes is almost flat out through there. Heading down into Derek's corner. Really hard chicane to get right. You just sort of throw it in and be really smooth as you file through the corners. Of course, into the Dan Weldon complex now. Smoothness is key through here. and then get the power down, get down this Shimizu straight into Kestrel corner. We sort of angle the car in and power through. Oh, move for second place here. Spencer Lane on the inside of Keane Bennett. Now, if Keane Bennett now sees that Spencer Lane is quicker, he'll decide more to stick behind and just follow him. Now, a technical flag is out for William Bloom, who's there in 5th place. He was there in 5th place, apologies. Now in the pit lane. So, of course, something's not right with that car, and the stewards have seen it and decided it's better for him to head into the pits before it becomes a danger to anyone on circuit. But funny enough, Johan Kalichern, who's made up 5 places, is there in 6th place. Oh, lead change here, side by side between Spencer Lane and Charlie Whitehouse. They got very close to each other there, but couldn't make the move stick. Of course, we know Spencer Lane really quick as TKM Extreme Heat goes on the inside for the lead. Does he get the move done? Yes, he does. Do they? Drivers, remember, it's only the first heat of the day. They want to try and save the best till last hit. Down so on, Charlie Whitehouse decides to try and work with Spencer Lane here for a bit, trying to succeed a bit of a gap for the drivers behind. We were saying about Johan Kalichern, who did have the fastest lap. Now it's gone to William Bryant, who's all the way in 11th place here. That just shows how close this field is. The driver who's in 11th has the fastest lap of the race. Superb stuff here in TKM Extremes, and you can see here, this is only going to bring in the rest of the pack here. You can see Harley Mason there, who's down in 8th place. He's at the back of this lead battle, so really anyone in the top 8 could win this race. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. And it's still Spencer Lane that leads the way. Charlie Whitehouse there in 2nd place. Bennett in 3rd. Patrick Leaf is there in 4th as well. Johan Kalichern just inside the top 5 here. But he's going to watch out. Look who's behind. Thomas Shaw there in 6th. Of course, one last time out. Really quick driver is Short. But he's getting pressured now by William Bloom. He won the last round of the championship last year. That was his first ever final win. So 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Keane Bennett's now having to try and defend off the final podium spot from Patrick Leaf. That won't help him when it comes to trying to get a move done on the front to it. You can see here, these top 3 deciding not to battle as much as I thought they would. Of course, they spent those last couple of laps really tussling, but now just sort of sitting together. It's more happening behind here. Of course, 2 minutes left on the clock. Harley Mason's there in 6th place. So he's in the front of the 2nd pack, it has to be said. Kalichern here, really closing in on the top 4 here. So he could be someone to watch out for in the laps to come. Oh, look at the move there. That was really close between Bennett and Charlie Whitehouse. Of course, if Charlie didn't see he was there, that could have really gone bad. But, of course, these TKM Extreme drivers really showing respect to each other. Charlie Whitehouse really sitting on the arse of Spencer Lane. That's really interesting here to see that Spencer Lane isn't defending at all. He's just sort of sticking to his own line. And I think he knows what Charlie Whitehouse is trying to do. He's just trying to pull away with him, try and make it a 2-kart battle instead of what's going to be a 5-kart battle in the next couple of laps. Of course, they won't really start battling until it's sort of the second to last lap. The first, that's move for 2nd place. Keane Bennett on the inside of Charlie Whitehouse. Now the racing is really going to start shaking up here. Keane Bennett, he did get into 2nd place, but watch on the cutback as they head down into turn 1. Charlie Whitehouse still holds it on the inside. Now it's just going to give the opportunity for Spencer Lane to slowly start to pull a bit of a gap here. These drivers behind really need to work together now to try and catch up to Lane. Keane Bennett had a half move there, had a half look, just couldn't get the move settled and done. But Spencer Lane still leads the way. He's really had to conserve this race, really put on a dominant show so far, but this is far from over. Of course, look out for Leon. Oh, look out for Johan Kalichern. Made a dummy move there on Keane Bennett. Really put Bennett off guard there. You saw him go to the outside into the final corner, then swoop to the inside. And that was enough to get him into 3rd place. But of course, this just all helped Spencer Lane pull away from the drivers behind. Charlie Whitehouse really needs some help from behind. Give him a little push to try and catch up to the lane. Patrick Leaf in 4th. Bennett in 5th, but I just don't think needs to have a good opportunity for a podium. They just haven't got the pace so far. You can see Bennett jumping in that kart, trying to get it going. They head on to the final lap of the race now. Spencer Lane still leads the way. In 2nd place is Charlie Whitehouse. Callie Churn into the final podium spots. Of course, our Oliver Bowen has the fastest lap of the race. He's there in 8th place. Really just shows how competitive this TKM Extreme field is. But Spencer Lane out front, he took advantage of when everyone started battling and has just used it to pull this pretty strong gap, it has to be said. Nearly a 2nd gap around the final couple of corners now. Into Kim Bolton corner. Spencer Lane, who's had a brilliant start to this weekend, wins the first heat in TKM Extreme. Charlie Whitehouse finishes up in 2nd place as they all come flying through. Johan Kelly Churn up 8 places to 3rd. Brilliant stuff there by Kelly Churn. Patrick Lee finished up in 4th from Bennett. Harley Mason from Thomas Shaw. Ashley Ruggles, who's made up 8 places. Good start by Ruggles from Oliver Bowen. William Bryant from Jet Cox. Sean Abbott. Elliot DeSandro. Reese Porter from Jan Stafford. Arthur Jones, James Workman and William Bloom, of course, has the DNF there. Receiving that technical flag. Of course, we didn't really see what that was for, but of course the stewards have picked something up. And of course now, with the running order, the 210 Nationals are getting ready for the 2nd heat of the day. And then, of course, we'll go into the senior and junior Rotax's first heat. So, of course, the 210 Challenge, who didn't have a qualifying session, they had their warm-up instead of the time quali. So the 210 Challenge out for their 2nd heat. Of course, they'll have 3 heats plus that final. Mark Shepherd will start from pole position from Leo Siflet, who was really quick and won the first race of the day for the 210 Nationals. It'll be William Shelley from Danbury, from Peter Messon, Michael Owen from Tonbury, Tony Berry, John Hutton from Anthony Cox, Ray Sloan from Russell Hopes, Neil Hancock, Oliver Shelley, Malcolm Caddick, David Skull from Thomas Stone, Shane Cox, Paul Fowler, Stuart Henry, Robert Perkins, Jack Perkins and David Smith, who rounds out your grid. Now, of course, a couple of drivers who were really quick at the start of that race were started a bit further down the field. Robert Perkins, who finished 2nd, he'll be starting from the back of the 2nd to last row. Of course, Paul Fowler, who was quick as well, and a couple of issues there. And Stuart Henry, who finished up in the top 5. Now, you won't be able to see it there, but of course in your background there, those purple awnings are, a bit further up, is where all the 210 national karts are. I have to say, it looks like a brilliant community down there. They've got, look like at one point they had a hog roast going. So of course, in these summer weekends, get down to a kart track. There's nothing better than spending your weekends getting sunburnt, watching some racing. It's always the best. Always the best feeling. The drivers just forming up now, getting ready for the 2nd heat. Of course, if you're here at the circuit, make sure that you fill yourself up at the refreshment stand. Get yourself some, I've had some lovely chicken and chips. They are some fine chicken and chips, has to be said. Can't always go wrong with a bit of food. At a lovely summer's day, it has to be said. Of course, 20 to 30% chance of rain later today, but we'll forget about that for the time being. Let's enjoy the sun whilst we have it. Of course, in the week was quite sunny. I was definitely getting a lot of sunburn. Of course, I can never tan. I'm always I'm a pale sunburn, it has to be said. Anyway, let's get back to the racing here. Revs will arise, and the drivers are off and away. And Sifley had a really good start there, but looks like on the inside, oh, that got close there between Dan Berry and Sifley. Them two really nearly made contact on that first corner there. We've had a couple of Code Brown moments there. Maybe having to nip to the toilet after that one. They come filing through. Top two here all had really good starts, to be fair. Number one there of Danbury. That orange helmet. As you said before, you can see the different bodywork modifications that these drivers have done. They head round to finish the first lap of the race. And Leon Sifley leads the way. Danbury in second place from Peter Mason. And Tony Berry, my apologies, from Russell Hopes. And Paul Fowler, who made up 12 places on that first lap. He's up to 6th. Mark Shepherd in 7th from Stuart Henry in 8th. Stuart, who's made up 11 places as well. William Shelley in 9th. And Robert Perkins, who's round out your top 10. Unfortunately, that some of the drivers didn't manage to get round to finish the first lap of the race. We've lost Michael Owen, Rain Sloan, Michael Keelick, David School and Thomas Stone, and David Smith has just been to the pit lane, so 16 drivers still out on circuit. Look at the battles throughout this field. There's Robert Perkins there, your number 0 plate. He's finding his way through. Battles here between the number 5 and the number 7. Down into turn 1 and squeezes his way past was the number 5. That was Paul Fowler making his way past Russell Hopes. That's a battle for 4th. And of course, Peter Mason has that final spot on the podium. You saw that in number 9. But look here, Robert Perkins. Of course, started down in 20th place, up to 7th already. You can see, oh, that's a spinner there. Oh, I thought he was going to keep that going, but the car just over-rotated just a bit too much, and that like Tony Berry, who's had to fall down the field. And leader! That's a leader! That's the 86 of Leon Sifley out of the race. What has happened there to the 86? Oh, unfortunate. That is so unfortunate for Leon Sifley, who was leading the way. Now Dan Berry is. Peter Mason into second place. Robert Perkins up into 3rd. The number 5 under investigation, Paul Fowler. She was unhappy with something that he's done on circuit, but he has really thrown it up in the air. Leon Sifley, who was looking really comfortable, it has to be said, at the start of the race. And of course, in these hot conditions, mechanical issues can happen. So he'll be hopefully trying to sort that out for the 3rd heat. Of course, quick turnovers between these heat races, so not much time to get things sorted. Head through into Dan Weldon Complex, number 9, who is Peter Mason. He is still holding on to that final podium spot. But had to try and hold off from Russell Hope and Paul Fowler. Of course, Paul Fowler then, the number 5. He's on that green car. He's having a look on the number 9 into turn 1. Does he even get the move done? Yes, he does. Brilliant move there by the number 5. Paul Fowler gets past Peter Mason. And Stuart Henry might have a look at an opportunity here. But brilliant battle going on between the 9 and 7, by the 8 and 7 there. Stuart Henry and Russell Hopes. You can see here, battles all the way throughout the field here. Always something going on. And of course, these karts would have been raced many years ago, it has to be said. So these drivers on demonstration for these karts, just showing how different, it has to be said, how technology has advanced, and how the karts have changed throughout the years. Of course, we watched the KZ karts after their first heat, and you could easily tell the difference you know, just how the engine looks, how the car operates. Completely different to how it was, say, you know, 30, 40 years ago. So 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. Of course, the number one, Dan Berry, still leads the way. Robert Perkins, who's made up 18 places. That's a pretty good driver, has to be said, from the O plate. Definitely deserve a nice cold beer after the final, it has to be said. I think that's one of the good things, has to be said, about these about the 210 challenge. Of course, it's all a community, so you know all the drivers will go a beverage after the race, and you know if they make contact with each other, they'll have a bit of a laugh about it, which is what it should be. It should always be about having a laugh. Of course, I think some people take karting a bit too seriously sometimes, especially with the money involved and the professionalism. But with the 210 challenge, it's completely the opposite. Of course, it's also a cost-effective championship, trying to make it as accessible as possible. But here is the O plate on your screens. Of course, Robert Perkins, who we were just talking about there, started 20th, up to second place, trying to close down on Dan Berry, but 3.5 seconds just won't be enough to. 3.5 seconds is a lot of time to make in a short space of time. So they'll have 2 or 3 laps left in this race. Of course, their third heat coming up shortly. All the other drivers get 2 heats, but these 210s get 3 heats. But so the O plate there, just filing through. Now I have to say, a second was lost on that final lap between Berry and Perkins. So Berry really got to try and put the hammer down in this final lap, otherwise Perkins could really have an opportunity here. 1.5 seconds, my apologies, is now the gap between the two. You can see the O plate here on your screens. Still has an opportunity for a win here. There is Dan Berry. There is the number one car. The 84 getting out of the way. And that is the driver who's 10th. That's Jack Perkins. But his brother Robert Perkins is up at the front of the field. Oh, it was so close between Perkins and Berry. But Dan Berry just held on to it at the line. Dan Berry wins his second heat in the 210 challenge. Perkins in second place, the O-plate driver from Stuart Henry, who will soon cross the line in third. He made up 16 places from Paul Fowler in fourth, teaming at 14. From Russell Hopes, Peter Mason, Tony Berry. From Mark Shepherd in 8th, and Neil Hancock in 9th. From Jack Perkins, John Hutton. From William Shelley, Oliver Shelley, Anthony Cox, who were your 14 finishers, can we just say. And we lost, of course, we lost Siflate, who was leading the way. We also lost Shane Cox, David Smith, Michael Owen, Rain Sloan, Malcolm Caddick, David School and Thomas Stone. So a few retirees there, it has to be said. But always a pleasure to have the 210 challenge out on the circuit. Such a wide variety of different karts that these drivers were using. But now it's time for the big guns. It is time for the senior Rotax. So Senior Rotax is heading out on circuit. You saw there some really cool shots from the TNL Sports crew. You saw the drivers really concentrated, and that last shot, the focus on that 41, Daniel Amor. Daniel Amor, really strong driver in Senior Rotax. He don't see him out much in the winter. Of course, his dad Ian says he likes the summer more, and he doesn't like to be out in the rain. So, of course, this is going to be an exciting one. We have a bunch of quick drivers. Of course, quali really showed us who was quick and who was not. Charlie Webb was the quickest of them all. He'll be starting from pole position. Daniel Amor alongside. Ethan Martin will be starting from third. He'll be trying to work with Charlie Webb to try and finish 1-2 in this race. James Tester on the second row. He'll be starting from fourth. From Tom Pryor, Archie Flint, Philip Tatum, Jack Rowe, William Forbert, Adam White, Joseph Rees-Smith, Samuel Cook. From Joshua Valance, Michael Morgan, Dalton Norris and Dylan Norris. From Jason Haley, Ben Thompson, Jack Middleton. From Nushtafa Levers. From Isaac Reynolds, Cassius Staff, Harry Wiltshire, Woody Hart and George Robinson. George Robinson at the back of the field. He was a really quick driver here last month. Watch out for Robinson. The 1-2-3. Let's see if we can get going for the first time of Aston. Yes, we do. Down into turn one. Charlie Webb on the inside. Danamore will try and have a look to go round the outside. James Tester thinks to slot in. Oh, drivers getting bunched up there. In the middle of the pack. That was sort of around the 4th, 5th section. Oh, a couple of drivers spinning off in the back of the pack. And it seems like one of the MS cars getting beached on the curb. Look at that. What a shot that is. One of the Norris brothers getting stuck on the curb there. That is something I've not actually really seen much here at the Kim Bolton circuit. Of course, Charlie Webb still leads up at the front. Has a pretty big margin already from Danamore in second place, has to be said. Ethan Martin into third. James Tester is there in 4th place. Now, of course, James Tester won here last month, so he'll be one to watch out for in the races. Number 22 under investigation, and I suspect that's for Archie Flint, because you saw at the start there, a couple of drivers getting piled into each other. Looked like Archie Flint was one of the drivers involved with that. They head through the Dan Weldon complex. Charlie Webb still leads the way. Danamore, he's slowly getting chased in by the driver in third, Ethan Martin. James Tester there in 4th place. And Thomas Pryor, who I have to say have been one of the most consistent drivers, not just this year but last year as well. We always saw him there or thereabouts in these races. Of course, did take a couple of podiums last year, but look at this for second place. Ethan Martin really on the back of Daniel Amor. Of course, some of you may know the name from when he competed in the British Championships back in like 2021, 2022. In the British Kart Championships, called 2021, he was in Mini-Max, where he really showed himself up against rest of the field. Of course, Danamore won the only privateers out on circuit, and to be honest, we don't really see much of the privateers that much anymore. It's really unfortunate to see, really. I mean, of course, some people class themselves as privateers, but they still go out and get a mechanic. This is proper Dana lad. Obviously, Ian, who is his father, will help him out on the spanners. And, of course, his mother and sister as well, who comes along to the circuits. They all really enjoy these kind of events as a family. It's always nice to see that family side of the sport. But Danamore still showing why he's one of the quickest out there in the senior Rotax. Had a lot of potential because that 41 kart. Of course, Ethan Martin, who finished up really high in the championship last year. He was trying to emulate that first spot. Of course, he finished third in the championship last year, the year before second. But he's been really eyeing up that first spot. And to be fair, this year he's been looking like he's been on it so far. Of course, the first couple of rounds we've had a mix of conditions, both wet and dry conditions, and he seems to be up there in both categories. Of course, this is the sort of proper first dry running that they've had this year at the circuit. I mean, yesterday was very hot, it has to be said. I think the track got to about 16 to 17 degrees, which is a lot hotter than what they were used to earlier this year, where it was, you know, sort of like 5 to 6 degrees, a very cold track. And obviously that really affects the karts. That affects, you know, the tyre performance, tyre degradation. It's really hard to get it all around your head, but these drivers know what they're doing, especially senior Rotaxes. A lot of experience in the senior Rotaxes, especially with all the drivers from juniors moving up. They're really having to learn the tough way, because these senior Rotax drivers are sort of like robots. They do not make mistakes, not at all. And of course, we've seen it before. When drivers do make mistakes, it really has lost them a lot of time. Really interesting to see here, though. A lot of drivers spread out across the field, and not much battling going on. I would have thought more the opposite for these senior Rotaxes. Well, we were waiting for the junior Rotaxes. See, watching them drive yesterday was interesting. Let's say let's keep some wisdom about them for the heat races coming up. All I have to say is definitely give it a watch, because there will be action. There'll be action, it has to be said. Of course, senior Rotaxes the 125cc Rotax engines. Of course, that's a power valve on the kart to give it that increased power that separates them from the juniors to seniors. Of course, the Rotax categories providing the best way to, you know, go start off your cadet series and move all the way through. Of course, times before it was always it always seemed to be that everyone started off in, you know, either Honda cadets or Army cadets, and then moved up into either Rotax or Army. Now you can really start off in Rotax. You can go into the Micromaxes, and then you can work up through the Intermax, through Junior Rotax, through Senior Rotax, and even into DD2 and 177s. So, of course, the Rotax packages really have everything for you. And it has seen that the last few years, of course, a lot of drivers moving over to the Rotaxes and providing these massive grids. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago, the Rotax grids, they were nowhere to be seen. I mean, usually averaging about 10 to 15 drivers, and now we're averaging about 50 drivers, which is, you know, brilliant for the club. And that's all been because, you know, these drivers just want to get racing here. It's one of the best tracks on the British calendar. One of the best venues out there in the country. And of course, if you are interested in racing here at the HKRC Club Championship, second weekend of every month, have a look on the HKRC website, get yourself involved. I tell you, the people behind all the work at Kim Bolton are really down-to-earth family, really do help these drivers out in any way, shape or form. And of course, the racing is always exciting here at Kim Bolton, so always a reason to get involved. Ethan Martin there on the screens, the Dan Holland racing prepped kart. Has sticked with Dan Holland for quite a while now. He was pretty much has been with Dan Holland ever since he started his racing career. The last lap of the races out, Charlie Webb, he seems to be look like he's having more of a Sunday drive than a heat race. You saw him there; his neck just sort of relaxing, like he's on the beach somewhere. Of course, it is always lovely weather to be out on the beach, but for those who don't enjoy it, grab yourself a cuppa, get home, watch some brilliant kart racing here at the Kim Bolton Circuit, round 4 of the Club Championship. And one driver who's going to be kicking it off in style is Charlie Webb, as he comes around to finish the first heat in senior Rotaxes. Charlie Webb takes the win. Dana Moore in second place, one to watch out for in the races to come. Ethan Martin in third from James Tester, Thomas Pryor, who rounds out the top 5. Archie Flint finished up in second place. Sixth place, my apologies, from Samuel Cook, and Philip Tatum from William Forber and George Robinson, who finished up in 11th from last on the grid. My apologies, 10th. He got into the top 10. 15 places up from his starting position. William Forber finishes up in 11th from Adam White, Michael Morgan, Joseph Rees-Smith, from Dalton Norris, Joshua Valance. How's that your top 15? Of course, that's the last few drivers who were in this race. Of course, Noosh Savin Levers had to unfortunately DNF from the race. So unfortunate that. But now, as the senior categories finish, it's time to get the juniors out. It's the final race to finish up the first heat, and it's going to be Junior Rotax. So Junior Rotax is head out of circuit. You can just see here the starting grid, but we're going to go through it once again. I have to say though, a lot of action on the practice day yesterday, and I think we're in for a real treat here in Junior Rotax. Stanley Williams had a really strong qualifying, and we'll start from the first spot. Nathan Edwards alongside Ryan Rapini and Laurie McVie from Logan Lauder. Toby Farthing from Blake Sullivan, Noah Moulton, George Cole, Sam Aston, John Richardson, who we've had up here in the commentary box before, from Harry Frill, Jacob Aston, Callum Sims from Logan Artshaw, Miles Burton from Dan Butcher, Archie Ray Watson from Joseph Orton, Fletcher Groans, Charlie Sutton. That's most of the drivers. It's a full start flag, so they gave me a nice opportunity to carry on with the rest of the grid. George Phillips from Izzy Wykes, from Harvey Sargent, and Archie Richards from Jack Causer, and George Johnson from Lachlan Homer, Zach Sidney, Archie Butchon, Oscar Keane and Teddy Cooper. Good to see number 55 out there, Zach Sidney, who he's got a pretty good social media figure out there. Of course, you may have seen done a lot of work with the Dan Ginchard, who's a established kart driver himself. Of course, now racing in the GB4 and GB3. Oh, driver off there. Well, I wonder who that could be. We'll wait until they come round and see who's where. Of course, Izzy Wykes can get out onto the grid. So, unfortunately, actually, that is Izzy Wykes. So, Izzy Wykes having to pull off there. Unfortunate there for the number 14. She is going to have a lot of work to do in the rest of the races to come. Are we going racing for a second time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Watch out for the couple of drivers all getting the contact there. Oh, drivers spinning off there, and a couple of drivers piling into each other. Look at that, is an absolute car park down there. Gimbolton could really make a fortune if they sold parking tickets. Top 2 flying through. Looks like Stanley Williams held on to the lead of the race. Nathan Edwards alongside that 149. He was starting in second place. He still leads in second place. Let's see how the rest of the drivers form up as they fly through the final corner. One of the Precision Racing cars is up into third, and that's Logan Lauder, who we've seen in the past few rounds really competitive. And this is his real shot of putting his name out there, really. Ryan Rapini up into fourth. Logan Hartshaw, what a start from Hartshaw, it has to be said. Started in 15th and up to 5th already. Callum Sims in 6th. Of course, Blake Southern up into 7th. Richardson in 8th. Miles Burton in 9th. And round at your top 10 is Jacob Aston. But Stanley Williams still leads the way up at the front. Really going to be a question now of what Logan Lauder can do in third. Will he be able to close in on the top 2 here? Because it just seems like Nathan Edwards hasn't got the pace to make a move just yet. You can see with some of the drivers, especially his top 2. Driver leading the way quicker in some sectors of the track, but Edwards quicker in some others. That's what really makes it hard in these junior Rotax races where, you know, of course, being the fastest driver gives you those opportunities to make overtakes. Now, oh, that was a late move there from Callum Sims. He gets on the inside of Ryan Rapini off the Pro Train kart. That was a nice move there for 4th place. They file through. There is Callum Sims, who we've seen last year as well, really quick. He's been up at the upper side of the top 10 for most of this year, but really is trying to make a name for himself in the karting world. Of course, at 149, Nathan Edwards has got to watch out, because Loden Lauger, who set the fastest lap of the race that last time around, has got pace to maybe win this race, but we'll have to wait and see. Look at the top 3 here, really close to each other, and he's bringing in this pack behind. No drive to watch out for. Blake Southern already made up a place so far, more to come. Funny enough, Teddy Cooper actually has the fastest lap of the race. Teddy is down in 13th, but he's made up 19 places. Battle for second place here. Logan Lauder goes on the inside of Nathan Edwards. And we said this before, Nathan Edwards, the man to watch on those last couple of laps, because Logan Lauder is really closing in. Logan Lauder really now is the man who could make or break Williams' race up in the front. Stanley Williams, who we've seen time and time again this year, been really up there at the front. Of course, has really come on leaps and bounds in these last few rounds. But Logan Lauder, of course, the Precision Racing team, really providing a brilliant package to also get into car racing. Of course, Aidan Mitchell, who was racing with Precision Racing last year, he moved up to compete in the Civic Cup Championship with the Ben Sharp Racing team. And of course, Harry Bloor, who was one of the first drivers ever to move straight from karting into a TCR UK car, and really showed some dominant pace in the first couple of rounds at the Donington Park circuit. Back to the karting, it's Logan Lauder, 2nd place, man. Stanley Williams went a bit defensive there, trying to cover off from Lauder. He's already starting to feel the pressure. And watch out for Callum Sims as well. Callum Sims, who's there in 4th, might have a look for a podium spot here. But look at these two here. You can see Lauder was right on the bumper of Williams. Now he looks to go alongside, but just couldn't make the move stick. They go down to turn 1. Look at Williams. He doesn't defend. That was a rookie mistake there from Stanley Williams. Didn't defend into turn 1, and that gave Logan Lauder the opportunity to make his way past through Stowe Corner and into the Williams into the Willow section. 2nd place is now with Stanley Williams. He drops down to 2nd place, but still has the opportunity to make that move back. But watch out for Blake Southern, who's there in 5th place. He might have an opportunity here in the laps to come. But look here, oh, move 3rd. That was Callum Sims on the inside of Nathan Edwards. Nathan Edwards, who's on that Cole Racing kart, loses out to Callum Sims. And of course, Callum Sims and Stanley Williams here, both teammates. So this will be a real question of what will these teammates do? Will they work together? Will they not? Big shout out though goes to Teddy Cooper, who's up in 9th, 23 places gained. We know he was someone to watch out for in this race. Of course, didn't have the best of qualifyings, because unfortunately, of course, trying to put experience with experience, but mechanical issues can happen in any session. So, especially when it happens in qualifying, really losers to really can make a break a day. 30 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap. Of course, Logan Lauder Still leading the way. Stanley Williams there in second place. Callum Sims slowly closing in now. He's there in third. Might have a look for second place in the laps to come. Of course, there's going to be about two laps left. This is the penultimate lap. They'll go into the final lap in just a moment's time. But look at Lauda. He's already pulled a bit of a margin already. Battle for second, though, is not over. But of course, these drivers in second and third need to watch out, because the number one rule in karting is don't hit your teammates. Blake Southern, who's there in fifth, has had a pretty consistent drive so far. Someone to watch out for in the heats to come. But here on your screens is Logan Lauda. You can see the battle for second really now shaken up, but the man at the front, Logan Lauda, has really conserved this race. And that completely shows that one good start can really make or break your race. And Logan Lauda, who had a brilliant start, wins the race here for the first heat in junior Rotax. Sandy Williams finishes in second place. The top three run out by Callum Sims. Nathan Edwards finished up in fourth. Blake Summerlin in fifth. From Logan Hartshaw and Teddy Cooper, 25 places to seventh. What a drive from Mr. Cooper there. John Richardson finished up in 8th from Ryan Rapini. Jacob Aston, who rounds out your top 10 from Miles Burton. Toby Farvin, Noah Moulton from Sam Aston. Joseph Orton from Lauren McVie. Harry Friel, George Cole, George Phillips, Oscar Keane. Fletcher Groans from Daniel Butcher, Harvey Ferguson. George Johnson from Jack Causer. Finished up in 25th from Archie Buckingham. Charlie Sutton, Zach Sidney from Lachlan Hobart. Archie Ray Watson and Archie Richards had to DNF throughout that race, and Izzy White didn't even get to start the race, unfortunately. So that's the round off for the first heats. And now we'll be slowly heading on to our second heats of the day. Of course, these drivers, except for the 210 challenge, we only get the 2 heats plus that final. And the first 2 heat coming up will be the Honda 200 and Micromax, which you can see on your grid now. So you can see the Honda 200s and the Micromaxes heading out on circuit. Of course, the Honda 200s start in front of the Micromaxes. And it's going to be Arthur Murphy, who starts from pole position. Sawyer Henderson in second place from Marcus Cooper. Alistair Saunders from George Pickett. James Murphy from Jack Wykes. Mason Becker from George Quinlan. Nicholas York from Jake Barnett. William Davison from Zach Squire. Keen Delaney. Keen Doherty from Harry Platt. And Harry Parker Ray rounds out your Honda Cadet grids. And in the Micromax is going to be Oliver Brunt, once again, who started from pole position because obviously he won the first heat. Ryo Panatui from Adam Goldie. Jensen Darlow, Mason Munzer, Chaves Java, Oscar Churchis. Let's see how the Honda 200s get on. It's a false start. So they will have to go round once again, and that will mean the Micromaxes go round again. Of course, let's recap on that first race. Of course, Arthur Murphy and Sawyer Henderson were 2 drivers who were really fighting up at the sharp end. Of course, Arthur Murphy, who finished inside that top 3 there. You can see the marshals telling them to get a move on, really, because the Micromaxes are really closing in on the cadets. You can see there, Arthur Murphy trying to walk those tyres as much as possible, kicking the cart about. Interesting to see how Nicholas York gets on. Of course, Nicholas York, who, as I said before, only just started in owner karting, but has been making big strides throughout the year so far, and only going to get better. He'll be starting from inside the top 10, but will we get going for the second time of asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Here we go. Sawyer Henderson gets the whole shot. He's into the lead of the race. I've just looked out of my commentary box, and I've also lost the front bumper, it seems like. So, issues there for one driver. We'll try and work out who's lost their bumper as they head through. But Sawyer Henderson leads the way. Arthur Murphy in second place. Here's the Micromaxes on your screen. So Oliver Brunt will be leading the way. Oh, move for the lead in the Honda 200s. Sawyer Henderson drops to second place, but that's because Arthur Murphy takes to the lead. But in the Micromaxes, Oliver Brunt leads the way. Looks like Mason Munster's trying to find his way through to get onto a podium spot. But in second place, looks like Rio Pinutio. As you'll can find through, Jensen Darlow is up into third, it looks like. But on the cadets, number 25, who lost his front nose cone. That was Albie Platt, so he'll be heading to the pit lane. And the number 52, Mason Becker, getting a warning flag, so he's going to try and calm down whatever he was doing. But you can see that Oliver Brunt leading the way. He's got a pretty big gap so far to the pack behind on your Honda screens. It's Sawyer Henderson who's still there in second place. But Arthur Murphy leads the way. And watch out for the driver in third place, Marcus Cooper, who we didn't see much in the first race, but now when he's at the sharp end, he's really showing up what he can do. But as I said, Oliver Brunt, he leads the way. Move for second place, it seemed like, between Goldie and Churchis. So Goldie gets up to second place. My apologies, no, Oscar Churchis gets up to second place. So that Birillard there, the sort of red and white cart, that is Goldie. Churchis, my apologies. And then Goldie is there in third place behind on the Kart Republic. Jensen Darlow in fourth. And Rio Pinutio drops to the fifth. But the Honda battle up at the front here, really spicing up. I mean, Arthur Murphy hasn't been able to pull a gap from Sawyer Henderson, who's there in second place. Sawyer just sticking in the slipstream, waiting for an opportunity to come about. He's got a good run going into Derek's corner, but he's just going to sit there and bide his time and wait for the timer to keep ticking down. And then when it gets to the final couple of laps, he might even have a look for a move, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we can't always predict everything that goes on in motorsport. This is a move for second place in the Micromaxes. On the inside, that looks like Adam Goldie, who gets past Oscar Churchis. In fact, Oscar Churchis really drops down to a fourth now because Jensen Darlow found his way through. And Mason Munster as well into fourth. So Goldie down to fifth. My apologies, Oscar Churchis down to fifth. God, I'm really getting my name muddled up here. But the Honda driver's up at the front. You can see him coming through the willow section down into Derek's corner. Arthur Murphy leads the way still. I mean, the top three haven't really changed, and I think Marcus Cooper's probably getting a bit annoyed here because he's thinking, right, can you make a move at some point? Because I want to try and make some more overtakes, but that's sort of the issue here. When you've got two cars in front of you, trying to make one move without sort of overshooting and then make contact with the other car, it's quite a hard task. So Marcus Cooper just thinking just to keep back, just watch what everyone else is doing. But Oliver Brunt hasn't got anyone to worry about in the Micromaxes. He's really extending his gap. He's about a 1.5 second gap to the drivers behind. Of course, Oscar Churchis, who's there in second place. My apologies, that's Adam Goldie. Still getting his names muddled up. I'll try and work him out at some point. So Goldie there in second place. Jensen Darlow, the 26, on that green and white car. He's there in third. Jensen Darlow, who was really strong last year, he's trying to carry that momentum into this year. And in the first couple rounds, had some pretty solid results, has to be said. Really high up in the championship is Jensen Darlow. Somebody to watch out for when it comes to the later stages of the race. Yellow flag's out in Derek's corner. Oh, driver off there. Looks like one of the Honda cadet drivers off. We'll have a look and see who that was. We'll wait until the time updates. It looks like Kean Doherty, who was really up there at the Honda 200 field. He was really high up there. in the race, but unfortunate one mistake, and he's put himself on the grass, and not much else he could really do. Brilliant shots here by the TNL Sports crew to provide us both races at the same time. Of course, these mixed grid races really are to capture every moment that goes on, but TNL Sports do what they do best. So the Micromax is there, Oliver Brunt. There he is on your screens at 99. Being ran by the Ben Maxton Driver Development Program. Ben Maxton, who was an ex-driver, now with a team manager. Has a really good setup with a bunch of drivers as the Stricken cart, shall we say, getting pushed off by the brilliant marshals, the brilliant Orange Army. There we are. Back at the Honda Cadets, though, Sawyer Henderson just can't find any gap for the time being. He'll stick behind Murphy for the time being, and I think Sawyer Henderson here just thinking more about the final result and not the heat result. Of course, would love to always get that win, but this is some good championship points that he can bring into at the end of the year. Jez Jensen Darlow on your screens. He's having a good battle with Rio Panutio. And just behind him is Mason Munster, who might be able to have a good opportunity. I say that Oscar Church has made a move on Mason Munster, but here's Panutio on the inside of Jensen Darlow. Makes a move stick. They head down the start-finish straight. And so the next lap round will be the final lap. And of course your two leaders are Arthur Murphy in Hondas and Oliver Brunt in the Micromaxes. So the pack we really need to watch out for is these top two here. Arthur Murphy versus Sawyer Henderson. What will Murphy do here? They head on to the final lap now. Will he defend? Yes, he does. This is going to open up the opportunity for Sawyer Henderson here. Can he win this first heat of the day? He's going to look on the inside on the final lap of this race, and he's going to get the move stick. Yes, he does. Sawyer Henderson, when it matters, into the lead of the race. Defends it into the bus stop. Really is going to try and cover up from Arthur Murphy now. Sawyer Henderson, who we haven't seen winning heat races that much. This may have been a first heat win for Sawyer Henderson, the driver who's with the RSR team. Has really been developing throughout last year and this year. And around the final couple of corners will come Sawyer Henderson if he can hold on to this win. And it's going to be side by side across the line actually. Oh, they made contact with each other. Now, I wonder if you saw that on the camera, but the top two there making contact, and Arthur Murphy takes it across the line. What a finish in the Honda 200 as Arthur Murphy takes a win by 0.02 of a second. Oh, pure disappointment really for Sawyer Henderson, who I thought had that win in the bag, but just came down to the wire. Jack White finishes up in third. Marcus Cooper into fourth. Now Becker rounds out your top five from George Quinlan, James Murphy, Keen Delaney from Alison Saunders, and George Pickett, who rounds out your top 10 in the Honda 200s. And of course, Oliver Brunt won in the Micromaxes. Adam Gouldy finished up in second place. Rio Petunio took that final spot on the podium from Jensen Darlow, and Oscar Churchis, who rounded out your top five. What a race that was when it came down to the wire. Those last laps really provided good action. I mean, not much can be said about the Micromaxes. Of course, Oliver Brunt pulled away at the start there and just kept extending that lead. Oliver Brunt really a driver to watch out for in these races. And of course, not just in this round, but the championship itself and the years down the line. The next race coming up now is the Inters. Of course, we'll have the mini Inters and the Walter Swift Inters. They'll be out together, and both classes providing brilliant action. Here's how the grid need to try and get my words out at some point. This is how the grid lines up. We'll let you have a look at the grid now, and we'll go through it just in a minute. So, of course, these drivers heading out onto circuit. Mini Inters you're seeing on your screens here. Regan Townsend will start from pole position. Otis Cleary alongside him. From Lewis Herbison and Oliver Barton. From Holly Smart, Louis Barker. From Archie Lee Bullock. From Teddy Higgs, Jackson Heath. And Toby Wortley. From Finley Bales, Edwin Munns. Alex Deniskis from Logan Baker. Jack Charles Bailey and George House will start from pole position in the Miami Wartsworth Inters. He'll be joined alongside by Dan Ferguson. But let's see how the Mini Max get away. Full start for the first time. So they'll have to go around once again. Some people like to call it the Mini Inters. I tend to call it the Mini Max. So they'll go around once again. Otis Cleary, as we said, had a brilliant first heat. Really conserved that victory. As we said, he really dialed in that car. These past couple of months, been working really hard to develop the chassis, and is in a brilliant spot at the moment. A bright star in the future is Otis Cleary. Of course, Ream Townsend tried to follow the footsteps of his father, Gary Townsend, who you may have seen as a driver in the Civic Cup Championship. Done some bits and bobs with the T-Shot UK series as well. Of course, loves his car racing, as well as Rian Townsend, who's hopefully going to be looking to follow up in those footsteps. Let's see how they get on as they head down the start-finish line, down into turn 1, into Stowe Corner. Rian Townsend gets the whole shot, gets past Otis Cleary. Oliver Barton tries to hold on to third place, but Lewis Herbison gets the better of him. They come flying through. One driver pulling off near the back of the field. That's one of the MS carts. Wait and see who that is when they come round to finish first lap. Of course, no overtaking for the Miami Wartsworth Inters now into turn 1. And now they can start racing as they exit the Willow section. But at the front in the Mini Maxes is still Otis Cleary, who, of course, had a brilliant start in the first heat and managed to pull a gap. Rian Townsend knows what he can do, and he knows what pace he has. Does not want to make the same in this second heat. Townsend knows that once Cleary gets the opportunity to pull away, he just goes for it. So Townsend really got to try and put the laps in now, try and close in the margin, try and make a way, try and find a way past. But this race is far from over. 6 minutes left on the clock. On your small screens there is George House, who leads the Miami Wartsworth Inters. Of course, we said before, George House, a really competitive driver in the Wartswifts. Someone to watch out for in the years to come as well. Of course, this paddock is full of astonishing drivers. Of course, every big driver always started off in karting. Of course, you may have seen a Netflix series that involved Lewis Hamilton on one of the episodes, and if you watch some of the footage of when he was going around kart tracks, most of the footage was actually filmed here at the Kimbolton Circuit. This Kimbolton Circuit holding a lot of heritage, and of course keeping that heritage here. Of course, we have the Dan Weldon corner here. That was named after Dan Weldon, the very experienced IndyCar driver, and of course won the Indy 500 before losing his life in 2012 in a crash in the IndyCar series. And of course, Derek's corner, named after Derek Warwick, who was a very, very strong driver in all categories. He was a driver who would always pick and choose what he wanted to do. Had a wide variety of cars that he drove, but was very quick in each one of them. And say, as they come through once again, George House leads the way. He's going into turn 1 now. The Mini-Max is heading into the final sector. Just say some issues at the start there in the Wartsworth Inters for Daniel Ferguson, who's down at the back of the field and quite far off the other drivers. But Otis Cleary still leads the way. He's pulled a bit of a good margin now. Of course, has the fastest lap of the race, but a 1.5 second gap, that's enough to keep him up there at the sharp end. Rian Townsend in second place. Lewis Herbison into third. Stuart Herbson, I have to say, one of the quicker drivers out on circuit, and you can see on your screens here, slowly closing in on Ryan Townsend here. So these podium spots, not all finished yet. Of course, Otis Cleary might have this lead settled and in the bag, but the battles for second and third will still rage on. Townsend in second place, Herbson in third. Oliver Barton, who really lost out in that first heat, just didn't seem to have the pace, but of course the mechanics will try and make some slight tweaks to the setup to help out with the pace. Of course, there's a driver that went off on that first lap. That's Jack Charles Bailey, the driver who's with the Jack Dex Racing team. Had issues on the first lap, exiting that first corner. Just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Townsend there in second place with the Zip Kart team. Herbson in third. And Oliver Barton there in fourth. Of course, we've seen Oliver Barton has the pace to be up there at the front, and he's won rounds around here before at the middle point of last year. Of course, joined the Killix team, a new team to the sport, it has to be said. Mainly managed by Ben Folland, who of course was who used to race with us at the Kimbolton circuit. Was with the Tooley Motorsport team, then obviously moved off to a mechanic, and now a team manager. 2 minutes left on the clock. You can see here Herbson, it may not seem like much, but he's slowly closing in on Townsend, and the closer he'll get to Townsend, the more slipstream effect he'll get. And of course, the more they start battling, the more it's going to give the opportunity for Oliver Barton to get through, and that's then it's going to give the opportunity for Ronnie Smart, who's there in sixth place. He's having a good battle with Louis Barker, who of course is racing with the Jenkins Racing team. Of course, the driver who started all that was Olivia Jenkins, who was a quick TKM Extreme driver. A minute left on the clock. You can see here the battle for second place in the Watersworth Inters is still going on. Now that's between Jonathan Stewart and Archie Stewart, so the two brothers having a good battle, it has to be said, and they've got to watch out because of course they're teammates and they're brothers, so they'll be travelling in the same car home together, and they don't want to be spending that drive back arguing. So yeah, the time still ticking down. I think we're going to get about 2 laps left, not including this one, so we'll be going on to the penultimate lap shortly. As we said, look at Herbison, he's slowly closing in now. Ten seconds left on the clock. Now they're going to be catching up to Dan Ferguson shortly, who of course seems to be having some issues because he just doesn't seem to have the pace that he once had in the first heat. Otis Cleary has cleared Ferguson, and he's off and away. That 22 kart there, the right kart chassis. He will now head on to the final lap of the race shortly. George House has been pretty much dominant in the Watersworth Inters. There he is on your screens. Of course, finished up really high in the O plate earlier this month. As well as this, someone to watch out for in those British Kart Championships, and you'll see him back here at the Kimbolton circuit in a few months' time for that British Kart Championships round. Round the final corner comes George House. He will start his final lap of the race, but the man we need to watch out for is the number 22 in the Mini Maxes. It's going to be Otis Cleary. He will come round the final corner. There he is. What a gap he's got to the drivers behind. He will take the win in the second heat of the Mini Maxes. Very strong drive from Otis Cleary. Townsend finished up in second place. The battle really was between third and fourth there. Herberson nearly losing his podium spot to Oliver Barton there, who finished up in fourth place. And then it was Louis Barker who finished up in fifth. Ronnie Smart in sixth from Archie Lee Bullock and Jackson Heath, Finley Bills and Teddy Higgs. And now in the Iron Water Swift, the second heat of the day. It's going the same way as it did in the first heat, with George House, who takes victory in the second heat. Of course, the battle for second place was still raging on, and Jonathan Stewart finishes up in second place. Archie Stewart, his brother, finished up in third, from Joseph Davis and Dan Ferguson, who of course seems to be having issues in that second heat. But some brilliant racing throughout the field there between both classes. Of course, that is our cadet heats finished. Soon we'll now be heading on to a junior X30. Of course, George Edgar, who won that first heat, he'll be starting from first for the second heat, and he'll be hoping to do the same. He'll be hoping to get the same result as he once did in the first heat. Junior X30's out on circuit. They'll be going around for their formation lap. Really interesting to see, actually. The sun has disappeared, which is not ideal. We'd love for a bit of sunshine, but this is slowly starting to lead into the time frame where the rain was looking to come. Will the rain gods bless us today or not? We'll have to wait and see. But of course, George Edgar will be starting from pole position. Nat Johnson, who finished up in second place in that first heat, will be starting from second. Smiley Kira in third, from Jacob Batchelor, Alex Dodd, Maisie Creed, Alex Wiley, Harley Muss, Zach McDonald, who will be trying to fight his way through again. Finney Allen, Adam Bourne, Oliver Meek, Josh Bryan, Tommy Barabic, James Baffith and Evan Higgins. Let's see how they line up as they come around the down the start finish straight down into turn one. Watch out for Nat Johnson, who tries to go round the outside of George Edgar. Can he make it done? No, it was so close, but he's actually getting forced wide there. He's going to drop down to about fifth actually for Nat Johnson. Jacob Batchelor up into fourth, and it's Alex Dodd who's there in third. Watch out for Alex Dodd on these first couple of laps. Really aggressive, and was really quick off the bat in that first heat. So we'll see how he gets on. Smiley Kira, someone to watch out for. Could she be the first female to win in June X30 this year? We'll have to wait and see. Here comes the mid for the lead. Oh, he had a look. She had a look, but it just wasn't enough. George Edgar still holds on to lead this race as they head down to finish the first lap. Look at them all as they come down into turn one. No one has pulled away from anyone in this race. This race is far from over. Smiley Kira there in second place. Now really has to try and make a move on the inside of George Edgar. Look how late George Edgar is on those brakes. They file through. Jacob Batchelor's there in third. He's trying to find a way through. But it's really all about Smiley Kira. What can Kira do? Of course, he's got to try and make a move before George Edgar pulls away, because we know Edgar has pace. Look at the move from Smiley Kira there. That was super late on those brakes. Jacob Batchelor makes it into second place as well. George Edgar now having to try and battle his way through. Round the outside of the double! What? There is no way of just... What? Six? The number 6 there, George Edgar. Double move round the outside. That has to be the overtake of the day. Unbelievable here for the number 6, George Edgar. That's why the UK selected him to race at the FIA Motorsport Games. That's why he's a winner, a champion. My word, George Edgar, where on earth did he find that from? He come down the start-finish straight once again. And it seems like George Edgar here has a bit of a gap already. Jacob Batchelor goes for the move on second place. Gets down the inside. Kira just has to sit there and follow through. Mason Creed getting pushed a bit wide there. That was because Zach McDonald's coming through as well. Watch out for Zach McDonald here. The rising star in the karting scene. Alex Dodds is getting overtaken by Zach McDonald, but can't get the move done. Alex Dodds goes round the outside. Of course, Zach McDonald, one of the Sky F1 Junior drivers. But I have to say, George Edgar, what a move that was. Really came out of nowhere. And that is the best way to face off your opponents. Catch them out, catch them off guard when they're not really expecting it. Seemed like Somali Kira there was really focused on trying to keep Batchelor at bay. Completely forgot about George Edgar, who absolutely launched it from a mile away. There's that McDonald on your screens. He's there in 5th place. He was in 5th, now he's in 6th. Alex Dodds having a good battle with Mr. McDonald as they come through the Dan Weldon complex down into Kesher Corner, into the final corner. These couple of corners really nice flowing section, but hard to get right. When you do get it right, though, it gives you this nice run down the start-finish straight, down into turn 1, of course, sector 1. A really flowing section. We'll watch this mid-pack come flying through. Harley Musk is in there as well. He's having a good battle with Zach McDonald. Of course, Macy Creed there, another female driver, who is looking to show off against the boys here. Macy Creed, who hasn't been here to the Kimbolton circuit much. Of course, is she's going to be working as hard as possible to prepare ourselves for the British Kart Championships later this weekend. Now, the yellow flags are out because of a driver that's in the barrier at the exit of turn 3. Now, that is Max Lockie, who sort of lost it through turn 3 and sent himself into the barrier. You'll see him there for a moment there, standing out of the kart, so you know he's okay. He's now walking away from the scene, so good to see that from Max Lockie, but he will have to retire from the race. There he is on your screens. We head down the start-finish straight once again. A couple moves going on near the back of the field. That was Adam Bourne trying to find a way past on the driver, but of course, yellow flags out in this sector, so they can't overtake. So, of course, the first 3 corners here through that yellow flag sectors. So George Edgar here still leads the way after that superb move with Jacob Batchelor and Smiley Kira, 2nd and 3rd. Battle for 2nd still raging on, it has to be said. Nat Johnson, who was thereabouts in the first race, of course finished up 2nd. He's trying to work out how he can get back onto that podium spot. Harley Musk getting pushed a bit wide there. That's by Alex Wiley, and then Zach McDonald finding his way through as well. Samani Kira, of course, running the 44. And I remember her in an interview actually getting asked, well, why are you using number 44? And it's because of her idol being, of course, Lewis Hamilton. So trying to emulate his success, not just in karting, but of course through the ranks. But definitely Smiley Kira, someone to watch out for in the near future. Of course, these drivers, oh, look at that from Nat Johnson. Had a look to the inside, couldn't get it done, so went round the outside. And will he try and hold it? Oh, that was close to number 15 there. Nat Johnson had a think about it, but just couldn't get it done. Smiley Kira, the number 44 there, filing through Derek's corner. You can see Nat Johnson there clavering the curbs. That's not really going to help him with that straight line speed. Jacob Batchelor in 2nd place. Now, of course, they come filing through. Down the start, finish straight. Going on to the last lap now. So if Nat Johnson wants to find a podium spot, he's got to make the move now. Goes to the outside, now he'll cut to the inside, can't get the move. Done and sealed, so he's going to have to try again into the chicane. He thinks better of it because, of course, we saw in that first heat, he tried to make a move down there and he overshot it and nearly went off at Derek's corner. So he's, if he's going to make a move now, it'll be in the last sector of the circuit. Of course, these last two corners, really good overtake opportunities. Well, watch how they get on. I think Nat Johnson is going to get the run at the final corner. No, he doesn't, but George Edgar will take the win after an astonishing overtake, has to be said. 2 round the outside to turn 1, never really been seen before. But George Edgar does the unseen, does the unthinkable, takes the win from Jacob Batchelor in second place. Of course, it was close between Kira and Nat Johnston, but Johnson finishes up in 4th. Kira takes that final podium spot. Of course, at McDonald, brilliant drive, finished up in the top 5. That was setting up nicely for the final. Macy Creed in 6th. Of course, Alex Wiley finished up in 7th place from Harley Musk in 8th. And unfortunate there for Max Locke, who had that collision with the barrier, and that sent him off. So once again, those battles all the way through that Junior X30 race. Of course, that's another reason why Junior X30 is one of the most exciting categories out here on circuit. But now, getting ready for the big boys, it's the KZ time. So karts back out on the circuit. It's KZ time here for the second heat of their class. Of course, Timo Youngland, who took a very dominant victory there in the first heat. Of course, a driver who competes in the World Karting Championships with the Sodi factory team. He'll be starting from pole position once again. Daniel Sabula, who was our champion from last year, he'll be starting. He will be starting from 4th place. But my question is, where is Ella Stevens? Ella Stevens was supposed to be starting from pole position. She's quite far down the field, it has to be said, so she'll have to try and work her way around. I'll just be right for not looking at the timing screens there, but of course, yeah. Ella Stevens, who of course set a brilliant time in qualifying, and that she'll be starting first for both of the races. Timo Youngling, of course, in 2nd place. Ryan Green in 3rd. Hal Lang in 5th. From Lucas Ellingham, Ralph Youngling, James Beecroft from Bailey Rugglesford and Jessica Edgar. From Leah Robinson, Bea Phillips from George Barker, Bradley Calder, Nino Piccoli from James Harvey, Miles Fukusimasis from Jake Baker, William Ash, Simon Harris, Stephen Loggin, and Edgar Miskus, who's had the issue in the first heat, had to unfortunately retire. Drivers now filing up on the grid. Of course, they have the 2 formation laps. That's more of a safety procedure to make sure they have enough tyre temperature in the tyres. Of course, does take a lot of effort for these KZ drivers to get those tyres warmed up. You can hear the revs rising. You can see some of the drivers there using the hands, trying to keep the kart rolling. Of course, these direct drive karts, not easy to keep them going. But let's get ready to go racing then for the second heat in KZ UK. 1 light on the board, 2 light, 3 lights, 4 lights run upon us. And it's lights out, and away we go. Let's see how Ella Stevens gets on. Oh no, yet again, an horrible start for Ella Stevens. Timo Youngling gets the whole shot once again. As they fly into turn one. Oh, good contact there. That was between Riddleford and Bure Phillips, and that caused a couple other drivers to get involved with that. Jessica Edgar and Leah Robertson really in the thick of it. But Timo Youngling leads the way. The number 5 kart there. 15 kart, my apologies, as they enter into a Dan Weldon corner. Ella Stevens there in second place, who had a pretty consistent drive in the first heat. And Ryan Green up in third. I don't really spoke much about Ryan Green in the first heat. Of course, finished up in third. But really been a quiet day so far for Ryan Green. Of course, Lucas Dunningham there in fourth. He'll be trying to chase down Green for that final podium spot. And right behind is James Beecroft, who I have to say has been having a pretty good time in the KZ cars, as we said, of course, last year and this year. Really been up there at the front. Of course, some issues here and there has sort of set him off where he really should be pace-wise. Hannah Lang having a good race as well. She's up into 6th place. Hannah Lang had a lot of issues last year, it has to be said. We just couldn't get that kart dialed in, but it seems like it's all coming together now. But look here then, right then. Ella Stevens, who in the first heat did not have the pace against Timo Youngling, is right on the back now of Mr. Youngling. Could this be a lead change in the laps to come? Ella Stevens, we know, very quick round this circuit. And here we go into turn one. Oh, Timo Youngling went very defensive, really trying to cover off from Ella Stevens. But this is a battle against the ages. Of course, Timo Youngling competes at the front end in one of the hardest championships in karting could ever offer. Ella Stevens at the front of the British Championships. This is a national driver versus the international driver. Of course, both the drivers not having most time in KZ kart, and of course this is Ella Stevens' second year in the KZ kart. This is Timo Youngling's first year. And look at this could be on the inside. Ella Stevens to the lead, past Timo Youngling. The number 5 gets past the 15, and into the race goes Ella Stevens, the female sensation for that Birrell Art kart with the Jade Racing team. Now has got to fight it up and defend from Timo Youngling on that Sodi kart for the factory team. He knows every trick in the book about driving one of these Sodi karts. And the battle for third isn't over just yet. Luke Sellingham is right on the back of Ryan Green. This could be a move for third, but we need to watch this battle at the front. Just under 4 minutes left, plus an additional lap. Ella Stevens now leads the way, who a couple laps ago closing a hell of a lot of time on Timo Youngling. But Ella Stevens, who was 5th in the British Championship last year, has so much talent to prove. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Ella Stevens here, slowly pulling a bit of a margin here. The number E plate could have an opportunity here. Oh, spinner off there. That looks like Bure Phillips, who's had issues there. Of course, that last corner, really hard section to exit out of. Of course, you don't want to spin the wheels a bit too much, so you lose the rear of the car. That looks like what sort of happened to Bure Phillips. I don't know if it was forced into that or not, but if it was, then we'll let the stewards sort that one out. Of course, these stewards gave a bit of action there. Oh, that was close between Edegum and Ryan Green. Edegum gets past Green, but they were bumper to bumper as they exited the corner. And you can see that Edegum already got a bit of a margin. We'll focus in on these two. Will Ryan Green be able to fight back? Not for the time being. Oh, he went really deep into Dan Weldon. But up at the front with the top two here, it just seems like Ella Stevens is pulling a bit of a margin so far. Of course, Lucas Ellingham will be trying to close in. But looking at the times, it just seems like Ellingham doesn't have the pace for the top two. Ellingham's fastest lap of 35.6 compared to Younglings and Stevens, who are in the 0.3 and 0.2. So a 3 to 4 tenth gap between Ellingham and the two in front, and that's just on pace-wise. The time difference is already looking about over a second and a second half. My apologies, nearly 2 seconds between third and second. So really no real opportunity for Ellingham in case obviously these two collide at the front, which, oh, speaking of collision there, that looked like the 72 of Beecroft spinning off Jessica Edgar. So as one Edgar brother does well and wins a race, the other sister not having the best of luck out there on the circuit. That looked like a real issue for Jessica Edgar. And it doesn't look like she's got the kart going, so she might just have to retire from the race. There is the kart beached on the outside of the final corner. Now, of course, it looked like she was having a battle with either Bale Riggsford or James Beecroft. But, of course, we'll let the stewards decide on what happens there. Of course, some of these incidents can be seen as a racing incident, and it's just, one of them things that happen. Some do get taken further. Of course, now this means no overtaking in the last couple of corners. So if anyone wants to make an overtaking opportunity, it's got to be in the first and second sector. Ella Stevens leading the way, has the fastest lap of the race. But Timo Youngling just can't find any pace. What has happened to the pace that he had in the first heat? He's either lost pace or Ella Stevens has found a lot of pace in setup. Heading down into the yellow flag sector now, so no overtaking from this point onwards. Ella Stevens now heads onto the final tour of the circuit, the last lap of the circuit for the second heat of the KZ UK Series. The E-plate there on your screen. So all she really has to do is defend off into this corner, the Dan Weldon corner, and she's pretty much got this sealed and done. Of course, they're going to be entering that yellow flag sector any second now. There's the yellow flag on your screen. So by this point, no more overtaking. So Ella Stevens files through the final couple of corners now. Will try and dodge Jessica Edgar's kart, who's sat there on the edge of the final corner. And Ella Stevens will take the win in the second heat for KZ UK. Timo Youngling, consistent drive, finished up in second place. Ellingham just about finishes up in third against Ryan Green. Hannah Lang rounds out your top 5. Ralph Youngling finished up in 6th, from Benny Riggsford in 7th. Then there was James Beecroft and Leah Robertson from Daniel Sabula, who rounds out the top 10. You can see the rest of the battles going on a bit further down your screens. Picolio and Jake Baker from Vilnius Smutters finishes up in 16th. And of course, your retirees, Bure Phillips, Jessica Edgar, and Stephen Loggin. So really unfortunate for Bure Phillips, who had that spin earlier off in the race. Unfortunately, has had to lead to retirement. So an issue a bit further than what I expected. So of course that was a brilliant race for KZ UK. Of course, some of the fastest karts we have here at the circuit. And as one senior category finishes, we'll be heading over to our next senior category. This is the Rotax 177s. Of course, the TNL Sport crew providing brilliant shots like this. Of course, showing the starting grid for the Rotax 177s, the second heat of their day. Liam Ferguson will start from pole position. Scott Cleat alongside Molly Goodyear and Lucas Theo from Jimmy Galloway, and Nathan Chafer from Scott Smith, Ben Hitch Adam Clark from Toby Case, Alfie Bray from Alex Jones. There was David German from Gavin Petty. Matt Lear, Adrian Williams from Stavros and Daniel Walker. Really going to be interested to see what Adrian Ngwa gets up to from quite far down the field, as we said, in just past the top 15. Jake Bradfield and Jake Biggerstaff from Sam Yackley, Jack Sweetin, Colin Walker, Matt Wardell, Andy Chellery, Theo Stamlis and Ollie Hancock, who was up at the front of the field and obviously had that collision with Adriel. Of course, these are the results from the first heat of the day. Of course, the first heat where you finish is where you start for the second heat. And it's going to be a very exciting race indeed. Of course, Ollie Goodyear was one to watch out for. He was very quick at the opening and closing stages of that first heat. You see all the drivers here slowing down, getting ready to hopefully get going for the first time of Arskin as they head through Kestrel Corner. Now the car's not really fired up just yet. So head round the final corner. Liam Ferguson there. Alongside him is Scott Clee. Scott Clee, a very quick driver. Let's see how they get on down the start-finish straight. We go racing for the first time of Asking into turn one. Liam Ferguson covers off the inside line. Watch out for Nathan Chafer. Round the outside. Can't get the move done. He drops to second place. But Nathan Chafer there trying to... driver off there. That like David German, who went off into a spin, collected the tyre wall and got that going pretty comfortably, it had to be said. Nathan Chafer, though, who tried to copy that Edgar move from the races previous, just couldn't get the move done. Of course, no, Nathan Chafer, a driver who knows how to make overtakes, can get his elbows out when he needs to. But let's see how he fares against the drivers behind him, because Lucas Theo is really tussling now with Chafer. This battle for second is not finished just yet. Chafer thought he had it all sealed and done, but Lucas Theo has thought, no mate, you're not going to get away with this one. On the inside goes Lucas Theo on Nathan Chafer, gets that move done. Chafer drops to third. Scott Clee there in fourth, and a pretty strong field of drivers behind as well. We've got drivers such as, Ollie Goodyear, Jimmy Galloway, Ben Hitch as well, Alex Jones. All drivers who are very capable of winning this race, getting on that podium. So really anyone's game. Look at Scott Clee on the inside. Jimmy Galloway goes even harder on Ollie Goodyear. Gets that move done. Moves all throughout this racing. This is why Rotax 177s is probably one of the most exciting races out there. Because these drivers do love to get their elbows out. They will do anything to make up a position. So of course, Lucas Theo there in second place. He's in front of Nathan Chafer. They file through once again. The Namwelnan Complex. Jimmy Galloway there in fourth. Scott Clee dropped to fifth. And Ollie Goodyear just waiting for buying his time. Oh, who's that making a move on Ollie Goodyear? That looked like Ben Hitch, who was really strong in that first race. He's going to try and keep that up for the second race as well. Ben Hitch now having to defend from Ollie Goodyear. Feels like he's being pressured by Goodyear once again, but manages to pull that gap. Of course, there is Jimmy Galloway on your screens, with Scott Clee just behind. A gap 1.1 seconds between Galloway and Chafer. But loads of action so far in this race, and it's only going to get better from here. Of course, just above 4 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. The number 21 getting a warning. That's Jack Sweetin, who's a bit further down the field, but the shoe is not watching everyone here. Very surprising to see though that Nathan Chafer just hasn't got past Lucas Theo just yet. Of course, we saw Chafer, he was a very quick driver in that first heat, managed to drive through most of the field, but just doesn't seem to have the pace at the start of this race. Sort of stuck behind Lucas Theo for the time being. Fastest lap goes to Scott Clee. Well, was to Scott Clee, now Liam Ferguson. Back down to Jimmy Galloway. So looks like everyone wants a bit of the pie here with his fastest lap. Currently Jimmy Galloway eating away at it. He's got 41.6. And that will do him nicely. As I said, 3 minutes left on the clock. It just seems like Nathan Chafer here just struggling through the corners. You saw Nathan through that well in corner, just really taking his time. It doesn't seem like that car is proper dialed up. Really giving him what he wants. Of course, each driver will set up the kart differently depending on their preference and what they like and don't like. Jimmy Galloway having a look behind. He sees Scott Clears there. He's right on his bumper, but seems like them two are just going to try and work together to try and catch up to Chafer, who's in front. At the front here, though, here is Liam Ferguson, who really we haven't spoken about much because there isn't much to speak about him, really. He's just out enjoying the sunshine. He's leading the way. 2 minutes to go on the clock. And all this battling behind with Fear and Chafer is just going to give him more opportunities to pull away. Of course, the drivers to watch out for Adriel Ungwa. He was starting 19th on the grid, now up to 8th. So watch out for the number 35. Of course, sort of orange and black livery of the Precision Racing squad. Another lap completed here. Linus Ferguson still leading the way. Of course, Liam Ferguson's raced here for many, many years, as we said. All throughout juniors and the senior Rotaxes, and now obviously in the 177s. But his battle for second is still on, or is it? Because it just doesn't seem like Chafer's got the pace compared to Lucas Theo. Lucas seems to keep pulling away at him. And Chafer might need to watch out in the laps to come, because Galloway and Scott Clee are both putting in really consistent laps. And the fastest lap actually goes to Adriel Ngwa. He's the only driver in the 41.3. He's lapping 3 tenths faster than the rest of the field. So Adriel Ngwa is on an absolute mission at the moment. Of course, we said Jimmy Galloway there in 4th. He did have the fastest lap for a time being, but he's lapping a 10th quicker than the drivers in front. So really, it does all come down to these tenths of a second here that can really make or break a good result for your heat race. Of course, the heat races aren't the final, so you're not going to win any trophies. So still no point making silly moves or trying to push that bit more, just to try and get a bit more out of the kart. I think Galloway will be pretty happy where he is right now. Puts him up into a good place for the start of the final, as well as Scott Clee. I think that's probably why those two aren't sort of battling each other. They're thinking more about that final result. So last lap board is out. There's Adriel Ngwa on the back of Ben Hitch. That's about for 6th place. But at the front of the field, Liam Ferguson still leads the way. There's Jimmy Galloway and Scott Clee on your screens. Look how much they close in now on Nathan Chafer, who's there in 3rd place. Nathan Chafer, these last few laps, has really struggled to keep putting in the laps in. Big issues with Nathan Chafer. Really surprising, because I thought he would have a good opportunity against Lucas Theo, but just hasn't been able to prove it. This man at the front, though, Liam Ferguson, has been on an absolute mission so far. Dominant drives for the time being. And up into first, Liam Ferguson. Liam Ferguson wins the second heat for 177s. Looks like Lucas Fia there, happy with that result in second place. Nathan Chafer to third. Of course, Jimmy Galloway and Scott Clee both had really good opportunity for that final podium spot, but just couldn't get it done in the end. Of course, Ben Hitch finishes up in sixth place. Adrian Ungwa in seventh from Goodyear, and Adam Clark from Toby Case, Alex Jones, Scott Smith, Alfie Bray from Matt Lear, Sam Yaxley from Gavin Petty, who has like your top 16 drivers. And seems like Ollie Hancock didn't actually get to start the race, so that seems like Ollie Hancock might be out for the rest of today. Of course, with the driver going over the top of his head. May have caused some further issues. But of course, those Rotaxes all 1-speed. We're going to get into some gearbox karting now. Back to the 210 challenge. It's their third heat as they head out on circuit. Of course, these 210 nationals getting the opportunity for 2 formation laps. Russell Hopes will start from pole position from Ray Slow. And Stuart Henry from Anthony Cox, Neil Hancock, John Hutton from Shane Cox, Tony Berry from Robert Perkins, from Thomas Stone, Malcolm Caddick from Paul Fowler, Jacob School, Dan Burry from Peter Mason, Oliver Shelley from Michael Owen, Mark Shepherd, Leon Fleet, who we hope sort out that issue in the first heat, or second heat, my apologies. He'll be joined by William Shelley and David Smith, and Jack Perkins will be on the final row of the grid. Of course, most of these drivers taking it easy. Just want to make sure they can get round for the formation lap. See a couple of drivers going really slowly there. Is that anything to do with any mechanical issues, or is that just taking their time to get going round to the grid? Of course, these are standing starts for these drivers, so they'll line up and get ready to go racing shortly. So as we said, Russell Hopes and Ray Slow will be on your front row. Of course, drivers to watch out for. Robert Perkins, the O plate, he'll be starting around the top 10. Of course, Tony Burry as well. Dan Burry, who's the number 1 plate, he won the second heat. He started a bit further down the field. And of course, Leo Sifley, who's a really quick driver indeed, at 86. He'll be starting near the back of the pack, so he's got some work to do. You can hear when all the cars start to file up, because these engines love to scream. Of course, like we said, really cool modifications to some of these cars. You can see some of them with massive rear spoilers, some of the front spoilers as well. Lights on the gantry then. 4 lights are upon us. As lights out and away we go. Let's see how they get on as they head down into turn 1. You can smell them as they get going, because all the smoke that kicks up. Lovely to see. The number 7, Russell Hope, still holds on to the lead, it seems like, as they file through the first couple of corners. They all file down into downwind and complex. Who is that making looking for a move? That's the O plate. That's Robert Perkins, who started very far down the field, as we said. Had a really solid start there. 44, Anthony Cox, it seems like, who's leading the way. 44 might be 48, my apologies. Tony Beery, who has to come around the final corners, will lead for the first lap, or will he? Because look on the outside, the O-plate driver coming through, Robert Perkins. Will he get the move done going around in the outside into turn 1? No, he doesn't, but he'll go on the cutback. The O-plate, will he make it going into the inside of turn 2? Yes, he does. Brilliant stuff there. You can see the size difference really between the O-plate and the 48. So two complete different chassis, two different bodyworks as well. Sort of like watching a game of watching an episode of Tom and Jerry, the way they'll chase each other around. Driver for the last corner. Have a look and see who that is as they come through. That might be Shane Cox, who's had some issues there. May also be Ray Sloan, who didn't come through after that first lap. Robert Perkins leads the way. Tony Berry in second place from Stuart Henry in third. Paul Fowler in fourth from Thomas Stone in fifth from Dan Berry. And Leon Sivlet, who's already up to seventh place, made up 12 places at the start of that first lap. But here is the play on your screens. The man who leads the way, Robert Perkins, of course, setting that fastest lap of the race, 41.94. Oh, couple moves there. That looked very close between the number 5 and the number 8 there. That was Paul Fowler who made it past Stuart Henry on that last lap. Stuart Henry drops to 4th. Couple moves going on here. That was like the number 1, Dan Berry. Made a move on the inside of Stuart Henry. I don't know, my apologies. He didn't make the move stick. He got past Leon Sifley on that last lap. Dan Berry now trying to get past number 5 and number 8. There's number 5 on your screens, Paul Fowler, who has been really consistent throughout the day, it has to be said. Of course, results from the first and second heat, they'll accumulate with the results from third heat, and then they'll set your grid position for the final. We come through to the start-finish line once again. They finish another lap, another tour of the circuit. Over 4 minutes left to tour in this race, plus that additional lap. But this battle out front between the number 5 and the number 8 really kick it off, and it's going to give the number 1, Dan Berry, the opportunity to try and make up some more moves. Of course, with 48 now, dropping to 3rd. That allows Paul Fowler to get into 2nd place. Of course, they can't overtake in this sector of the track because of those yellow flags. Of course, that's because of that car who's stricken at the final corner. There's also another car off. That's Thomas Stone. There he is on your screens. You can just see him standing up there. Oh, moves throughout the field. That like Sifley got down the inside of Dan Berry into turn 1. That is the move for 4th place. They are down once again into Dan Weldon, number 48. Tony Berry. Bit of brotherly love here between the two Berries. Dan Berry now with his brother Tony. Of course, Robert Perkins has absolutely gapped the field. 7-second gap already from the drivers behind. Was 7 seconds on that last lap around, make it 8.9 seconds as they fire through once again. Now then, seems to be some sort of bodywork damage. That 86, you can see one of the side pods there sticking up quite a bit on the left side of that 86 car. It'll be on your right side as they enter into the Dan Weldon complex. You can see it's sort of angled. I wonder what's happened there. Of course, Paul Fowler, who's in 2nd place, that number 5 car on your screens. He'll be trying to catch up to Perkins, but Perkins' pace is unbelievable. It means already nearly an 11-second gap between the two, and they're only halfway through the race. Heading into closing stages now. Move for 2nd place. That was a strong pass from Leon Sifley, who got past Paul Fowler on that lap. In that first sector as well. Got the speed coming out the first corner, and just thought, hell yeah, we'll just send it into the 2nd corner. Better late than never in karting. Of course, always a good opportunity to make a move and catch your opponents off guard. Of course, we've seen that today in some of the other categories where moves have been made and the other driver who's getting overtaken does not expect it whatsoever. So then, the 86 now in 2nd place. You'd think he's leading the race, but Royal Perkins has that much of a gap, you can't even see him anywhere. 50 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap. Of course, Perkins, that's the fastest lap. Only by 0.3 of a second. And that's what separates the pace between Perkins and Sifley. Up 17 places is the 86, that's in second place. Started up in 19th. Currently in second place. It's battle for third going on between Paul Fowler and Dan Berry. This is going to be one to watch out for the remainder of this race. Look on the inside. Oh, that got ever so close between the two there. Very smart thinking there by the number 1 Dan Berry to back off and wait for another opportunity. That could nearly ended very wrong there. And it seems like another driver has pulled off as well. And we've lost Anthony Cox and John Hutton on those last 3 laps. But up at the front, Royal Perkins leads the way. This is the driver who's second at the moment, Leon Sefley. And in third is still Paul Fowler, but that one got very close. The lap previous between Dan Berry and Paul Fowler. As she said, last lap of the race. Some drivers heading their way around for the final time before the finals here. And it's been brilliant. It has been brilliant to have the 210 Nationals here. It has to be said. These drivers providing brilliant action. Of course, Rob Perkins has crossed the line, so he's won the third heat for the 210 challenge. Of course, Leon Sifley finished up in second place. Paul Fowler in third from Dan Berry and Tony Berry. Stuart Henry from Jack Perkins, from Peter Messon and Russell Holtz, from Neil Hancock and David Smith, from Oliver Shelley, Michael Owen and Mark Shepherd and William Shelley. Well, those are your top 15 drivers and the 15 that actually finished the race, because we lost John Hutton, Anthony Cox, Thomas Stone, Ray Sloan, Shane Cox, Malcolm Caddick and David School. Those two didn't even start the race, but the others DNF throughout the race, so managed to start it but didn't manage to finish it. What a race that was to round off the heats in the 210 challenge. Of course, not all the heats are over. We've still got the senior X30s, of course the TKM Extremes, and then we'll go into our Rotaxes. Of course, the next race coming up will be senior X30s. We'll take a look at the senior X30 starting grid. Of course, Harrison Mackie will be starting from pole position. Tristan Powell alongside Hayden Eldridge from Josh Agenbar, Jensen Pugh and Jack Dan from Noah Olpson, Monty Breathway from Chris Bingham and Jack Stewart from Zach Welland, Kate Ashman from Oliver Harris, Isaac Marsh from Harrison Morrow from Peter Jurovich, Jack Chris from Lucian Joyce, Max Anderson from Jessica Fitchell, Henry Rollins Hart, Aaron Lask, Josh Jones, Alfie O'Brien and James Reynolds rounds out your grid of drivers. Of course, those were the results from the heat previously. Of course, where they finished in the first heat will be where they start for the second heat. Drivers now being let out on circuit. The air temperature at the moment is still 21 degrees, so pretty hot out on circuit. Of course, looking at the weather today, there was a small opportunity of rainfall, but I don't think we're going to get that today. So, of course, you'll see there the drivers using this lap to get those tyres warmed up. Of course, the second they get on circuit, those tyres will be ice cold, and it's their job on this formation lap to warm the tyres up, make sure they have enough temperature so when they go flying into turn one, they don't brake and just go straight on, as we have seen that happen before in these starts. Of course, Aidan Eldridge was someone really to watch out for in that first heat, because he kept Harrison Mackie at bay for most of the race, as well as Tristan Powell. Those three had a brilliant battle on the last couple of laps. Let's see how we get on then. Joshua Jones is having some problems. He won't be able to make the start, but the lights are off, and Harrison Mackie leads them into turn 1. Tristan Powell tries to go around the outside. Hayden Eldridge will try and make it 3 wide. He finishes up in 3rd. They all come filing through. Harrison Mackie will get straight to the inside. Watch out for Tristan Powell. Had a look on the inside. Hayden Eldridge has a look right outside. Oh, that was ever so close there between Eldridge and Tristan Powell. That caught us all off guard, I think. As he tried to go round the outside into Derek's corner, just wasn't made to be. They head through to finish the first lap of the race. They come through the last sector now into Kim Bolton corner. And Tristan Powell really needs to put the laps in now. Get past Harrison Mackie if he wants any chance of winning this race. Because we know Mackie very consistent. You can see that Harrison Mackie, he has quite cold tyres, it looked like, because he went on the brakes and really had to slam on those brakes just to get that car stopped. You can see Mackie, though, flings it into the corner. Quite a different driving style, as we said, from the other drivers. That's why he makes him quite quick. Look at Tristan Powell. Right on his bumper as he entered to Dan Weldon, and he went straight through him, it looked like. As he head through Kestrel corner into that final corner. Kim Bolton corner once again hosts some brilliant last lap overtakes throughout the years. Hopefully we'll see more of them later on. Now we saw in the background there was some issues going on at the final corner. Couldn't see what happened there. Looks like Lucian Joyce has had some issues. Maybe Zach Wellen, who's off as well. But this battle at the front is really on here. Harrison Mackie, as we said, he leads the way, but Tristan Powell there in second place. Might have a look for the lead. It's going to be a move into the down one complex. Gets the move done. What a move from Mr. Powell. This really throws the race up in the air. 5 minutes left to go plus additional lap. Harrison Mackie isn't waiting around. He wants to get back on the inside, and that's what he's done. Back into the lead of the race. They head down into turn 1, and I've just heard from my other voice that there may be spots of rain on the circuit. This is going to really shake up this race. Of course, we saw there Tristan Powell trying to get back through on Harrison Mackie, but we need to watch the rain clouds. Of course, we saw on the camera lens there a couple drops, but this really is going to shake up not just this race, but all the races coming up. Of course, funny story is some of these drivers haven't actually signed on any wet tyres for this weekend, because all drivers thought that it was going to be a pretty dry weekend. Looks like Harrison Mackie here wants to have a bit of a hack, is what they call it in the karting terms. Hayden Eldridge gets into second place. Tristan Powell drops a 3rd. I wonder if Mackie was just defending that, just to bunch them all up together. Now it's given a bit of an advantage to try and pull away, but Harrison Mackie, a star for the future, it has to be said. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, but let's see how the weather plays out. Of course, there was a 20 to 30% chance of rain. Let's see if the karting gods and the weather gods have blessed us. Battles a bit further down. This is the second pack of drivers. This is Jack Dan, Jensen Pugh and Josh Agenbart, who are all in it together. They're battling for 4th, 5th and 6th. Now Orbison there in 7th place as well. And Charlie Bingham is there in 8th. They fly through into the last couple of corners. It's been a good start by Aaron Lask, who started 22nd. He's up to 12th at the moment. And he's going to try and find some more moves through the field as the race gets on. Of course, 2 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. And I mean, you can see from the clouds, you just saw that shot there. The clouds are starting to get a bit darker, so this could really play a factor here in the races to come. And it seems like another bumper's come off there at the Derek's corner. That was one of the S8 racing cars. You can just see there. We'll wait for the camera to pounce. Charlie Bingham there. Apologies, Chris Bingham. He'll be soon to get that technical flag because you're not usually allowed to race on circuit without any front bumpers. Don't wonder how that got ripped off, but of course the 26 there has got that mechanical flag. You'll just see him come through now. He's behind Monty Breathwaite in that green and black cart. So of course this is the battle still for fourth. Harrison Mackie there at the front of the field, already putting a bit of a gap already. Hayden Eldridge there in second place, and of course Tristan Powell in third. But of course Mackie, who first started showing signs of brilliance in his cadet days, of course most drivers from the Fusion family went through that Miami cadet path before it was changed for the Rotax and the Miami Inters. And of course then jumped into juniors where he was starting to show a bit more pace and starting to show a bit more what he's got. And obviously has jumped into seniors now and is right at the front of every race he goes to, pretty much, not just in the UK, but of course all these European and world rounds. I'll tell you, the battle for second though isn't over. It's Hayden Eldridge is getting a lot of pressure now from Tristan Powell. 40 seconds left on the clock. Now it seems like Mackie's got this win sealed and done for the second heat in senior X30s, but the battle between second place will carry on going. Of course, Harrison Mackie here practicing ready for the British Kart Championships later this year. But of course, just like any other driver, wants to win this club round, wants to win it outright, and show to his competitors why he is one of the fastest out there. So of course, Tristan Powell there on your screens. He finished really high up in the championship last year. Of course, finished up vice champion. Wants to go one better this year. Of course, this is the penultimate lap of the race, so they'll have this and one more lap to go. The battle for second though is still on. The 88 there, Tristan Powell, who's there in third. That blue and white car. He's just waiting to set up a move. I think Hayden Eldridge will start to defend now. As he's coming to toe on. No, he doesn't. He thinks better of it. Thinks that, I'm putting in the laps in now. I've got the consistency going. I've just got to try and be quicker where Tristan isn't. Harrison Mackie up the front here. Look at the gap he's already got. Over a second gap, and that's really what you need in karting, just to give you that bit of margin for error. But second place isn't up just yet. What will Tristan Powell think? Of course, finish the party championship. Oh, was that an issue there with Hayden Eldridge? Because he looked like he were very slow throughout that corner. Seems like he kept it going though, but Harrison Mackie takes the win in the second heat for senior X30. It's side by side across the line. What was going on there between Hayden Eldridge and Tristan Powell? Tristan was sort of giving the signal to Eldridge, saying, "Go on, you can go." And that nearly lost them. Nearly lost them big time, really, because the whole pack behind from fourth onwards was closing in. So Hayden Eldridge and Tristan Powell second and third from Jack Dan and Jensen Pugh, Josh Eigenbar from Noah Alperson, from Monty Breathwaite, Jack Stewart and Aaron Lasky finished up in the side of the top 10. He started from 22nd, but of course he's just trying to get those points in, ready for that final. Peter Jurovic in 11th from Ashman and Harris. Alfie O'Brien and Isaac Marsh rounds out your top 15. We have retirees from Harrison Morrow, Chris Bingham, Josh Jones, Lucian Joyce and Hamey Ronan's Hart. But that was very exciting. That first stage of the race seemed very exciting in the senior X30s. Of course, we saw Harrison Mackie there. He could have chosen to pull away, but sort of started having a bit of a battle there. Obviously, with the drivers in second and third, that's going to be one to watch in the finals. Of course, the next race coming up, and one that was very exciting in the first heat, and it's going to be ever more exciting, the second heat is, of course, TKM Extremes, and they'll be heading out onto circuit. Now, this is your starting lineup. It's Spencer Lane from Charlie Whitehouse, from Johan Kelly Churn, Patrick Lee from Kean Bennett, Harley Mason from Thomas Shaw, and Ashley Ruggles, of course, from Oliver Bowen, William Bryant, Jake Cox, Sean Abbott, Elio DeSandro, John Stafford, Reese Porter, Harvey Jones. As your 8 rows, of course, James Workman and William Bloom, who had that issue, that mechanical issue in the first heat, meant he had to retire. So the drivers come around now. They'll be lining up, getting ready to hopefully get ready to go. First time of asking. So, of course, we spoke about Spencer Lane in that first heat. Really dominant driver. Of course, Spencer Lane trying to make that transition to car racing. Charlie Whitehouse, who's there in second place. This is going to be an exciting front row. It's going to be an exciting race. Let's see how they get on. It's a good start down into turn 1. Watch out for the 27 there of Ashley Ruggles. But it's Spencer Lane who's got the whole shot. He has a bit of a margin already from Charlie Whitehouse, who's there in second place. Patrick Leaf into third. It's going to be exciting to see what Patrick Leaf is going to get up to in this race. Of course, he had lots of potential in the first heat of the day. Spencer Lane was getting a bit sideways coming out that chicane. Wouldn't have been ideal to have lost it on that first lap. This is the laps that you want to get crucial because, of course, this can really set up how your race is going to plan out. Spencer Lane has done this perfectly, though. He still leads the way. Charlie Whitehouse in second place, and Johan Kelly Churn jumps up to third, and it's soon going to be Patrick Leaf down to fifth because Thomas Shaw, he had a look. Thomas Shaw had a look, but just didn't have the straight line speed to match. So Thomas Shaw drops down to fifth as they come flying through. Cool drivers in the back of the pack, get it all together. William Bloom is trying to find his way through. He's made up cool places so far, but he's got a lot more work to do. Of course, 43 here. Charlie Whitehouse, of course, he was very quick at the start of the heat. Very quick at the start of the first heat, but of course just lost a bit of time and a bit of luck really behind throughout the race. Of course, with these TKM Extreme races, because they're so close, the second you lose one spot, it just gives you opportunity for a couple more to file through. And one time you're first, and the next lap you could be 10th. Like, so yellow flags out in the Dan Weldon complex. Seems to be another driver off. It looks like Edo DeSandro, who's having issues there. There he is on the outside of the Dan Weldon complex. So something really gone on there between the two. Not seeing much more of the little drops of rain. So that might have gone for the time being. My apologies. That was at number 12. It was Reese Porter. Reese Porter having issues. But I wonder if DeSandro was involved with that. So Spencer Lane still leads up at the front. We haven't really spoke much about Spencer Lane because there isn't much really to talk about. He's leading the way. There's no one really behind to worry about. He's got a pretty good margin. Johan Kelly Churn there in second place. He's starting to get closed in now by this big pack behind. And it's a very experienced pack behind, as we said. Of course, Charlie Whitehouse, Patrick Leaf, Thomas Shaw and Kean Bennett, who was really high up in the British Championship last year. As they come through, all move here for 5th place, it seems like. 4th place, my apologies. That's Patrick Leaf being overtaken by Thomas Shaw. Of course, Thomas Shaw, who won here last time out, he's going to try and replicate that this weekend. As they enter Derek's corner once again, 3.5 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. Of course, this race sponsored by Klassen Motorsport. Of course, Klassen Motorsport out in both X30 and TKM this weekend. Of course, Johan Kelly Churn being supported by the Klassen Motorsport family. Of course, Ash Klassen and Dave Klassen, some of the brightest names in the kart paddock, you have to say. I say if you haven't heard of Ash Klassen, then you're not cultured in karting. Some people like to say. A real starter paddock is Ash, and always great to see her around, and very nice to speak to as well. So if you get the chance, go see her, because she's always a lovely person to speak to. Of course, Han Kelly Churn here, the E-plate, getting slowly reeled in by Charlie Whitehouse, who has been there for the past couple of laps, but just hasn't made a move. Of course, these moves will more start to happen in the last couple of minutes. But I think Charlie Whitehouse knows more than what we do. I think he can see Kelly Churn is slowly closing in on Spencer Lane, and really is just going to give the opportunity for both of them. So I mean, I can see what Charlie Whitehouse's plan is. He's sort of thinking, right, if Johan Kelly Churn can close in on him, I can just follow him, and then we can make this a three-car battle for the win. Of course, Charlie Whitehouse actually has a fast lap of the race. That's down to the slitching effect. He's 200ths quicker than Johan Kelly Churn. Another 700ths quicker than Spencer Lane, which really doesn't sound like much, but although these little tenths can really make or break the race. But this is slowly working out for Charlie Whitehouse here. Johan Kelly Churn is on a different mission at the moment. He's a tenth quicker on the times than Spencer Lane, but really 3 tenths covers them all. This race is far from over here. A minute and a half left on the clock, and I really don't think Spencer Lane has won this race easy. He's bottled up the win, but many people can try and take the jar. And you can see here, 6-car battle pretty much for the lead of this race. Leads back all the way to Kean Bennett, that number 44 car. Let's see how we get on then. A minute left on the clock. Where is Johan Kelly Churn? Is he close enough to Spencer Lane? Not yet. And Charlie Whitehouse, as the laps tick on, he's getting a bit more frustrated. He's thinking, come on, Johan. Let's build up the pace here. We know we can beat Spencer here. Let's not sit around. As a clobber the curb as he comes through the chicane, of course. The Derek's corner, one of the most technical bits on the circuit. Always one that drivers say that they really struggle with to get right, because it is so hard to get right, and there's no real right or wrong way around it. Seeing your screens here though, the sun is slowly coming out more, which is what we want to see. We don't want to see the rain, we want to see the sun. And I bet you do. Those drivers are going to get really hot underneath those suits. Of course, these fireproof suits, which can help the drivers just in case there are fire, but also means that they get really hot in these races, especially with those helmets on. This is why these drivers really have to train their bodies and train their stamina as well. Make sure they can put in these consistent laps time and time again. This is the last lap of the race. Let's see what happens here. Watch out for Johan Kelly Churn here, right on the back of Spencer Lane. It is a 6-car battle for the lead. Anything can happen. Spencer Lane, that number 11, he leads away for the time being, but how long can he hold on for it till? Johan Kelly Churn, watch out for Thomas Shaw. He might be having for a look on 3rd place, round the outside of Charlie Whitehouse. What a move from Mr. Thomas Shaw. That's why he won here last time around, because he can make moves like that. Oh, contact between the two there. Thomas Shaw is off the circuit as he made contact with Charlie Whitehouse, the 43 there. And that gave the opportunity for the number 11 here, Spencer Lane, to pull away from Johan Kelly Churn and take the win in the second heat for TKM Extremes. Patrick Lee finishes up in 3rd, Kean Bennett in 4th. Charlie Whitehouse recovers to 5th. And who's that peeking around the corner? That's number 21. That's Harvey Jones. Wonder what happened to Harvey Jones on that last lap. He seems to have appeared out of the barrier. It doesn't. Seems to be a bit annoyed about that one, a bit upset, but what a race that was then. Those last couple of laps. Of course, Charlie Whitehouse finished up in 5th, but me and Brian in 6th, Jake Cox 7th, followed Bo in 8th. Ruggles and Jones ran out your top 10. Problems for Sandro and Porter. They retired from the race quite early on. But Thomas Shaw there made a brilliant move, as we said, rounding outside at the Derek's corner, but tried to keep it together with Charlie Whitehouse, and the two connected, and Thomas Shaw came off worse. But all the drivers finished, so that's one of the main things to take away from the race. Let's finish one senior category. We're going to another senior category. Different engines this time. It's a Rotax engine. We're getting ready for senior Rotax. So ignore this starting grid. This is the TKM Extreme starting grid. We'll be looking at the senior Rotax grid in just a moment as the drivers head out onto the circuit. It's a top three, the same top four once again. Of course, the drivers where they finish in their first heat. That's where they'll start for their second heat. Charlie Webb starts from pole position after a dominant victory. Dana Moore in second place. So Ethan Martin, James Tester, Tom Pryor from Jack Rowe, Philip Tatum. From George Robinson, who had a really good drive, I have to say, from last on the grid up into the top 10. William Forbert from Archie Flint. Adam White from Michael Morgan. Sam Cook. Joseph Rees-Smith from Dalton Norris. Joshua Valance. Isaac Reynolds from Ben Thompson. Jack Middleton. Cassius Staff. Harry Wilch from Dylan Norris. Woody Hart from Noosh Safa Levers. And Joseph Haitley rounds out your grid of drivers. And you can see here the drivers are really slowing down. Want to make sure they can get going for the first time of asking. So the top two. Charlie Webb, who obviously finished really high up in the championship last year. Finished second to Lucas Enningham, who's out in the KZ this weekend. But Charlie Webb wants to go one further, wants to get that victory. Dana Moore, he's just out here for the scraps. He just wants to win this final. He does not care what happens. Of course, the finals later on today. Let's get ready for the second heat. And it's a full start first time around. So they'll go round once again. Charlie Webb, who we have to say is a very established senior Rotax driver. Of course, with the Precision Racing team. A brilliant partnership between the two, as we said, between Precision and Charlie Webb. Of course, Charlie Webb, you can see him throwing the cart around on this full start lag. Of course, when they get that full start, it gives them another chance to warm up those tyres. And Charlie Webb taking full advantage of that. He launched it around that second sector. So that's where you can spin up those wheels, be hard on those brakes. And they'll come round once again, round the Kestrel corner. Getting ready to come round the final corner on the circuit. Of course, Kim Bolton corner. Of course, the Kim Bolton circuit, established in 1959. Of course, this ground used to be used for the 379 bombing group who were used in the World War II. So a lot of history lies on this circuit, and now it's being used for brilliant purpose of a kart track. And really brings in all the entries. Of course, 250 entries. That's the max capacity we can have here at the racetrack. But let's even get going for the second time of asking. Yes, we do. Down into turn one. It's going to be a Charlie Webb versus Dana Moore into turn one. Let's see what Dana Moore can do. Round the outside. Will he be able to make it stick? He slots into second place. But Charlie Webb still leads the way. Ethan Martin there in third place from James Tester in fourth. Thomas Pryor trying to make a move on James Tester. Can't get it done though. As they come flying through, Dana Moore, that white helmet. People like to call him the egghead. But I think that's a bit rude. I'm sorry, Dana Moore. As they come into the final couple of corners. Of course, Dana Moore, we saw him in that first heat. Really competitive, really aggressive. He's just got to try and keep the pressure on Charlie Webb and try and force him into some mistake. Of course, Dana Moore didn't really get the opportunity to make a move for the lead. Oh! Now then, the number 24 here, Charlie Webb, under investigation. Now, I didn't really see what happened at the start there. I didn't really see anything wrong with his start. So I wonder What could have been with Charlie Webb there? Could he have jumped the start maybe? We'll let the officials sort that one out, but of course these are provisional results. Don't count the results you see on this screen, of course, because you can check out the official results on the motorsporttiming.co.uk. Of course, battles throughout the field here. This is William Forber, who's had a pretty strong start. William Forber started in 9th. He's up to 6th now. Battling with Thomas Pryor. I mean, I'm keeping an eye out just off my screens here of the battle from about 6th place onwards between Thomas Pryor and the rest of the field, pretty much. It is a brilliant tussle that involves about 20 karts. Of course, watching the back of your screens here, George Robinson, the 1-2-3, he started last in qualifying. He qualified last, and now he's 5th. George Robinson, who's made up 3 places in this race so far, but had to overtake half the field in the race previous. 71, Thomas Pryor getting a warning flag. Now he was in that battle with in the battle from about 6th to about 15th. Ethan Martin having to go defensive here against the 2 with Jack Deck's karts. Might be getting thrown into a Jack Deck sandwich here if he isn't careful. James Tester, of course, won last time out here at Kimbolton. That was in round 3 of the Club Championship. We have George Robinson down the inside of his teammate. Good stuff there between the 2 teammates there. George Robinson. I think James Tester knows that Robinson is quicker. Obviously, he's seen where he started in that first race and where he finished. He knows he's got pace to prove. I wouldn't count George Robinson out in the final to come. I think he's got a real shot at not just a podium, but a win as well. He's someone that can challenge Charlie Webb at the front. George Robinson flying through. He's right behind Ethan Martin. Now he's got to try and find a way through, but this will be for the final podium spot. And what a drive it would have been. I think for the time being, this might be my driver of the day. George Robinson, who started last in qualifying, now sitting on the brink of the top 3 here. Ethan Martin defends into turn 1, holds it on that inside line. Lee Robinson, he'll try to George Robinson, my apologies, tries to have a look on the cutback, can't get it done. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Ethan Martin on full defence mode now. Look at this, round the outside and tried to go George Robinson. A 1-2-3 there, couldn't get it done. This is the battle now between the 55, 1-2-3 and the 27. The 2 Jack Dex karts plus that Dan Holland racing machine of that 55. Ethan Martin, who finished up really high in the championship last year. He wants to prove what he's made of. George Robinson, what a move from George Robinson! How on earth did he find a way through? From last on the grid in qualifying to 3rd in the second heat. What a drive it's been today from the man who has taken to the circuit really well over the years. Started all the way off in the mini series, and obviously went through junior, now in senior Rotax. Was found doing senior X30 last year and was really dominant. But George Robinson here, I think he's the man to watch. He's got to be the man to watch when it comes to these finals. And as well in the second heat. Of course, we've got 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Let's see what the gap is between Dan Moore, who's there in 2nd place still. He's trying to find a way past Charlie Webb, just not enough for the time being though. But 3.5 seconds covers Robinson to Dan Moore. So, I think George Robinson here won't have the opportunity to catch up to the top 2. But this will give him a good opportunity for the final, because of course the points that you accumulate from your heat races will just decide where you start for the final. But I think in the final, if George Robinson can get his head down and try and get past people when there's still opportunities available, he has a real shot at winning this. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. But of course, keep this driver in mind. The 1-2-3. Here's a couple of drivers on your screens as well. William Forber is having a good battle with Thomas Pryor. Now this is a battle for 6th on your screens. And just behind them is a few other drivers as well. Adam White is getting involved with Philip Tatum and Archie Flint, who are battling on the brink of the top 10. This is that was a battle for 8th, 9th and 10th. This is the battle further up at the front of the field. This is Charlie Webb, who leads the race still. He still has Dallimore, who's there in second place. Of course, Ian and Ball probably shouting at him on the grandstands, telling him to get a move on. Charlie Webb files through the Derek's corner once again, through into Dan Weldon corner. He's so smooth on the kart, you can just see how careful he is. Of course, in these hot races, it's always a matter of saving the tyres. Make sure you don't degrade the tyre too much, as that can really affect your performance when it comes to these finals. And it seems like Charlie Webb's doing a real good job of that. Of course, the battle for third isn't actually finished. I mean, James Tester still right on the back of George Robinson. Now, no, they're teammates, but no team rules for the time being. So there might either be a final podium spot change here if George Robinson can't defend the position. But here at your front of your screens, heading into the final lap now. Charlie Webb, who has had a pretty dominant first heat. It's going to be the same 1-2 as it was last month. Last heat. For the senior Rotaxes, Charlie Webb, there he is on your screens. You can just see how smooth he is through that first sector. First sector, really technical bit to get right. Make sure you carry the speed through that willow section. They head down into Derek's corner. Make sure you go wide on the entry. Carry as much speed as possible through. Do as little less steering input as possible. Head into the Dan Weldon corner now. Minimal steering input. Make sure you just power the kart through. Use that entry exit curb. You head down into Cashel corner. Once again, carry the speed through. Use that curb to rotate the car into the final corner. To get Kim Bolton corner. It's going to be Charlie Webb who comes round the final corner. Takes a second win of the day in the second heat for senior Rotax. Dallimore calling the number 2 man because he was there once again. Second place for Dallimore. George Robinson, though, what a drive it's been for him so far. From last in qualifying to third in the second heat. He's a driver to watch out for in the races to come. Of course, James Tester finishes up in 4th from Ethan Martin, Thomas Pryor, William Forbert from Philip Tatum, Adam White and Joshua Valance, who made up 6th place. He got into the top 10. Archie Flint from Joseph Rees-Smith, Jack Rowe, Michael Morgan, Sam Cook, Dalton Norris, Jackson Haley. Rounds out your top 17 drivers. Right at the front there was a brilliant battle between Dallimore and Charlie Webb, both as close as you could get, but no real moves being made. And I think those two both know how important these heat races are and how important the consistency is. Of course, they'll probably more battle it out in the lead races, or the final races, my apologies. Next race coming out now, the junior Rotaxes. Daniel Williams once again starts from pole position. Just look at my commentary box here. A couple of issues going on with Williams, actually. Like he made contact with his teammate, which was quite bizarre. Of course, Callum Sims will start alongside him. From Nathan Edwards, Blake Southern, Logan Artshaw, from Teddy Cooper, from John Richardson, and Ryan Rapini, from Jacob Aston, Miles Burton, Toby Farthing, Noah Moulton, Sam Aston, Joseph Alton, Laurie McVie, Harry Frill, George Cole, George Phillips, Fletcher Groans, Dan Butchers, Harry Sargson, Oscar Keane from George Johnson, Jack Corser, Archie Buckingham, Charlie Sutton, Zach Sidney from Lachlan Homer, Archie Ray Watson, Archie Richard, Izzy White, and Logan Lauder, who's going to be starting from the back of the field. So, of course, these relate to results of the first heat. That must mean a disqualification was made to Logan Lauder in that first heat. False start flags are out. So the number 33 there at the back of the field, someone to watch in these races. Of course, in this second heat for junior Rotax, this will be the final heat race of the weekend. And once again, it's starting to get darker again. We could be getting some more raindrops in the minutes to come. Of course, the top 2 on your front row. 2 drivers who really have been showing up what they could do in that first heat. Of course, Stanley Williams and Callum Sim, both with the same team. So team orders will probably apply in the finals, but the second heat they might to say to each other, like, look, you know, don't take each other out, but just go out and enjoy it, have some fun, have a good battle. Nathan Edwards and Blake Southern. Blake Southern is a really competitive driver. He's been really on there in the past couple of weeks, and I think the past couple of rounds, my apologies. Here we want to watch out for Teddy Cooper as well. Brilliant first heat for him as well. Let's see how they get on. They go green into turn 1. Blake Southern. Oh, what has happened to Blake Southern there? And it looks like he had a bit of a nose cone damage there. We'll have to wait and see. Actually, it might be the new NASU panels that have been created, and they changed the way that the nose cones look. They come filing through. Nathan Edwards now looking for the lead of the race down into Derek's corner. Look for Blake Southern as well, trying to go round the outside at Derek's corner. What a move from Mr. Southern into second place. Stanley Williams drops to third as they all come flying through. Callum Sims just about 6th place there. Issues there. Number 14, Izzy Wykes off on the side of shots. She's had to retire once again. So issues there for Izzy Wykes. Now the yellow flags are out, and that's obviously because of Izzy Wykes' car. Blake Southern, we haven't seen Blake up here in second place much. That's going to be one to watch out for in this second heat. Look at him as they come down into bus stop. Oh, hits the back of Nathan Edwards there. And of course, these drivers got to watch out for those nose cone penalties. Of course, Blake Southern, this will be a driver to watch out for in the laps to come. 5 and a bit minutes left on the clock. Battle for third going on. That looked like Logan Artshaw. Lead change. This is Blake Southern on the inside of Nathan Edwards, and he made a bit of contact, and Nathan Edwards bugging down there, and gives an invite for the rest of the pack to come through. John Richardson there as well. Teddy Cooper's trying to make a move. Oh, it's going to get 3 wide into a Willow section. Watch out for Teddy Cooper. There's 2 of them. What a move from Teddy Cooper into second place. Gives the opportunity for Blake Southern now to pull that bit of a gap. The lead margin starting to increase. Teddy Cooper in second place. Stanley Williams really getting shoved about there. He's still in third. And watch out for John Richardson. John, who was on the mic with us last month. He hasn't joined us this month, but that's because he wants to focus more on his racing. Callum Sims just inside the top 5 as well. Look out for John Richardson on the inside of Stanley Williams. Making contact between the two, but they keep it together. And the 2 teammates, how will they play about with each other? John Richardson tries to go down the inside once again. You can see the clouds are getting darker. This might mean a lot for the laps to come. And we do have to try and watch out to see where Logan Lowder is. The 69 has been given a under investigation flag. That is Callum Sims. So the officials think that Callum Sims is doing something that they don't think is right. Let's see what happens here. You can see on your screens, it's definitely getting darker here at the Kimbolton circuit, and that can only mean one thing. That might mean rain is about to come. There is one of the Aston brothers trying to make his way through. That looked like Jacob Aston on the inside of Logan Hartshaw. They file through once again. 4 minutes left on the clock. Anyone's race here. Blake Southern still leads the way, but I would watch out on your screens here, because Teddy Cooper has been making time up. There he is on your screen. So 79. He had a really dominant Super 1 Series first round at Rowra a couple of weeks ago. Wants to emulate his results into the Club Championship. Of course, we've seen Teddy Cooper in the weekends before. The first couple of rounds of the Club Championship, and Teddy Cooper's been really up there. Someone to watch out for in these leading races. Oh, he makes the move on the inside, of course. We have to say a couple months ago, he made a brilliant decision when it came to either slicks or wet, and he chose the right tyre compound in that final. And pulled a massive gap to win that race. 3 and a bit minutes left on the clock then. Teddy Cooper, he is now leading the race. Blake Southern there in second place. And the rest of the pack files through. John Richardson. Oh, John Richardson gets up to third place. We did not see that on our screens. John Richardson now into third. Callum Sims drops to fourth. Stanley Williams there in fifth. He's not had the best of a couple of laps, but you can see just off the commentary box here, the battle past the top 5 just keeps going on and on. You can see it there as everyone comes filing through. But it's really getting dark here. You can see a bunch of dark clouds heading in. This will get interesting. The number 23, Archie Richards, He's having to come into the pits because of an issue. Oh, Callum Sims. Callum Sims made a move back on John Richardson. We did not see that on our screens. Well, I'm not paying attention enough, but this race is far from over, of course. Teddy Cooper made a move on Blake Southern, and Teddy Cooper's pulled a bit of a margin so far. Also setting the fastest lap of the race, so I don't think the battle for first and second will be something to watch for. But this battle for the final spot on the podium is far from over. Callum Sims in there in third. Now it's been moved for fourth between Richardson and Stanley Williams. Now then, who is this in sixth? Is that Toby Farthing? Toby Farthing, who we haven't spoken much about in this race because he hasn't really been inside the top 10. He's here now, and he's trying to make a name for himself here. Of course, Toby Farthing made up 5 places. He started 11th, got into the top 10, and he is really showing up what he can do here. The number 53, he's been there or thereabouts in the rounds before, but this is his time to show what he can do. Stanley Williams there in 5th. He's trying to make a move back on John Richardson, but it's really just giving the opportunity for Callum Sims to pull away. Minute and 10 seconds left on the clock for the final heat of the day. These finals are going to be more than interesting. So I'd say grab a cuppa, grab a drink, grab a beverage, and sit down and get ready to watch some of the best races you've probably ever seen in your life. Callum Sims is there in 3rd place now. John Richardson into 4th. Nathan Edwards drops down to 7th, and watch out as well for Miles Burton, who's there in 8th place. Don't count him out in the final, because I think Miles Burton will be up there. 35 seconds left on the clock, so they're going to get 2 laps left of action. Oh, a couple of drivers having a good tussle there. That was Jacob Aston, and let's see how Logan Lauder's got on here. The number 33, he's having a good battle with some of the other drivers. He's up 16 places to 16th. What a drive from Logan Lauder, number 33. But you can see here Stanley Williams putting pressure now on John Richardson. He gains a bit of time on him, then loses a bit, then gains, then loses. And it's really all going to give the opportunity for Toby Farthing to try and gain 1 or 2 more places. But Teddy Cooper now heading on to the final lap. There is more and more raindrops dropping. This race is going to get interesting. These final laps are really going to be a matter of who can adapt quicker. Now then, the slippery service flags ahead now circuit. Now it's all happening here. Rain is really coming down here at the Kim Bolton circuit. This is really going to shake up the rest of these races. All these drivers tiptoeing around the circuit. Let's see what happens here. As a couple of drivers spinning off there. The 136, the number 31. And that's going to be ever so close between the number 11 there, Jack Corso. You could just see there, he tapped the brake and he just kept sliding and sliding. Couldn't get that car stopped. Really unfortunate, had to collide with another driver. This race has really shaken up. Where is our lead driver? Teddy Cooper across the line. He finishes the race in 1st. But anything can happen in these last couple laps. Now watch the other drivers has to come flying through. Blake Southern finishes up in 2nd place. Callum Sims in 3rd. John Richardson up in 4th. And now let's just see how the rest of the field file through. It was Miles Burton in 5th. From Sam Aston in 6th. And Oscar Keane up 15 places to 7th. And that was all in the span of a couple laps. Brilliant stuff there by Oscar Keane. Ryan Rapini and Logan Lauder finally 23 places made up up to 9th from last on the grid. Noah Moulton rounds out your top 10. George Cole 11th. Logan McVie and Toby Farthing from Stanley Williams, who dropped all the way to 14th. Oh, that's going to be annoying for Stanley Williams. And Nathan Edwards as well. Nathan Edwards dropping down as well. 2 drivers who were at the front of the field most of that race. Then the rain came down and it really threw up the rest of the battle. Of course, Harry Friel rounds out your 16th driver. Daniel Butcher from Jacob Aston. Harvey Sargent and George Phillips rounds out your field of drivers. We lost Archie Buckingham, Archie Richards and Izzy Wykes in that race. But look at your screens here. It is raining here at Kim Bolton. I'm very happy to be inside now because it's going to be absolutely mayhem down at that dummy grid. Of course, this is the one issue that we thought was going to happen here at Kim Bolton. Of course, 20 to 30% of tyres. There is the tyres being changed on those carts. The Honda 200s now getting a bit of leeway time to change those tyres, of course. There was a 20 to 30% chance of rain, and it's starting to happen now. I've just decided to get out of my chair because this is going to be so exciting. These drivers have not raced in the wet this whole weekend. Can we just say, the whole weekend this track has been completely dry, completely hot. This is nothing like some of the drivers will be experiencing, of course. These drivers who have just come here just for the weekend for the preparation for the British Championships, if it's their first time here, it's going to really shake up what their finals might look like. And of course, some drivers are quicker in the dry than they are in the wet. Some drivers are the opposite. And you can see, look how hard the rain is coming down here. You can hear it. And this race is going to be very exciting. You can see, look at the camera shots there. And looks like the videographer there, having to clear the camera lens. You can see all the drivers in all the marshal. Oh, I can't even speak what I'm saying now. All the spectators running away from the grandstand because it's hailing out here at Kimbolton. It is hailing. What is going on here at Kimbolton? This is nothing like we expected. Look at the rain. Look at the floor. Now then, this might be something we need to watch out for. Loads of standing water could be on the circuit, and the second we have that standing water, that could be a source of danger for the circuit. And of course, these officials will be watching how the circuit acts now, thinking, right, let's see how they get on. Of course, if there's too much standing water, they might have to delay the race. Of course, the race is already delayed because of the drivers changing tyres. You can't see it on your screens because of all the wet patches, but this is going to be exciting. Of course, the Honda 200s. We had brilliant battles throughout the race. Of course, drivers watch out for Jack Wykes, who was really up there in both heats. He's going to have Sawyer Henderson, who's going to be starting from pole. So Sawyer Henderson, of course, he didn't actually win a heat race, but was very consistent. Second place will be Arthur Murphy. He'll be starting alongside Henderson. Of course, Arthur Murphy seems to be the man on the move. Mason Becker in third, and of course, Marcus Cooper in fourth. Of course, starting from fifth will be Jack White from George Quinlan, Alistair Saunders, George Pickett from James Murphy, Nicholas York, who's had a brilliant day so far, as we said, one of his best results so far. He's going to be starting up in that top 10 for the final. Keane Delaney and Jake Barnett from William Davison, Zach Squire, Harry Parker 8 from Keane Doherty and Awi Platt, and then Oliver Brunt will be starting from pole in the Micromax from Rio Panutio, Jensen Darlow, Mason Munzer, Oscar Churches from Leo Hunt, James Carver, Travis Giddins from Jake Hansford, Harley Merrison, and Adam Goldie, Adam Goldie, who's been starting at the back of the grid. Of course, Adam was very quick in the heat races, but of course, you can get, of course, these mechanical issues, not just mechanical issues, but of course, scrutineering. If they notice something wrong with your car, they can disqualify you from the race. But just looking outside now, you can just look outside the commentary box. I can see the first sector, a lot of standing water. It has to be said. The second and first sector of the track seems to look all right. Of course, still pretty wet, as we said, but there's a lot of sun on it. Actually, this is actually really weird because half the track has got a lot of sun on it, half the track hasn't. So one part of the track is going to be a lot drier than the other. It's going to be the Honda 200s and the Micromaxes up next. But this is going to be really interesting. Of course, now the sun comes back out. So we've had this massive downpour, which has sent everyone running back to the awnings. Now they're going to be running back out because hopefully this next race will be getting underway shortly. But we had about 2 or 3 minutes there of just pure downpour, and then now you can see on your screens there, as the camera gets a bit of a wipe from the cameraman. But now you can see sunshine and rainbows here. So Huntingdon really providing some different weather, it has to be said. Mixed conditions. the cameraman doing a brilliant job of cleaning that lens, and I'm sure the other cameramen will be trying to get those lenses cleaned. Of course, you can see there. Look at that. It doesn't even look dry. It doesn't look wet from that camera view. Of course, sun is back out, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this race goes on. Of course, as we said, the first final going ahead will be the Honda 200s and Micromax, and then they'll be followed up by the Mini Inters and the Watersmith Inters. And of course, we were speaking about some of the Honda drivers to watch out for. Of course, in the Micromax, you've got to watch out for Oliver Brunt. I mean, won the first 2 heats, but he's been absolutely flying. He pulled big gaps in both heat races. So there's only one more job he's got to do now, and that's just do it in the final. Of course, the driver starting from second, Rio Panutio, really consistent in the heats. So he's going to be someone to watch out for. Jensen Darlow as well. So you can see it just on your screens here. The delay is for because of the weather. Of course, these drivers they get the choice between the slick tyre and the wet tyre. But of course, in this sort of situation, they will delay the race and give the drivers and the mechanics time to change those tyres, because you don't want, especially these cadet drivers, 8 to 12 years old, you don't want them going out on a circuit on slick tyres with a wet track. It's just not going to end up well. And of course, we want to keep these drivers as safe as possible. But of course, this is going to be an exciting race. Of course, 8 minutes plus a lap for these finals. So only an extra minute more than what we had in the heats. But as I said, anything can happen. Of course, we've seen it time and time again. Especially in that last race, drivers who weren't up there in the first heat, they were there in the second heat. Some drivers that weren't there in the second heat were there in the first heat. It's going to be a real mix and match between who will be there in the end. Of course, this is the final. This is when everything matters. This is when trophies gets won. And this is also when, you get those extra championship points. That's going to be ever so vital for the end of the year. Of course, I wonder what these cadet drivers will be thinking now. Of course, the front row being Sawyer Henderson, Arthur Murphy, they're really going to be the first drivers that will head into turn 1 and expect the track conditions. They're going to be the drivers that's going to be leading everyone away. And they've really got to try and work out what line is best. But it's going to be really interesting now, because obviously now the sun is back out. The track will sort of start to dry up now. It's going to be interesting to watch throughout these finals how the track develops. And, even the last couple of finals, we could even have a sort of slick and wet mixture. And that is exactly why you guys should stay around and watch these finals. Of course, we've got loads of finals left to go. So brilliant to see here, actually. A couple of mechanics helping each other out, making sure that everyone is on the grid and ready to go. You can see Sawyer Henderson's car getting pulled in by his father, who is his mechanic. So Sawyer Henderson getting in the car. Of course, this will be the first time Sawyer Henderson starts from pole position. Sawyer Henderson's been working really hard, it has to be said. I mean, I've been speaking to him a bit in the rounds before. Really nice driver, really down to earth driver is Sawyer Henderson. He's been working really hard recently just to try and get those good results. Of course, he's moving more onto the national scene as well. He's taking part in his first national championship this year, which is going to be really exciting for him. Alongside him, Arthur Murphy, who of course we've seen in the heat races, really exciting to see how he gets on. We've seen him up there at the front of the field in those heat races, but anyone really could have a chance of winning this now, because obviously in these wet conditions, some drivers are quicker in the wet than they are in the dry. Some drivers are quicker in the dry than they are in the wet. So let's just see what happens here. We can go on and on about who might have a chance of winning this, but we really don't know until it all happens. So it's going to be really interesting. Of course, Mason Becker, who was really quick at the start of the day, has just had to work his way through. He'll be starting from third. Of course, Marcus Cooper, who I say we haven't really spoken much about him. He had that really good result in the second heat. Of course, the first heat, he was sort of in the mid-pack. He was there or thereabouts. He's just, you know, building it up, making sure he's here when it matters. Of course, where your points in the heats accumulate where you start for the final. And of course, the better you can start in the final, the better chance you have of that final victory. Now, the whistle was being drawn. That's to let the mechanics know that the drivers are about to go out on circuit, and also to tell the drivers to, you know, step away from the karts. Let the drivers get a bit concentrated. Not for that reason, let's have a look here. This is the first final of the weekend. Sawyer Henderson, for the first time ever, will start from pole position. Arthur Murphy will be alongside him. Mason Becker will be starting from third. Marcus Cooper and Jack White from George Quinlan. Arthur Saunders from George Pickett. James Murphy, Nicholas York from Keen Delaney. Jake Barnett, William Davison, Zach Squire from Harry Parker Ray. Keam Doherty and Albie Platt. And the Michael Rassis will be starting from the United Iron of Oliver Brunt. He'll be starting alongside Rio Patanio from Jensen Darlow, Mason Munzer, Oscar Churches, Leo Hunt, James Carver, Travis Giddens from Jake Hansford, Harley Merrison and Adam Goldie. Watch out for Adam Goldie in this final. He's going to be one to watch out for. Now then, let's have a look at the track conditions here, because you can see there, that track looks pretty dry at that point. But of course, when you go into the first sector, that's going to be a whole different story to that second sector. No, I'm definitely looking forward to this one. This is going to be interesting. Of course, we talk about Sawyer Henderson. He has been one of the drivers to watch out for in these heat races. Let's see how he gets going in the final. It's a full start. We go round. So not the best way to start off the first final, but gives another opportunity for the drivers to actually have a look and learn the track. See which bits are wet, which you can see here. The first sector, loads of standing water. Drivers kicking up the spray, but then you see here, they go into the second sector, no spray. And pretty much the second part of the sector, of course when they come round the Dan Weldon complex, seems pretty dry. Weird track conditions here for these finals. This is going to test these cadet drivers. So much can happen in these races, but that's why we love it. This is why we love motorsport, because it's so unpredictable. Anything can happen. That 55 there, Nicholas York, don't even count him out just yet. He's a talented driver who's going to be trying to edge as far up through the field as possible. Let's see if we can get going for the second time of asking. The first final here for the fourth round of the Club Championship. Well, we get going, but it looked like Marcus Cooper was trying to get a good start off the line. Sawyer Henderson leads the way into turn one. Will he be able to hold the lead into the turn one? Yes, he does. Arthur Murphy drops down to third. And who's that through second place? That is Mason Becker into second. Looks like Jack White's into fourth. You can see the spray as they come through the first sector. Now you see the spray suddenly disappears. And now the drivers follow the way through the second sector. You can see at this point, the track is pretty much dry. As they head round the Dan Weldon complex, look at that. You can see the drivers using the curb, though. They still want to help get that rotation. They don't really know what the track conditions are going to be like just as yet. The microaxes get going. You can see him on the front of the gate. Oh, spinner off there. That is Jack White. Jack White, who we were speaking good about. All going wrong here when it matters. And off in a spin. And Oliver Brunt has lost his lead. For the first time this weekend, Oliver Brunt is not leading the way. That looks like number 29. That is Rio Panutio. Rio Panutio, when it matters, is now leading the race in the Micromaxes. This is going to be really different here, because obviously, as we saw, different track conditions. That second and first sector, yes, it's also slippy, but it's a bit dry as well. Some dry patches still there. And then, of course, as they come into that first sector, really wet, and a lot of wet patches. But Rio Petunio has delivered on this first lap, leads the way. Oscar Churches into second place. But look at Oliver Brunt. He has a look on the inside. Can't get it done just yet. Look at the spray as they come through this first sector. Oh, look at Oliver Brunt. He got on the exit curve and was all over the place, spinning wheels. Here is a battle at the front of the field. Oh, sorry, Henderson's lost his lead. Mason Becker now leads the race. Sawyer Henderson drops to second place. Oh, this is such a shame for Sawyer Henderson, who, of course, started from pole. He had the pace to be at the front, but of course, in these different conditions, some drivers are quicker in the dry than they are in the wet, and vice versa. But Sawyer Henderson is not finished just yet. He really wants to try and put on a show for us all here at the Kimbolton circuit, and for all of you at home. Of course, put in the YouTube chat as well. Who are you rooting for in these finals? Let us know in the comments. As they come through, 5.5 minutes left on the clock, plus an additional lap. Mason Becker leads the way from Sawyer Henderson in the Honda 200s, but in the Micromax, when it really matters, Rio Panutio leads the way. Oscar Churches in second place, and the driver who was leading really comfortably for the rest of the for the first and second heat, which was Oliver Brunt, now sitting back in third, and he's struggling to catch the top two here. This has really shaken off Oliver Brunt. He's going to be kicking himself about this one. But of course, this race is not finished yet. Don't count any of these drivers who are leading the way out just yet. Anything can happen. Watch out for Mason Becker, who is still leading the way, but Sawyer Henderson, we know he's got speed. He is going to be so hungry for this first win. He's been trying to get this first final win for so long, and he's been there or thereabouts. He's got podiums, but he wants that win. Sawyer Henderson getting the head down. He wants to get going. Now look at the battle for the Micromaxes here. Seems like the driver in second place here, Oscar Churches, slowly closing in on Rio Panutio. And this could really shake up here. Number 29 there, who leads the way. Number 18 in second place. Look how quickly Oscar Churches is closing in. Back to the Hondas though, and it's Arthur Murphy now who's really closing in on Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer Henderson might be losing this second place yet if he's not careful. On your Micromax screens, look at Oscar Churches. He's right behind the leader now of Rio Panutio. This will be really interesting to see how they get on in the laps to come. Of course, Oscar Churches, he's won finals here before, but Rio Panutio is different gravy to him. Of course, he hasn't seen much of Rio Panutio. Of course, he's battled with him on track, but not for a lead position. This is the first time we're going to have a different leader, a different winner in the Micromaxes this weekend. 3 minutes to go on the clock, plus that additional lap. Sawyer Henderson there in second place. What will he be doing now? He's going to be trying to push as hard as humanly possible to try and catch up to Mason Becker there. That driver, the number 52, but they are catching a couple of back markers. So the driver they'll first catch will be James Carver. So he'll be in the Micromaxes, the number 25. You just saw him on shot there. But this is where things will start to get interesting, because obviously Sawyer Henderson will want to be capitalising on these back markers, because it will slow the 52 down that he's trying to chase, and it'll hopefully give him an opportunity to do maybe a double whammy move. But, you know, we have to wait and see. On the 200s on your screens there, you can see the other drivers filing through. But there is the lead battle. There is Mason Becker, who's been up there all weekend, and he's at the top when it matters. But can he hold on for the next 2 minutes, plus that additional lap? They're catching up to the back markers now. This will be really interesting. Of course, James Carver will be the first one they get past, and then it will be Harley Merrison. They can catch up to him as well. Thumbs up from the Project One man of Mason Becker. Mason Becker getting told by his team, saying, go on, we're doing a good job at the moment. Keep up the pace. Oh, that looked like Mason Becker getting a bit sideways through turn one. That would have scrubbed off a bit of speed. That would have helped Sawyer Henderson, who is slowly closing back in on Mason Becker. This is far from over here. Come on, Sawyer Henderson. Let's put on a show for the fans at home. They're going to get 2 or 3 laps left of racing. But I mean, you can see on the times here, the drivers have lost about 3 seconds in pace, and that is just because of these weak weather conditions. Mason Becker goes down the inside of the back marker. Now, what will Sawyer Henderson do? Will he get a free opportunity to get past? It's going to be interesting to see as they come down into turn 1. Sawyer Henderson will have to go to the inside. Gets past pretty cleanly. So that actually looks like it sort of helped Mason Becker there. But this race is really going to be close. Of course, Sawyer Henderson, if he can get past, this will be his first ever final win. And what a race he would have won it in. Here we go, round the outside. It looked like it was going to be Sawyer Henderson who was going to make a move on Mason Becker, but now this is the battle for the lead in the Honda 200s. This is where it matters. Timer has struck to 0, so we're going to get one more lap of racing. Watch out for Sawyer Henderson. He had a look on the inside, but we've got a couple back markers we're catching up to now. This is it. This is where Sawyer Henderson needs to make a move. It's now or never for Sawyer Henderson. Mason Becker defends into turn 1. Sawyer Henderson goes round on the outside. Will he try and get the cutback into turn 2? He's close, but not enough. They head through turn 2 and turn 3 now. Sawyer Henderson can make or break this race. He is ever so close, but he's so close, but no cigar just yet. They come through, they get past the back marker fine. That's brilliant to see. Let's see how they get on now through the Dan Weldon complex. Sawyer Henderson is right there behind him. Now the 52 needs to defend like buggery here if he wants to keep the 27 of the Sawyer Henderson behind. Arthur Murphy's there in third. He's settled for third place, but this is where it matters. One final corner here in the Honda 200s. It's going to go round the outside for Sawyer Henderson. Mason Becker on the inside. Now then, who will get it across the line? It looks like Mason Becker's going to win in Honda 200s. What a drive from the Project 1 driver. Sawyer Henderson there in second place, so frustrated because he had such a solid chance there of taking that win, but it was so close, but no cigar at the end. Arthur Murphy finishes up in third place from George Quinlan, who finished up in fourth, and Marcus Cooper rounded out your top 5. Now we'll wait for the driver of Oscar Churches, who's had a brilliant race so far. He'll come round now to take the win in the Micromaxes. He wins round 4 of the Club Championship. Oscar Churches finishes in front of Rio Pinatio, Adam Goldie, who had a brilliant recovery drive up to third. Mason Munzer in 4th from Jensen Darlow, and Oliver Brunt, who dropped to 6th place. Really unfortunate there for Oliver Brunt, the driver who was dominant, it has to be said, in the first couple of heats. In the final, when it mattered most, in the treadable conditions, lost out big time. Really unfortunate for Oliver Brunt. But at least he can be very positive with himself, knowing that, those heat races, he was up there. He had a really good opportunity. One final completed, and that may have been one of the most exciting finals we've had so far. Well, it's going to be, because it's the only final we've had. One final completed, getting ready for our second one now. It's the interclasses, so it's going to be the mini inters and the Miami Water Swift inters. Let's see how they get on there. You can see Liam Townsend there on your front row, but he's going to be starting for second place because Otis Cleary scored the most amount of points. He'll be starting from pole position. Oliver Barton there in third, from Lewis Herbison in fourth. Lou Barker and Ronnie Smart will be on your front, on your third row. It'll be Archie Lee Bullock from Teddy Higgs, Jackson Heat from Finley Bills, Toby Waterley from Edward Munns, Alex Deskis and Logan Baker from Jack Charles Bailey, and George House will be starting from pole in the Miami Waterswift Inters from Dan Ferguson, John Stewart, Joseph Davies and Andy Stewart. He rounds out your grid for Miami Waterswift Inters. Drivers head out on circuit. This is the second final of the weekend for the 4th round of the HKRC Club Championship. Otis Cleary, as we said, will be starting from pole position. Liam Townsend, we know Liam's been there or thereabouts, but this might be his opportunity. In changeable conditions, this could be where he makes his mark, where he makes that final win. Let's see what happens here. Don't even count Oliver Barton just yet. Of course, we saw Barton and Lewis Herbison, 2 really quick drivers who were there or thereabouts in the heat races. This could be where it matters. This could be where he finds those couple of spots that he needed to get that win. So although Otis Cleary looks like he's dominant so far, Don't count him out just yet as a winner. There is loads of drivers in this field who could win the race. Let's see how they get on then. It's lights out and away we go. Down into turn 1. Otis Cleary on the inside. Look at Townsend. Round on the outside. He breaks as late as possible. Tries to use that red line. And off goes Teddy Hicks, the number 42 there. He's going to try and work from the back of the field as they all come filing through. Otis Cleary leads way Oliver Barton into second place as the Miami Watersmith enters get going. Ryan Townsend on the outside. Look out for Ronnie Smart, who's had a brilliant start. He's into third place as the Miami Watersmith enters start their race. George House leads the way like he's done all weekend long as they come through the first couple of corners. Back to the back to the Minimaxes. It's still Otis Cleary who leads the way. Oliver Barton, as we said, he was thereabouts in the heats, but he just didn't have that pace in the dry. This could be his opportunity. Watch out for Ronnie Smart. We know Ronnie Smart is quick in the way. We've seen him earlier this year. This might be his opportunity to get back at what was a really frustrating couple of heats where he was there or thereabouts, sitting in that top 5, but just couldn't find a way through. But of course, we've seen Otis Cleary. Otis, we know, is a very quick driver, both in wet and dry conditions. Of course, back to the Iron Water Swifts. It looks like Dan Ferguson is now leading the race. So it seems to be that with these mixed conditions, driver who are quickest and pretty dominant in the dry conditions, completely different story. George House is in second place because Dan Ferguson is leading the way. And look for this. Look at this. This is a move, maybe, from Oliver Barton on Otis Cleary. We know Oliver Barton has been there or thereabouts. Look at Iron Watersmith. Look at your small screens there. Move from George House. George House back on the inside of Dan Ferguson. Makes the move stick. And George House will fly through. You can see Dan Ferguson and George House making and taking different lines. George House, in the end, has that quicker line. But look at the front here. Otis Cleary, the 22. He's leading the race, and he's been leading all weekend. But this might change, because watch out for Oliver Barton, who had a look on the inside, couldn't get it done, but it was close enough. And that is really going to pressurise Otis Cleary now. He knows that he's there. He's seen behind. He knows he's there. He's going to try and defend his move, but he hasn't defended very well, because Oliver Barton now takes the lead of the race. What a drive through from Oliver Barton, but now they'll be side by side down into turn 1. Otis Cleary on the inside takes that lead back. But what a drive it's been, and look out for Oliver Barton. He had a look back on Otis Cleary, but just wasn't enough. As he head back to Miami Water Swifts. Of course, George House now leads the way. Dan Ferguson's having a good battle for third, and that's with the driver of Joseph Davies. As both the Stewart drivers really struggling out there to keep it on track, but that top 3 battle is far from over. Of course, Dan Ferguson trying to hold on to that second place. But this is the battle we need to watch out for. Watch out for the 22 there. And the 65. Oliver Barton tries to have a look round the outside on the 22, but couldn't get that move done. Otis Cleary, he's there in first. And now watch out here. Ronnie Smart, he's here in third. And he might be closing in now. Let's look at the times. Who's the quickest out there on circuit? It's Oliver Barton. Oliver Barton setting identical lap times with Otis Cleary. They're both as fast as each other. This really is a battle to the end. Anyone can win this race. Otis Cleary, who has been fighting so hard in the heat races to keep himself on that top spot. He's done well so far, but this is where it matters in these finals. Anything can happen. Yellow flags out at turn 1. So no overtaking in that sector. You saw problem for Joseph Davies. Really slowed down there, and he's lost his podium spot. Joseph Davies has lost his podium spot, and he's lost it to the driver who was 4th, Andy Stewart. Andy Stewart now into 3rd, and he's put himself on a podium spot in the Iron Watersmith category. But back at the front, look at this. It's still going on here between Oliver Barton and Otis Cleary. The top 2 still hammering it round at this half-dry, half-wet Kimbolton circuit. This has really put the driver's skills to the test. And anyone can still win this race. Of course, 3 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. Really unfortunate to see Lewis Herberson not having the best of races. He's been there or thereabouts, but just can't put the laps in. Dan Ferguson there on your screens. He's there in second place still. But he can't see the leader out in front because George House has absolutely gapped the rest of the Waterswift field. But we need to watch out. This battle in the mini-max is really shaking up now. Watch out for Oliver Barton. He's had a good run into turn one. Otis Cleary will defend. He runs out wide. Will that give the opportunity for Barton? No, he doesn't. He thinks better. Thinks to stick back and wait for another opportunity to come. But this race is going to keep battling it down till that last lap, till that last corner. Who will win this race? I think... Oh, I don't know. I think Otis Cleary could hold on to this race, but don't count out Oliver Barton just yet. And if these drivers keep battling a bit too much, don't count out Ronnie Smart. Ronnie Smart, he's settled for third at the moment, but could easily be second or first if he keeps putting in those laps, keep putting the lap times in. Otis Cleary defends, of course, but also using that inside line for the better wet conditions, trying to find a... Oh, that was close between Barton and Otis Cleary. Barton had a look for the inside, and Cleary said, no, you're not getting past me. You're going to have to work a bit harder to get past me if you want this win. They head down into turn one once again. Otis Cleary trying to find those wet lines. The 65, who's there in second place. He had a look, but it wasn't enough. And he's going to try in the next couple of laps because he hasn't got much time left. The 165 has not got much time left to find a way past. 1 minute and a half left on the clock, plus that additional lap. We're going to get 3 or 4 laps left of racing, and this is far from over. And we know Oliver Barton, he's very good at making overtakes. So is Otis Cleary. This really is going down to the wire. Otis Cleary clobbering those final curves to make sure he can carry as much speed as possible down this straight. You can see the track is half wet, half dry into turn one. Let's see what Otis Cleary breaks. He breaks in the middle of the track. He defends his precisions. He defends from Oliver Barton behind, but it's still going to be neck and neck. 50 seconds left on the clock. Otis Cleary is near on dominating this race, but Oliver Barton, he seems to be he's losing a bit of time. But you notice in the Dan Weldon complex, as he exits, Oliver Barton finds a hell of a lot of time, which then puts him alongside, but just not enough to get past him. This is what Oliver Barton's been waiting for. He's been waiting for this final win. He's noticed all the way throughout today that, Otis Cleary has been on a different mission, but with these changeable track conditions has opened it up fully for anyone to win. Oliver Barton is the only man that could ruin Otis Cleary's race, and he wants to make it happen. Down into turn one once again. This will be the second to last lap. The 165 versus the 22. Hamilton and Verstappen, screw that. We're going to go to Otis Cleary and Oliver Barton. This is like a proper ding-dong battle for the end of this race. The two drivers filing through. And this is going to be interesting. Who will take the 4th round of the Club Championship? Of course, those vital championship points that will emulate at the end of the year. Oh, Otis Cleary really hard on those brakes. Watch out for Oliver Barton. He had a look round the outside, and is that the move that settles Cleary at the front of the field? We're going on to the last lap now. This has to be make or break from Oliver Barton. Otis Cleary setting the fastest lap on that last time around. He is putting in the laps because he needs to pull away from Oliver Barton. The 165 is so close to taking this final victory. He was there or thereabouts, but just wasn't enough to get past. Let's see how they get on then into the Derek's corner. Through the second sector. This is a technical sector where half the track is dry, half the track is wet. Let's see how they get on. The 22 here really can have a good opportunity of taking this final win, but watch out, the 165 is right back. It's Oliver Barton, he's back again. He's going to have a look around the outside, he can't do it, but now into the final corner. This is where it happens. Oliver Barton, what will he be able to do? Oh, here's the curb, and he loses momentum. It means Otis Cleary is going to take the win. What a drive from Otis Cleary. He really had to fight for that one, it has to be said. Otis Cleary was so close at the end there from losing that win from Oliver Barton in second place, who gave him a real fight till the end. Oliver Barton finished up in second place. It's Liam Townsend who finished in third, from Louis Barker, Ronnie Smart, Ashley Bullock, from Edward Munns, from Teddy Higgs, Lewis Hutchinson, from Finley Bills, George House, who wins in the Ironby Waterswift Inters, in second place was Daniel Ferguson. Or is it? Or is it because Daniel Ferguson's gone off at the start? Oh no! You could see there on your screens, Daniel Ferguson went off at the final corner. Daniel Ferguson, with a mechanical issue, creeps across the start-finish line, but what's going to finish second? Now can't, because he crosses the line in 5th in the Water Swift Inters. Oh, that's so unfortunate. So unfortunate for the driver who had pretty much settled second place there, Dan Ferguson. He had that second place sorted, but mechanical issue on the last corner. Oh, such a shame. What a race that was, as we said. Of course, that big tussle between Oliver Barton and Otis Cleary. Otis, of course, taking that clean sweep in the end, but was ever so close to losing that lead. So that's our cadet races all done and dusted. Now time for the first junior race. It's going to be Junior X30. Junior X30s are getting ready to start, and we've been greeted by a fellow competitor. Hello, John Richardson. Nice to see you once again. We'll get you set up on the mic, and hopefully we'll get you sorted and get ready for this Junior X30 final. Of course, it's going to be an exciting one. Of course, George Edgar will start from pole position. He took the 2 heat wins. Matt Johnston will start from second place. Jacob Batchelor in third from Smiley Gira. Alex Wiley from Maisie Creed, and Alex Dodds from Harley Musk, Zach McDonald from Oliver Meek, Finley Allen, Adam Bork, Josh Bryan from Dominic Parabek, James Backwith, Ethan Higgins, and Max Locke will round out your grid. Drivers heading round.
Can you hear me? Alright.
George Edgar here. So, John, nice to have you back in the commentary seat. Of course, you've had a pretty eventful second heat and first heat there. Of course, the second heat being where the rain came down. How was that out on circuit? Of course, slicks in the wet. It's not always the funnest to have, but some people say it's quite nice. I quite enjoy the slicks in the wet.
Sorry, it was a bit tricky in the end, since obviously you don't know where your braking point is, and you have to use the car in front as a bit of a marker. So coming home in P4 was a pretty decent result, especially where we've been on pace.
Yeah.
But now we see the start here for the Junior X30. Lights out, we off and racing. George Edgar gets a brilliant start alongside his teammate Nat Johnson. Edgar leads into turn 1, followed by Nat Johnson. A really good start from the 2 Mick Barrett Racings, and in the midfield there's a bit of carnage going on a little bit of there, as I believe there's a slow flag being displayed.
Bamberg's out straight away, and I wonder why that could be. Barrier damage down at turn 1. That's Max Locke, who started near the back of the grid. He started from last on the grid, but barrier damage, he's been put into the barrier there. That now caused a safety car procedure here, so George Edgar will become the safety car. He'll slow everyone down. All the marshals running over to help out the scene. Max Locke gets going again, but a lot of barrier damage that needs to be recovered. So we'll probably have a couple laps behind these Bamberg flags. Of course, it's going to be exciting here to see how the top 2 get on. Of course, teammates in Mick Barrett Racing, both George Edgar and Nat Johnston. Of course, the number 1 rule with being your teammate is don't take your teammate out. Of course, these drivers will, you see them power out the last corner, but they'll see it's Battenberg, so they'll slow down once again. But of course, in this situation, John, you're leading the race. You've had a good start, but the Battenberg comes out. What is your plan for the rest of this race once that green flag comes back out?
I believe the first thing you should try to do is absolutely slow down the race massively, and yes, it helps marshals clean it up, but also really reduces the time for the next lap and stuff. But also you just also have to plan where you're going to go, because it's similar to F1, where you have to judge where you want to go just as the safety car leaves. In this instant, I believe George Edgar's going to have a plan to where he will go.
Yeah, exactly that. They're going to have a different strategy, and George Edgar will get on the power sort of as early as he can. without obviously going too early, because he can get penalised for going too early. Of course, Jacob Batcher here in third, the first driver who isn't part of the MBR crew. With that MDL car, as well as Alex Wiley, are these two going to try and work together here to try and pull a bit of a gap? Let's see what happens here. George Edgar and Nat Johnson, two teammates. And watch out for Somali Kira as well. A driver who was really quick in that second heat, scored enough points to accumulate a good final result. Let's see what they can do now as green flags are out and we're back racing down into turn one. Nat Johnson already on the defensive. He's going to try and defend off Jack Batcher. Watch out for Somali Kira down on the inside of Alex Wiley. That was a strong pass to get into fourth place. George Edgar now leads the way and has already pulled a bit of a margin.
Yeah, brilliant start from George Edgar. Well executed plan he had in mind. As for a moment, I thought that Jacob Batcher would get ahead of Nat Johnson. He had a mega run through the Heinz Straight, but George Edgar is currently the leader of this race, and he is pulling a rate of whatnot, followed by his teammate of Nat Johnston and Edgar. Oh, he ran a bit wide after the exit of Kestrel Corner.
I see like an issue there for George Edgar. He did run a bit wide. That was a bit of a mistake on his half. George Edgar not known for making mistakes. Now go watch out for Zach McDonald. Now Zach McDonald, who we saw had to start near the back of the pack, of course, in the first heat. Then had the best qualifiers. First heat got spun out. Oh, driver spinning off there, it looked like. Wonder if that MDL car, that actually looked like one of the Fullerton carts kept it going. Here's Maisie Creed on your screens, but they're battles for the top three. But it's still Ray John, but they're not close to each other enough. Maisie Creed makes a move on Alex Wiley. That's the move for fifth place. Alex Maisie Creed will now try and chase after her fellow teammate, Jacob Batchler. But the top three here, Somali Kira, Nat Johnson and George Edgar. It looks like now Nat Johnson slowly pulling in here, but it's really going to be like Somali Kira here, because it looks like on the times, Somali Kira is one of the quickest drivers out there. Of course, Nat Johnson has the fastest lap, but look how consistent Somali Kira is. If once we cut back to the top three cameras, you can see there the other drivers pulling through. There's Maisie Creed and Jacob Batcher. Maisie Creed got past Jacob Batcher on that last lap, the number 72. But it's really about at the top three here, because Somali Kira is right on the tail now of Nat Johnston.
Yeah, it's really good showing from the Alpine racer of Sigmari Kira. Sigmari Kira is one of the graduates from the Miami Water Swift, and the Miami Water Swift, I believe she finished 9th in the championship there, and she's definitely a driver to keep an eye out, as here comes Sigmari Kira down the inside. What a move!
You can see that Nat Johnson in second place. He was in second place, now in third. He ran wide, and he ran a bit too wide. He got onto that concrete, and it threw him all over the place. That gave the perfect opportunity for Somali Kira to come through. Now, we need to watch Somali Kira here, right? Because with 3 minutes left on the clock, number 12 gets a warning. That's a bit further down the field, but Somali Kira here could have a real good opportunity of taking the win here. Of course, we were speaking about earlier where some drivers are quicker in the wet than they are in the dry. Some drivers are quicker in the dry than they are in the wet. Somali Kira here looks like a wet master at the moment.
Yeah, it's like Sigmari Kira, I believe she's absolutely got the setup dialed in. I believe she is catching George Edgar here. She's definitely pulled away from Nat Johnston, and she's definitely reeling in George Edgar, as we're going to see with the lap time as they go through Kim Bolton corner. As the time that George Edgar does in a few moments' time, 47.8, yes. She is definitely catching this time out. Sigmari Kira is around 3/10 a lap quicker, but the clock is at 2 minutes 10, and at this rate she's going to need to gain about 4 more tenths now to get within range of attacking distance from George Edgar. But this is going to be a very enthralling race until the end.
Well, exactly that, and the one thing is you can catch a driver, but it's the next thing trying to get past them. We know the number 6 here, George Edgar. He is a absolute unit to try and get past. He can make that cart look like a double-decker bus if he ever wanted to. This is going to be interesting. Of course, Somali Kira on that last lap set the fastest lap of the race, a 47.57. Comparing that to George Edgar's fastest lap time, a 47.74. We'll watch the times again as they come round. 47.73 compared to a 47.4. From Somali Kira. She is the fastest girl out on the circuit. Not just the girl on the circuit, the fastest out of track on everyone.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant from Sigmari Kira. And I believe she's going to catch George Edgar within the next 2 or 3 laps, as we now look behind this battle for the final podium spot between the number 72 of Maisie Creed and Nat Johnson. Maisie is having a very good race here so far, but I think Nat Johnson's tyres are gone now. He's sliding all over the place as here comes Maisie Creed. Maisie, Nat Johnson goes defensive, pulls alongside, down the inside, getting really close. Nat Johnson forced out wide. Here comes Nat Johnston.
Back.
What battle we're seeing here. Maisie Creed is forced off. Onto the high straight we go. Nat Johnson in third. Maisie Creed in fourth. Fighting for the podium spaces. Maisie Creed stays with Nat Johnson. Is she going to get a run through here? No. Through the willows we go. Is Maisie Creed close enough to make a move? She's setting up a switchback here. Is she close enough to make a move into Derek's corner? She's pulling out a what dummy. Oh, this is a brilliant battle we're seeing here.
Wouldn't this be so brilliant, right? We're going to have 2 females on the podium if Maisie Creed can get past Nat Johnson, number 15 here, the Mick Barrett racing car. Watch out for 72. We've seen her lap and lap again. We haven't seen her much in the heat. She's been there or thereabouts, but not at this stage. Not a podium spot in hand. Anna Bourne. Watch out for Anna Bourne. He might have an opportunity for a podium as well. Number 72 filing through. Number 14 filing through. Number 72 there. Oh, that's a warning flag, but on the inside, 72, Maisie Creed, will she get the move done? Yes, but watch out for Anna Bourne, who gets the third as well.
Switchback.
What a move from Anna Bourne, the driver, the number 14, absolutely superb. But at the front, it's still the number 44, Smiley Kira in second place. Oh, that's going to be so close between Nat Johnston and Maisie Creed. Maisie Creed losing out big time there. Drops to 5th. But this is the battle. Look how close they are. Smiley Kira in second place. George Edgar leading the race. But will he hold on for the final corner? Look at Smiley Kira. What will she do? Will she go to the inside?
Race.
Oh, it's going to be a straight race to the line. Who will it be? It's going to be George Edgar who wins in Junior X30. What a race that was.
I think that's going to be that's going to be a very hard race to be. We saw absolutely brilliant battle. Oh no, poor Harley Musk. He spun on the last corner. He was running in 6th place, and I think he's had an incident there with Alex Dodds. Very unfortunate for him, Harley Musk and Alex Dodds. But what a race that was. That was honestly, I think that's going to be one of the best races I've ever seen. As we will now see the results of this race. George Edgar and Mari Kira separated by less than a tenth. Finley Allen and Nat Johnston will be 3rd and 4th, with the rest of the grid being comprised of the other drivers. But now we'll move on to the next race of the 210 challenge. I think that'll be a very interesting race to watch indeed, since similar to the KZ, as I believe.
Yeah, it's similar to some extent, of course, both being the gearbox car. I mean, you have to go back to that junior race before. Finley Allen, 3rd place. What a drive that was. A driver who wasn't even in the top 5 or the top 10 all weekend. When it matters in the rain, brought an absolute masterclass. We're going to have a look for the grid now. The next race being the 210 challenge. Of course, Robert Perkins, who was really strong in the races, he's going to be starting from pole position. Of course, his drivers battling out over 3 heats. Of course, here is the lineup on your screen. Stan Berry from Tony Berry, from Paul Fowler to Stuart Henry, Liam Phillip from Peter Mason, Russell Hopes, Neil Hancock, Mark Shepherd, Oliver Shelley from Jack Perkins, John Hutton from Anthony Cox, William Shelley, David Smith from Shane Cox, Michael Owen, Ray Sloan, Malcolm Caddick, Thomas Stone and David Skull rounds out your grid of drivers. Now I have to say, John, let's have a look at these cars. Of course, we've been speaking about this today. All these cars are different in their own way. Some drivers are running different bodywork packages that others aren't. And it really shows up against it. I mean, we've seen some of the drivers here. They've got massive rear spoilers, some with massive front nose cones. And you can see as well the technology. How can you see, as comparing it to your car, how much has technology come on across the years?
Well, I believe the 210 challenges are a bit more of the older variation, but some drivers here are running, like, as you mentioned, different specs. For example, the number 72 of Michael Owen is running a rear flap, but the others, let's say the O-plate of Robert Perkins, he's running a similar go-kart to mine, basically. So it's really interesting to see different specs here being used, like the number 1 plate of Dan Burney. He's using he actually has no nose cone, actually. So
yeah. And of course the 3 pedals as well. So you got the throttle, brake, and the clutch, which must be quite hard to tap each one. You might be able to try and play pianos with your feet. as they line up on the grid now. Of course, number 1, Dan Berry. What a drive he's had so far today. Number 0, Robert Perkins. Both of these drivers are going to have a brilliant battle to the end. Of course, we saw Robert Perkins, probably one of the quickest drivers out on circuit, has to be said. But all these cars are different, and all these cars are going to be, all these different cars are going to be ones to watch out for in this final race. I don't think anyone really knows who could win this race. Let's just see how they get on then. The lights are going to be on upon us. Marshall's from the back of the board saying, let's go racing. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights are upon us. And it's lights out, and away we go. Let's see what the front grid do. It looks like the number 0, Robert Perkins, gets an absolutely brilliant start. The whole shot down to the first corner. Danbury on the inside as well. He gets into second place, but look at the couple of drivers full understeer mode as they head through the first couple of corners. Number 5 of Paul Fowler drops to 4th, but up to 3rd is the 86 of Leo Silvet.
Yeah, it's a very good start from the O-play of Robert Perkins. His experience probably goes on literally forever as well. Like many of these drivers, when I'm walking past the 210, some of them are, I think, about 70-ish. So it's really interesting to see like the age variation of some of these drivers as we now form the second lap of this race. But Dan Burry is catching Robert Perkins here. Is he going to try and make a move on the O-play champion? No. Or is he? He's going to try and go for a switchback. Can he get the move done? Oh, he's thinking about it. No, he can't get through the willows onto the Yamyutsu straight. It's now a 3-way battle between Lionel Stiefel, Dan Burney and Robert Perkins. But do not count out Paul Fowler. He's been very quick so far, but he's losing touch of distance between these top 3. And from the commentary window, do you think the track is drying up here? Because it looks like in Sector 3 it is massively dried up.
From where we're standing, the first sector looks horrible, but the second and third sector, they look like they're slowly drying up. And to be honest, at the start, it looked like they were pretty dry. Once the rain has settled, here's a battle for the lead on your screens here. The number 1 versus the number 0. The number 0 being Robert Perkins versus Danbury on the inside. Danbury had another look, but couldn't get the power down, couldn't get alongside. You can see the size difference between the number 0 and the number 1 here. And of course, watch out for the 86 here, Neil Silfet, who's been really quick. Oh, had a look there. Was number 1. Of course, he's a champion for a reason. He knows how to win races. He knows how to make moves. But this is a different breed of driver. The number 0 here, Robert Perkins. He's a hard driver to get past. This is going to be very interesting with only 6 minutes and an additional lap left on the clock.
Yeah, I believe this is going to go all the way down to the end. And I think Dan Burry's got a very good run here. As we see the O-play, Robert Perkins goes defensive, but is Dan Burry going to be able to make a move? Yes, he is. He's alongside. Oh, he can't get ahead. It is getting really feisty here with these 210s as we now go onto the Yamyutsu straight as the 210s take a different layout from the other classes here.
Oh, he's going to
and alongside, is he going to make a move? No. Oh, brilliant defending though from the O-play as we now go through Dan Weldon. Is he the number 1 of Danbury going to be close enough to make a move? I don't think he is. He's losing touch and distance a little bit, but that's the issue there with making moves, as there's yellow flags being waved on the hind straight, so you're going to neutralise overtaking it, but they've just been taken out now. But what a run that Danbury has. He pulls alongside, round the outside, he's going to try and go. No, he can't make the move stick, but that's it. He's got really good switchback. What a move from Danbury to secure first place. He's got that number 1 plate for a reason, and he's showed us why.
We knew it was going to happen at some point. It was going to happen in these next couple of laps, and the battle for second could still rage on here. We still got Danbury versus Leon Silfe, who, if Leon can close in the next couple of laps, he might have an opportunity for second place. But we were talking earlier about the track conditions. This track looks a lot drier around this sector of the circuit, especially those last couple of corners. You saw a couple of drivers in the races before, they were running wide, and then they were finding more of the wet patches, where the dry patches are actually on the inside of the corner. Really interesting stuff here. Of course, these drivers now on the wet tyres. It's actually interesting to see as well. They've actually fitted rain lights to some of these karts, which is pretty cool and something we only really see in car racing. 4 minutes left on the clock, plus additional lap. Number 20 getting a mechanical flag. Who could the number 20 be? He's a bit further down the field.
Neil Hancock.
Yeah, Neil Hancock is running in 10th, but he will now have to retire from the race. Of course, one problem with these karts are reliability issues. meant that a few drivers haven't been able to start the race. A few drivers had to DNF throughout the race as well. But what a race has been so far. Of course, we've seen the battle between number 0, the number 1, and it looks like the number 1 of Danbury is slowly pulling away now, but it's got some backmarkers to overtake now.
Yeah, backmarkers can play a bit of a difference here, but he's got through the 25 and the 52 with relative amount of ease. But is the Oakley going to have the same troubles? No. But is the number 86 of Lionel Stiffield going to be able to capitalise from this? But no, I believe this is going to be a very difficult race to beat. And the number 32 is holding up the number 1 a little bit there. And this is going to allow the O-plate of Robert Perkins to capitalise a little bit. He looks like he's catched a little bit on the straight visually, but the number 1 with 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, I believe he's going to have this win secure. But that lap, Robert Perkins was about a 10th quicker, so maybe are we going to be able to see a last lap showdown like the Junior X30 race?
Or it's going to be close, but it's going to be just down to how many mistakes Burry's going to make. Of course, number 1 on his kart means that he doesn't make mistakes, but that's just what the number says. It's all about what that driver can do. Of course, in these wet conditions, more mistakes are likely to happen. The number 0 here, Robert Perkins, he's really just trying to get the metal down. He's going to watch what the number 1 does here. He's going to watch his different lines, learn where he's quicker than him, learn where he's slower than him, and then apply them together. Of course, this is so exciting. This is why, if you're involved with the 210 Nash, if you want to get involved with the 210 Challenge, get yourself on the website, get yourself involved. This is what brilliant racing, this is what proper racing looks like. We've got 2 different breed of karts, different manufacturers, different engine specs, but it's going to provide brilliant racing with only 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap.
And speaking of that lap, Robert Perkins, fastest lap of the race, 43.59, 3 times quicker than Dan Burry. And he's approaching a back mark here. The number 72, as we spoken to him earlier, running a different spec compared to the O-plate and the number 1 of Dan Burry. But it seems like he's managed to get through him without that much troubles here. But 1 minute, 13 on the clock. Around, I'd say about 3 more laps remaining. But Robert Perkins was a bit more so. There's a bit of an incident there without actually having an incident physically. And that's going to hold up the O-play of Robert Perkins. So I believe this has given the win to Dan Burry. But since he was held up so much by the back marker of 72 of Michael Owen. But anything can happen here in motorsport.
Exactly that. The 0. He was a bit close with that 72 when lapping him. He got on the inside and was very close between the 2, but he managed to come through unscathed. 30 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap. Anything can happen, of course. We're in the mix of these back markers now. The number 0 coming through. He's I'm trying to have a look past the number 9. Number 9 being Peter Mason, who's not had the best of races, I have to be said. Peter Mason, who was up there in the heats, at one point got a podium in one of the heats. Now sitting there just on the brink of the top 10. But of course, anything can happen. He could make up more moves. But look at the O-play here. He looks like he's... Oh, has he got a problem? As to number 0, got a problem.
He slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, he slowed down, and you saw him looking at the engine. Sorry, banging on the engine, thinking, "What are you doing? Don't play on me now." Look at the number 0. He's really slow now and could even lose out in second place. You could hear him as he came past. He was trying to shift gears and just couldn't get into gear. He's got to work a hell of a lap to keep this second place. But the number 1 man up the front, he's going to take the win. Hopefully, if he can get round the rest of this lap. Dan Berry, who won the championship last year, he only won the championship for one reason, because he can win. He's a winner, he's a champion, and this is what it means. Oh, I got ever so close between that back marker there. But this is Dan Burry. Dan Burry makes overtakes. He wins races. He wins championships. And he's going to do exactly that here at Kitten Bolton. Dan Burry wins the 210 challenge here. If you want to get involved with racing, that's exactly why. Because that racing was superb.
Absolutely brilliant racing from our drivers there. And with the O-play of Robert Perkins, with that issue, will come home in second. And on that lap, he lost nearly about 2 seconds to Dan Burry. But it's a very good result from the O-play of Robert Perkins. Rounding out the top 3 will be the number 5 of Paul Fowler. A very neat race from him, followed by Lionel Stiefelt, and the top 5 being rounded out by Stuart Henry, as you see the results on your screen. And what an interesting race that was, full of drama and excitement and a mixture of conditions.
Exactly that. The Robert Perkins, who was really quick, and he was the fan favourite for that final win. Didn't get it in the end. Brilliant stuff by Dan Berry, of course. That shows why he is a champion, because when it matters, he's there, and he takes those wins. What a race from the 210 challenge we've had there. Now, we're going into our next set of gearbox karts. This is going to be KZ. Obviously, you've seen a bit of the KZ action. What do you think of who do you think is the favourite for this win?
It's going to be between Ella Stevens and Timo Younglin.
Exactly.
Timo Younglin, he's a British kart champion in Honda. Ella Stevens, one of the quickest drivers in the UK in the KZ. She has the E-plate for a reason. I definitely think it's going to be between them two, but do not count out the other drivers in 3rd, 4th and 5th. You never know what they could do. But I definitely do believe the favourites of this race will be Timo Younglin and Ella Stevens.
Exactly that. I mean, Timo Younglin racing KZs in the World Karting Championship with the Sony Kart factory team.
Are they on slicks?
No way they could be on slicks. No way. Of course, it would be a bit of a safety concern if these drivers went out on slick tyres. Because
it looks like it. It doesn't look like they have treads.
Let's have a closer look then. What tyres is Ella? Ella Stevens on slick tyres?
I think they're slicks.
This will throw up the race drastically. Is Ella Stevens... Well, obviously Ella Stevens think that this track is mostly dry, but she's going to have to try and keep on those dry patches.
I think Timo Younglin's on dries as well.
Yes, they're both on.
I think everyone's
on slick tyres.
Everyone's on dries. I think everyone here is on dry tyres, so this is going to really excite the KZ race.
You can see how to take them different lines there. You saw Ella Stevens there turned into turn 2 and went complete understeer mode. She would have not have had that if she was on a wet tyre. This is so interesting now. Ella Stevens, who will be starting from the pole spot. Well, actually, no, Timo Younglin will be starting from the pole spot. Oh, my apologies. Ella Stevens will. I thought Ella Stevens, thought Timo Younglin, because obviously he won the first 2 races, would have at least had a better opportunity than Ella Stevens.
I think he had a penalty in one of them.
Exactly. That's why penalties can cost you so wisely in these races. Obviously, the drivers now really had to use those 2 formation laps there, not just to heat up the tyres, but to learn the track conditions, especially on these slick tyres. Let's have a closer look as they find out. Whoa, that was very close between
Ella
Timo Younglin and Ella Stevens. Let's have a closer look at the tyres. Yep, slick for the front 2. Lucas Ellingham on slicks, Ryan Green on slicks. Daniel Sabula on the wet tyre.
He's really taking a risk here.
A new slick. We'll have to wait and see. But looks like most of the drivers on those slick tyres. Leo Robinson is on the wet tyre. This is going to be very interesting indeed. A wet track, but slick tyres are applied to the karts. Let's have a look. Let's watch for the lights here. This is going to be exciting, John. Let's watch and see what happens here. 4 lights will be upon us soon. You can see the drivers rolling their karts. Make sure they're staying gear. 4 lights are upon us, and it's lights out, and away we go. Let's see how they pull off as they enter down into turn 1. Timo Younglin takes the lead there, whole shot there. Watch out for Ryan Green. He's there in 3rd place, now in 2nd place as he gets past Ella Stevens. But look at the whole shot. Look at this driver, Timo Younglin, a world champion rated driver, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, Timo Younglin really showing why he was the Junior Rotax World Champion and British Kart Champion. But Younglin now has a huge gap to Ella Stevens. You really don't say that very often in KZ Racing, but that is an absolutely super start from Timo Younglin. But it looks like the track is dry now as they cross the line now to form lap number 1. 39.64 for Timo Younglin. A very good race for Timo. And in 2nd place, it's not Ella Stevens, it's Ryan Green. Ryan Green is here, has had a brilliant race so far with Ella Stevens in 3rd and James Beecroft in 4th. James Beecroft, one of your did senior Rotax last year, I believe so, and is now doing KZ. But this man there on your screen, the number 15, Timo Younglin, looking for a win here at Kimbolton, and he's looking like he's going to do so here. He's absolutely rocketing the field here. He's absolutely flying at the moment as a 37.4, 3/10 quicker than the people behind him. But keep an eye out on Ella Stevens. Ella is not a driver who's known to give up, but she's understeering so much through the Willow section. But this is looking very interesting so far, as is Ella Stevens going to be able to catch up to Ryan Green?
It's going to be interesting here to see how these drivers fare against, obviously they're on the 6 tyres on this wet track. We saw Ella Stevens not faring into it quite well. She was driving into a lot of the wet patches, getting full understeer mode. Timo Youngling doing sort of the opposite. He's just sort of pulled a gap. But Ryan Green is someone we need to watch out for, because Ryan Green, of course, a lot of experience in the KZ karts. 9th in the British Championships last year, and he was 9th for a reason. And that's because he is one of the most dominant drivers out there in the country. Of course, very quick around this Kimbolton circuit, and throughout today, very consistent indeed. It was up there or thereabouts. He got a podium in the last heat, but he was just biding his time, waiting for opportunity to come at him. This opportunity came at him, and he took it with flying colours. James Beecroft, we have to say, brilliant job by Beecroft. The 72, he's there in 4th place. And Bagel Ringford, who hasn't been inside the top 5 all weekend, in that top 5 now. These mixed conditions have really shaken up who is where. Daniel Sabula up into 6th with Welkers. So it's going to be hard to see who really is the quicker tyre. Oh, that's a late move there. The 99 of Lucas Ellingham makes the move on Daniel Sabula. That was the move for 6th place. Timo's brother Ralph Youngling just behind Daniel Sabula now. Daniel Sabula obviously won the championship last year. He's going to have some experience, but not compared to some of these drivers in front of him. Of course, Ella Stevens, a well-established TKZ driver. And, yellow flags are out. That's like, Björn Phillips. Björn Phillips looks like it is out of the race. And that exactly is the problem with these wet conditions. But it seems to me that when we're in these wet conditions now, these mixed conditions, we're seeing drivers who haven't been there in the heats. Now they're in the final when it matters.
Yeah, it really just proves your point that some drivers are quicker in the wet than the dry, and vice versa. And we've really seen it here with a few drivers, especially Timo Youngling. Timo is pulling away massively here at the moment, 1.5 second gap. But on that lap, Ryan Green is a bit faster as we now come across the line. No, Timo Youngling pulls a 10th as a second now, 4 minutes 10 seconds on the clock. It's looking good for Timo Youngling here. Ella Stevens is feigning it back a little bit here, but keep an eye out on Lucas Ellingham. He's quicker than he's quicker than Ella Stevens and James Beecroft. And obviously Lucas Ellingham, a very experienced driver he won the Senior Rotax Championship here last year. He's moved up here to KZ, and he's trying to learn the overall KZ's driving style. As now we see on our camera shots, the number 9 has been caught up massively here from Ella Stevens. Has proved my point that she will never give up. And she's understeering so much. She's pushing extremely hard to get that 2nd place. But look ahead of us. There are back markers ahead of us. Could this prove fatal for Timo Youngling or for these top 2 here? As into the TKM straight we go. Ella Stevens is nearly nose to tail with Ryan Green. Is now through the laser straight and into Kimbolton corner. It's really close, but it seems to be gone all fine for these 2 here. Into the first corner we go. He's run a bit wide. The number 9 through Ella Stevens goes.
What a move from Ella Stevens. The number E plate gets through on the number 9, Ryan Green, for 2nd place. The 199 gets a warning flag. Lucas Ellingham, I do have to apologise. It was Björn Phillips. He hasn't started the race, but William Ash and George Barker have both retired from the race. Look at this, though. The back marker's getting out of the race. And up at the front, still this battle for 2nd place. Ella Stevens, yes, has got by, but it's not done and deal. This is not a sealed 2nd place, and neither is it a sealed win, because Timo Youngling slowly getting held up by some of these back markers. Just going to give the opportunity for the E plate and the 9 plate here to try and find some time. But of course, Timo Youngling setting that fastest lap. I mean, a couple of laps ago, Ella Stevens was actually the fastest driver out on circuit. This is not the place you want to catch up to a back marker. And the braking over damn well, and that got very sketchy there. 2 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap, but I mean, Ella Stevens send the fastest purple sector 1, but the fastest lap out there goes to Timo Youngling. That's for a certain reason. That's because he's leading the way. And just to see there, Leah Robertson got overtaken there by Timo Youngling. Of course, Leah Robertson on those wet tyres, Timo on those slicks. And you can see now, especially with that first sector, a dry line is forming. And it's going to be very interesting in the finals to come, especially the Junior Rotax final, which you'll be in later on today. It's going to be interesting to see how the track develops and the characteristics of the circuit. All Leah Robertson holding up. Ella Stevens here. Ryan Green might have an opportunity here in the laps to come. 1 minute, just under a minute and a half left on the clock, plus that additional lap. And this second place is far from over.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Ryan Green here, but I believe this has given Timo Youngling a bit more of a gap here. But Ella Stevens, even as well as she was held up by back markers, she's only 2 tenths off of Timo. So this race might not be entirely over here. But here comes Ryan Green as Jessica Edgar sets a very compelling lap in 10th position. Jessica Edgar, I believe that she is the sister of George Edgar. A very quick driver she is. But we're looking at this battle here for second place. It's between Ella Stevens and Ryan Green. But let's look at the lap times here. Is Ella Stevens closing in? Yes, she is. 2 tenths quicker that lap. And the fastest lap of this race. It's looking very good here so far for Ella Stevens. She's closing in, but only 24 seconds on the clock so far. And I don't think she has enough time to close up to Timo Youngling, and I think this is going to be Timo's to lose from now on. With 10 seconds on the clock, this is going to be very close. Are we going to get another lap? No. This is going to be the penultimate lap of the race. Oh, there's a spinner. There's a spinner. I can't tell
just off the
who that
box.
is. It's on the Willows. Oh, Timo Youngling gets really close with it. I'm just really surprised. They've all missed it, but there's a freight train bit behind them. And luckily, he's pushed his way out of the way. Very neat pushing skills from him. But yeah, as we see, it's the number 28. I'm not 100% sure who that is, but it's very good. He managed to get out of the way. As now into the Kim Bolton straight we go, as we will now begin the last lap, and this is Timo Youngling's to lose.
Here we go then, the final lap of the race. So they can't overtake in this first sector because the yellow flags are out. That means that Timo Youngling, and look at Ella Stevens getting stuck behind the back markers. That seals it for Timo Youngling, the driver from the Sodi Kart factory team, the driver who won the Junior Rotax Championship last year and is now racing in the World Karting Championships. This is what it's all about. This is why he is a champion. This is why he's been selected by Sodi Kart to race at the highest level of KZ karting, because you can come here and practice, but he wasn't practicing. He was coming for a race win, and Timo Youngling wins in KZ. What a drive. Lights the flag finish, a dominant victory here. Heat 1 win, Heat 2 win, and final win. You can't ask for much more than that. Ella Stevens up in second place from Ryan Green, who finishes up in third. Now some drivers a bit further down the field. Of course, James Beecroft. What a drive from Beecroft. Made it to top 4th when it mattered. Finished up in 4th place. Lucas Gallingham up into the top 5 from Better Ruggersford. Ralph Youngling, San Daniel Sabula, Hannah Lang from Jessica Edgar, who breaches into the top 10, and it'll be nice to see her back out in the F1 Academy car later this month. The top 10 there, all close to each other, and of course the back markers getting a bit in the way there, but that made the racing so much more exciting. What a race that was, and what a 1v1 between Youngling and Ella Stevens, which wasn't really a 1v1, it was more of a 1v1 between the drivers in second and third. But what a race that was, a dominant victory from Youngling.
Yeah, an absolutely dominant victory from Timo Youngling. It shows why he is the world champion for Junior Rotax, and why he is a British Kart champion. As the next race here is Rotax 177. And Rotax 177 is going to be a very interesting race. You've obviously got the likes of Liam Ferguson and Scott Klee, who have been the ones to beat here. And overall, I believe this race is going to be one of the closest races here, as we now see the results for Rotax 177, but it's actually meant to be the grid order for Rotax 177. As we now see the grid order on your screen, as the kart's now prepared to exit the pit lane. And it's going to be a very, very interesting race to watch here.
You can see, I can see now, just off the commentary box on the start-finish straight, the track is completely dry. There's a couple of wet patches, but this track is predominantly more dry than it is wet. So for these drivers who are out on wet tyres, this is really going to burn their tyres up. This is now a slick track more than a wet track. Liam Ferguson starts from pole position. Scott Clee alongside him. Lucas Theo from Ollie Goodyear. Nathan Chafer, Giddy Galloway, and Ben Hitch from Angel Ungwa. Watch out for Angel. Really quick. Could win this race. Toby Case from Adam Clark. Scott Smith. Alex Jones, Alfie Bray. Matt Lear from Gavin Petty. David German from Sam Yaxley. Stav from Adrian Williams. Jake Bradfield from Matt Wardle. From Daniel Walker. Theo Standers. Andy Chenery. Ollie Hancock. From Jake Biggerstaff. Jack Swayton. Colin Walker. And David Hitchin. Rounds out your grid of drivers. Watch out for Lucas Theo, who in the second heat was the driver who could make or break any victory. Liam Ferguson has been dominant so far, but we've seen time and time again in the final is when those dominant drivers lose their mind. Let's see how they get going. The first time asking into turn one, we're off and away. Look at Scott Clee trying to get down to the inside, but looks like Ola Goodyear's in. Spin it down. Scott Clee is off in a spin, and he is out of this field. Well, he's not out of the race so far, but he's going to drop to the back of the field. But that really shakes things up there, and that was a mixture of just everyone trying to get to one bit of tarmac, just not go. Liam Ferguson leads the way. Looks like Lucas Theo up into second place. Ben Hitchin up into third, and looks like Nathan Chafer into fourth place. Watch out for Chafer in the laps to come. Of course, Jimmy Galloway nearly had a good start there, but got caught up in the collisions. But what a first lap that was!
Yeah, an absolutely terrific lap there from Liam Ferguson. It shows why he can win races, and he's doing it so this time out here. A bit of shame for Ollie Hancock and David Hitchin. They haven't gone out. And speaking of Ollie Hancock, on the top right of your screen, Used OTK, he's actually the owner of Used OTK. So it's very interesting to see that our sponsors are actually racing here, but this race is not over yet. The number 133, sorry, of Lucas Theo. He's been so quick so far today. And he's right behind Liam Ferguson. As Liam Ferguson's been one of the most dominant drivers here at Kim Bolton. What a move there from Ben Hitchin.
In saying good luck to us, of course, sponsoring this race. The used OTK packages, of course. If you're interested in buying some OTK parts, make sure you head over to their website. All at a fraction of the cost, which is what makes the used OTK prices so well. And it's being used to perfection here, because that driver in second place, Ben Hitchin, on that OTK car in second place. Watch out for Nathan Chafer, though. We know Chafer. We can win. We can win races. Of course, we've seen that NKC. Of course, up at the front of the field, and that's why he's got the number 3 plate. But Chafer just doesn't seem to be on it at the moment. But it's really Liam Ferguson's race to lose here.
Yeah, Liam Ferguson has been pretty comfortably the most informed drivers. Look at Hitchin. He's having a really good run through the Heinz Straight.
Yeah, you can see him pointing. He was pointing to Chafer, saying, "Come on, let's get going. We need to catch up to Liam Ferguson here." And I wonder now with these two or three, because watch out for Jimmy Galloway here and Adriel Ungwa, who is there at the back of this train. He started down in about the top 10, top 15, but he is right on this pack now and could even have an opportunity of winning this race. Watch out for that 35 on that precision car.
Yeah, keep an eye out also on Jimmy Galloway, the Jax driver, as this race is not over yet. It's a battle from the top 6 here. And this is very surprising. Pulls out on a move. What a move. And Ollie Hancock follows through. Oh no, his bumper. That's a disaster.
Mechanical flag for the 165. Liam Ferguson, when it matters most, he's out of the race. He has to pull into the pits now because that rear bumper, as you were saying, John, is hanging off. And that is unfortunate for Liam Ferguson, the man who was the fan favourite to win this race, is out, and he'll have to pull in at the end of this lap. Ben Hitchin now leads the way. Nathan Chafer, who was in second place, watch out for Jimmy Galloway. He had a look for second place, couldn't get it done. Adrian Ungwa, he might have an opportunity here to go for that podium spot. He's me side by side with Lucas Theo into turn 1. What will Liam Ferguson do? Now Liam, he carries on. Liam Ferguson carries on racing. Running wide there. Contact there with Lucas Theo. But Liam Ferguson, he needs to head into the pits now. Otherwise, he'll receive that black flag, which no one wants to see. But Ben Hitchin made full advantage of that and leads the way.
Yeah, it's absolutely gutting for Liam Ferguson. He was pretty comfortably the favourite to win it this weekend. He's been so dominant now, and we're going to maybe be able to see a brand new winner here in Rotax 177. Ben Hitchin here. He's been super so far, but keep an eye on Nathan Schaefer. He doesn't have that number 3 for no reason. He's been informed as, yes, Liam Ferguson is pulling in the pits. Maybe he didn't see the first time of the mechanical flag, but now we're going to focus on the battle for the front 3. It's between Ben Hitchin, Nathan Schaefer, and Jimmy Galloway. Jimmy Galloway, a very informed driver as well. Last year, he took multiple wins throughout the season, and he's trying to replicate one here now. Through TKM straight we go. Galloway, followed by Nogwa and Goodyear. This is looking very interesting and spicy for the front 3. And do not count out Adriel Nogwa. He's starting about 15th place, I believe, and he's had arguably the race of his life here. And can he try and get a win here? But I'm starting to think here that the top 3 here are just going to try and, well, not actually fight, but just work together almost, as they are pulling away from 5th place. And it looks like, I believe they will, for a few more laps here, but they're all bunching up here, and maybe we're going to see a move for the lead.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see this, but I mean, we all know Nathan Schaefer. Nathan Schaefer loves a dive bomb. He's going to wait for an opportunity to come about, and he will lick the stamp, and he will send it. Let's see what happens. Launch out for Ejungwa. He makes the move for 3rd place, gets the move done, covers off from Jimmy Galloway. That will be a brilliant move for 3rd place.
Here comes
but
Jimmy.
This is really what it's all about. We've got Ben Hitchin, who hasn't won a race in 177 here at Kimbolton. We've got Nathan Schaefer, who's an experienced driver. He's won a race here in the 177. Ejungwa has not won a race here in 177. And we've got Jimmy Galloway, who's won multiple races here in 177. How many times we say 177 in this sentence? I have no idea. But Ben Hitchin looks like he could win for the first time ever at this Kimbolton circuit. Nathan Schaefer is there in 2nd place. Ejungwa is there in 3rd, soon to be 2nd
Down
place.
the inside. What a move
from Andrew Nigwa. He's there in 2nd place now. Nathan Schaefer drops to 3rd, but Andrew Nigwa could win this race.
What a drive this would be. From 15th to 2nd now. You do not see Nathan Schaefer being overtaken by lap like that. But this is Adriel's race to win, basically. He is on fire at the moment. Even with that overtake, he's nearly a 10th quicker than Ben Hitchin. Here we go. Through down Weldon we go. There's blue flags being waved for the number 57 of Jake Biggerstaff. But this battle here between the top 2, it seems like that Adriel Ngwa, as that's good driving there from the back marker, letting the leaders through. But here we go. The number 41, Ben Hitchin, takes a long look over the shoulder, but there's yellow flags. I'm not 100% sure why. There might be an incident somewhere. Yes, there's a car off. I believe it's the number 69 of Toby Case. Toby Case was very quick on the Saturday practice. It's a bit unfortunate here, but he's caught up to him. Adriel Engwa has been able to get the win here. Here we go. It's 33 seconds on the clock. 3 laps to go. He has a long look over his shoulder. The number 133 of
Here we go!
Oh,
Here
what
we go.
move!
Adrian
What
on
move!
the inside of Ben Hitchin. Let's see what happens here then. We've got 2 laps of racing yet. The 133 is under investigation, but this race is far from over. Jimmy Galloway now into 3rd place.
They can't overtake.
Yeah, they can't overtake through this first sector. Let's wait and see what happens here. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Adrian Ngwa, who started down in 8th place, is now leading here. He won the driver of the day last month for a reason, because we saw potential in him. We saw that he could win a race here in 177s. In this final, everything has come into place here. We saw Adrian Ngwa in the 2nd heat. He was down at the back of the field. He fought his way up to collect a solid result. That's probably been a good place for the final. This is the last lap of the race now. Adrian Ngwa has never won a kart race before, especially in 177s. What a race this was going to be. We knew it was going to be exciting. We knew it was going to be intense. Now, Ben Hitchin, he also hasn't won a race. This could be his opportunity to make a move for the lead, but he can't catch him. He can't catch Adriel. And the man from Precision Racing, the man using that number 35. It's going to see a win for the first time ever. What a race we're having here. Nathan Schaefer couldn't get onto the podium spot. Jimmy Galloway got to third, but there's one man who could win the race.
Side goes Jimmy Galloway.
Jimmy Galloway to second place, but it's not going to catch Adrian Ngwa, who wins in 177 for the first time ever. Adrian Ngwa is a race winner. Wow, what a race that was. Ben Hitchin in second place. Jimmy Galloway rounds out your top three. But what a race. We should be loving this.
I think that's beaten the Junior X30 there. The favourite to win, Liam Ferguson, had a mechanical failure. Jimmy Galloway, the second favourite, wasn't able to win it. But Adrian Ngwa has just showed why he won the Drive of the Day last month. He showed the potential, and he showed why he has that potential to take the win in Rotax 177. A brilliant win. As we now see the results there, Adrian Ngwa and Ben Hitchin will be the finish first and second in that race, with Jimmy Galloway rounding out the podium spaces. As you see the rest of the grid going through, as the next race of the day is Senior X30.
What a final that was. I mean, Adrian Ngwa, earlier in the day, at one point, he was last. He was last in the second heat. He manages to pull his way through to the middle of the pack. But no one expected that. No one expected him to win the race. He started down in 8th place. And that is one... If there's a lesson we take from today, and it's to never give up. Because you never know what's going to happen. And here we go. The next final is getting ready. It's 11 degrees at the moment. Clear skies. But there was not clear skies a long time ago. Harrison Mackie starts from pole position. This could be the opportunity for his first senior win. Hayden Eldridge in second place from Tristan Powell. Jensen Pugh will round out your second row of the grid. It's going to be Jack Dan from Josh Agenbar, who's had a brilliant return back to karting. Noah Olsen from Monty Breathwaite. Jack Stewart from Aaron Lask. Katie Ashton from Chris Bingham. Oliver Harris from Isaac Marsh. Alfie O'Brien. Zach Wellen from Harrison Morrow. Peter Jurovic from Joshua Jones. Jessica Fitchell from Max Anderson. Jack Chris, Lucian Joyce, James Reynolds, and Henry Ronan's Hart rounds out your grid of drivers. Now, 25 drivers start this field. Who do you think's got the best shot of winning this?
It's definitely good between Harrison Mackie, Hadrian Elridge, and Tristan Powell. And on the last lap of the Heat 2, I believe Hadrian Eldridge had an issue. And what I think has happened here, I believe Tristan Powell has deliberately not overtaken Hadrian Eldridge here, because he, in this track, like some tracks, it depends on where you want to start. And on this situation, I believe Tristan Powell has thought, and he's realised here that he doesn't... Oh no, Harrison Mackie! Oh, that was close.
Right, sit down everybody, let's sit down. There was nearly a mechanical issue there for Harrison Mackie, who was supposed to be starting from pole position. He'll get back to his spot, but I had to maybe jump out of my seat for a minute there.
Yeah, but as I was going on, I believe here you'd rather start first and second, as you could be able to wash wide and be able to collect it in instances here. And this is why Tristan Powell has opted not to overtake Hayden Elridge. But at the moment, if they don't manage to get in their designated grid positions by post, I believe 8, Harrison Mackie might not start first here.
Well, this will be very interesting actually, because
it doesn't look like he's actually overtaken.
He's not there. He's there, but he's on the second row of the grid. He's not on his correct position.
Yes, same as Tristan Powell.
Now he has actually, because all the other drivers were on that outside row. Now he's in his original spot. As you were saying with Tristan Powell, that is very, very smart thinking. If that's what he's done, might be a bit of sportsmanship. But let's get ready then. Harrison Mackie is the man who could lose this race. It's every other driver to win. We're going around once again. It's a full start. This gives another driver for Harrison, the opportunity for the drivers to get that heat in the tyres, of course. Still a cold track out there, and still wet patches out there as well. We're going around once again. It gives an opportunity for Harrison Mackie to have a breather, have a think about what his plan is going to be for the race. Of course, it's all going to be about trying to brake for that turn 1 and actually get the car stopped for that turn 1. Of course, we said about Tristan Powell, vice champion here last year. He's won races here before. He knows what to do. Harrison Mackie, we've not seen him here at the Kimbolton circuit. If he does this will be his first ever win here at Kimbolton in the senior X30 category. Don't know if he's been here before in the junior or cadet categories, but it'll be a good way to start off his senior X30 campaign here at Kimbolton. Hayden Eldridge, he's a very quick driver indeed on that Exxon chassis. Of course, the number 41, he's won races as well. So we've got two drivers who are very experienced at Kimbolton, but we've got Harrison Mackie, who is just one of the brightest stars of the future. Let's see if we can get going for the second time of asking. Jack Dan and Jens Appeal will be drivers to watch out for. Let's get going then. The second time of asking. Yes, we do. Down into turn one. The X30 is off and away. Tristan Powell on the inside there, trying to get past Harrison Mackie. Is he going to get the move? And is he going to get it run? No, he doesn't. Harrison Mackie sits there. He leads away down into Derek's corner. Tristan Powell there in second place. Look at Harrison Mackie. Really aggressive on those brakes. Maybe a bit too aggressive. They nearly lost the kart then. But this is Harrison Mackie. He is a man on a mission in that kart.
Looks like he doesn't have that much grip because he just saw him went full lock into Dan Weldon. But there could be a wet patch there as a yellow flag for an incident back then. But yeah, it doesn't look like he's got grip. But I think he's slowly getting it surely. But keep an eye out on Tristan Powell. Originally held the lap record before it did get broken by that man on your screens there, Harrison Mackie. But Tristan Powell, he's finished 5th in the O-play at Wilton Mill. 4th was Harrison Mackie, but this is very close between them two. Powell tucking in, he's trying to catch Harrison Mackie. They had a little incident there between Hayden Elridge and Tristan Powell, but Powell is pulling away a little bit and he's catching Harrison Mackie here actually. Slowly but surely, he's edging ever so closely here. As now, into Kimbolton corner we go. Is Tristan Powell going to be able to set up to make a very decent run here? Looked like it went a bit too wide there. As we now begin lap 3. And yes, a contact warning flag for number 10 of Hayden Elridge.
It's going to be really interesting here because obviously, yeah, you've got Hayden Elridge there, Tristan Powell. These drivers have been racing each other all year. All of a sudden, some new dog has just jumped on the block. Harrison Mackie, and they're thinking, whoa, who are you? We haven't seen you here all this year. Will they now try and maybe team up on him? Think, this is our turf. We are here to win. You're here to ruin our races. We don't want that. Harrison Mackie, though, still leads the way. Tristan Powell there in second place. Hayden Eldridge there in third. But I don't think this is how they're going to finish. I think something's going to happen in the minutes to come. But it's all about Tristan Powell here. Tristan Powell needs to get that power down. Let's have a look at the times then. Of course, Harrison Mackie is in the lead of the race. He's got the fastest lap of the race. But only less than a tenth behind is Tristan Powell on pace-wise. Of course, a bit on over a second between third and fourth. But Tristan Powell and Harrison Mackie, the gap is about 5 or 6 tenths of a second, a couple of kart lengths between the two. But all it needs to be is one mistake from Harrison Mackie. That's going to give him the opportunity for Tristan Powell and Hayden Eldridge, because if the top two start to battle here, it's going to bring more karts in, and soon enough we're going to have more karts battling for this victory. But I don't think Harrison Mackie, he's not sealed it just yet. He's put the win in the bag, but he hasn't sealed it. He's not ready to go off with his shopping. He's got to wait for Tristan Powell. He's got to wait for Tristan Powell to see what he chucks in the bag. What will Tristan Powell do? Will he throw up some quick lap times? Will he throw in maybe a dive bomb? Maybe if he can try and catch up, maybe something will happen. We've got 5 minutes left on the clock plus an additional lap, and anything can happen.
Yeah, speaking of that lap, Harrison Mackie has pulled a bit further away. Well, Harrison, he was last year the junior X30 British Kart champion, and he's got so many experiences here of winning. Well, maybe not here, but all across the country, like PFI and Wilton Mill. But here we are at Kimbolton, and that was a very big. He's got so many experiences here of winning. Well, maybe not here, but all across the country, like PFI and Wilton Mill. But here we are at Kimbolton, and that was a very big lap for Tristan Powell, 40.56. Harrison Mackie, 40.62. This is getting close here. Hayden Elridge, Tristan Powell and Harrison Mackie are separated by less than a tenth of a second. It just shows
Harrison Mackie, who is on a different level. Last year, he really proved what he was capable of. He went and won championships, and that was for a reason. He showed how much progression he's made over the years. This is a different Harrison Mackie to what we saw a year ago.
Sorry for interrupting you. I thought he had a bit of an issue there. He had a huge slide there.
Well, Super Surface flags. Super Surface flags are out. Oh, is it raining again? It might be raining again here. Back at the Kimbolton circuit. What is the weather doing here at the Kimbolton circuit in Huntingdon? This is going to be really interesting now. The rain is back and it's better than ever. This is going to be interesting here. The next couple of finals will be very interesting. Of course, John, you're going to have a lot of work to do now. If it starts raining and keeps pouring down, You can see a couple of wet spots dropping on the visors now and the camera lenses, and that only means one thing: it's raining here, people. The 29 of Harrison Mackie, who is leading the way. My apologies, not 29, the 121 of Harrison Mackie. He's leading the way for the time being, but Tristan Powell, he has experience here, and he's driven here on slicks in wet conditions. He knows what to look for. He knows where the pace is. He knows what he needs to do. As we said, Harrison Mackie, it's one thing to catch him, but you can't get past him. He's a hard driver to get past, and he will shove you till you're off the circuit. Not from aggressive side of things, but he does not want you to get past. Watch out for Tristan Powell here. He's right behind Harrison Mackie now. Harrison Mackie, oh yeah, as you said, Tristan Powell set the fastest lap that last time around. This is getting close here, and watch out for Hayden Eldridge as well. But let's watch what the raindrops do. Of course, the slippery surface was flagged. The slippery surface flag was out for that lap. It's come back in, so maybe the wet drops have gone. But this is it. This is what we need to watch out for here. The 121 versus the 88. Tristan Powell, Harrison Mackie. Who will win? We'll find out in a minute and 30 and a plus second left to go.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really close here. Tristan Powell, he's lost and gained. He's lost and gained. It looks like he's gaining in this lap. When will we see Tristan Powell go for a move here? We saw Jimmy Galloway try to do it in Rotax 117, but are we going to see it from Tristan Powell? Powell, like, absolutely sliding all over the place. He's trying to get every inch out of that car to go and go. As now 1 minute and 8 seconds on the clock. Tristan Powell, that wasn't a good lap from Tristan. He's a 10th off of Harrison Mackie. It's not looking good here. But speaking of not looking good, it's now starting to look good again, because visually it looks like he's caught up to him again. Really showing that catch slow down and catch slow down. But Mackie has run a bit wide there, as Tristan Powell is getting ever so closely. I think we're going to have 2 more laps here. No, 3 more laps here, sorry. As here comes Powell, using a bit of curb there. Into Kim Bolton we go. Is Tristan Powell going to be able to get a run through here to make a move into Stowe? Here we go. Tristan Powell takes a look at what his mechanic is saying to him. Another 10th out of that lap. As Mackie runs wide a little bit there. Is Tristan Powell going to be able to get a win here, as Mackie has a long look over his shoulder, and has a look at Tristan Powell. He wants to know where that number 88 is. Mackie, this is his first year in senior Rotax versus Powell. Tristan Powell has been racing senior X30, for about 2 or 3 years now. Here we go. It's gonna be the last lap. Is Tristan Powell close enough to make a move? Now we'll see.
Here we go then. 1 lap of racing left. Harrison Mackie leads the way, but will he hold on for 1 more tour of the circuit? It's called the Tour de France for a reason, because at the end anyone can win, and this is the difference between Harrison Mackie, the Fusion Motorsport, and Tristan Powell, the MDL car. Tristan was there or thereabouts. He couldn't catch him. He couldn't make a move. It all comes out as, Tristan Powell runs wide, and that's what's done it. Harrison Mackie, he was the new dog here this weekend. No one knew of his name. They would have heard of the name, but they didn't know how he was going to perform. On a new track, a new surface, he still goes and wins. Harrison Mackie wins in Senior X30. Tristan Powell in second place from a very dishonest Hayden Eldridge, it looks like it, in third. They've all come flying through once again, but the top 3 there really put the pedal to the metal to the very last corner. And Harrison Mackie finishes on top. Jensen Pugh finished up in 4th from Aaron Laskin, 5th from Agenbar. Jack Dan from Monty Breathway. Chris Bingham from Noah Ulpson. Katie Ashman, Jack Stewart from Isaac Marsh, Oliver Harris. And Harrison Morrow rounds out your top 15. There was a bit of wet patches coming in on a couple of laps to go. But the final result is here, and Harrison Mackie, who really had to show why he's a junior X30 champion. He's came to senior X30, and he's done the exact same. Winner here at the Kim Bolton circuit for round 4 of the Club Championship.
That was an absolutely brilliant win from Harrison Mackie. He really just showed why he was the junior Rotax British Kart champion last year. But Tristan Powell had a very, very good race in that race. Even though he didn't win it, it really does show he has the pace here, as our next race here will be TKM Extreme. TKM, a very old class, you could say. And it's going to be very interesting to see who's going to win this here, as we now see the starting grid of this race. Spencer Lane and Kian Bennett will be on row number 1. Patrick Leaf and Charlie Whitehouse will be on row number 2. Jan Calicern and Harley Mason from row 3. And row 4 will be Oliver Bowen and Thomas Shaw. As row number 6, William Bloom and Harvey Jones. Row number 7, Elio De La Sarandro and Reese Porter. Row number 8 would be James Workman and William Bryant. And rounding out this grid will be row number 9 with Ashley Rogers and John Stafford. And I don't think, no, on our time screen it just said that Kian Bennett was still in the pits. No, he's just right there, the number 44, a very quick driver. He is Kian. As now we will see who's going to take the win in this race.
I think Kian Bennett here is the one to watch out for. He's been really consistent. He hasn't actually really been up there. He's been up there in the top 3, top 2. Oh, Spencer Lane really backing off there. But Kian Bennett, I think he's going to be one to watch out for in this final. When it matters most, he's on that front row. And when you're on that front row, you have the best opportunity to battle out for the win. Spencer Lane, though, the driver who's been dominant all weekend, will he do the same in the final? Let's see as they go down into turn 1. Spencer Lane holds it in the lead. Patrick Leaf down the inside for second place on Kian Bennett. They'll run side by side. Kian Bennett will try to hold it round the outside, and he gets it done. What a move from Kian Bennett. Into second place, number 44 will have to defend from the rest of this field, because look at Spencer Lane. The absolute whole shot of the century is off and about, and he's already got a second lead.
What a start from Spencer Lane. He executed that with absolute perfection. It shows why he did start on pole position. He takes a long look over his shoulder and he sees absolutely nobody. But there, leading that huge train from second all the way down to last, it's Kian Bennett. And Kian is going to have a very good showing. As down the inside goes the E-plate over Yehan Calicern. Calicern started last in all the race in Heat 1. He came out to finish 5th. And keep an eye out on Yehan Calicern. He's a driver who will not give up, and he's going to really show why, as now the gap is 2.13 seconds. Well, in motorsport we say you don't win races in the first corner. I think Spencer Lane's got a very good chance of doing it now, but keep an eye out on Kian Bennett. Kian Bennett's been one of the informed drivers here at Kim Bolton. As is he be able to get that gap a bit more lower and be able to get the pass? We will find out in the end. As down the inside goes Ian Calicern, showing why he won't give up.
Johan Calicern back on the inside. He is picking these drivers off one by one. Now it's a third, and soon it might even be second place if he can get past Kian Bennett. But the gap at the front, Spencer Lane already has a nearly 2.5 second gap. This driver, if he doesn't win it in the end, then something really has gone wrong. Oliver Bowen makes a move on Patrick Leaf. Oliver Bowen, who won the last round here last year. He's a very different driver, of course. Oliver Bowen, who was really quick in the wet conditions last year at that final round of the championship. If he had if the rain had kept falling, it might have been a different story. He might have been a bit further up there. He's still up there, but look out for the second place man, because Johan Calicern makes a move on Kian Bennett, and that puts Johan Calicern up to second place. Now the question is, what can Calicern do against Spencer Lane? Who is faster, and can he close the time in? It's 2.5 seconds to make up, but Johan Calicern, oh, it's going to be so close. I mean, the time difference, we'll have a look at the lap times now. Yeah, Spencer Lane, he did set at 44.8, but Johan Calicern is the fastest man out on circuit. A tenth quicker than Spencer Lane, and a tenth quicker than everyone else out on circuit. But Kian Bennett, he's so close. I wonder what Kian Bennett's going to do now. Will he just follow? I think it's better for Johan and Kian to just follow each other. If Kian can stick behind his bumper and just follow him through, it might even give an opportunity for him to catch Spencer Lane. But let's see what happens here. Oliver Bowen seems to be having the drive of his life so far in these slick conditions. Well, I say slick conditions, it's more damp conditions, because you saw them on the first lap really trying to fight the kart, because of course these Maxxis Sport tyres are really stiff compound, means that those first couple laps are vital for generating tyre temperature. Oliver Bowen makes a move on Kian Bennett, and that puts him up into a podium spot. So we've seen, obviously, Oliver Bowen very quick in the wet. He's trying to show it here in the dry as well. His first podium, and what will be his first podium in the dry conditions here at Kim Bolton Circuit. The statistics will keep piling up, but the man at the front, Spencer Lane, he doesn't care about that. He just wants to go and win this race. 4 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap. And this battle for second is far from over.
Yeah, Yian Kalichan is not catching. He's losing time here. And I believe this is going to give the win to Spencer Lane. He's already got 2.6 seconds in front of everyone. As there you see everyone. And I believe this has given Spencer Lane... I know I don't like saying this. I think Spencer Lane is going to win this here. He's got an absolutely huge gap here, and I believe Yian Kalichan is slightly defending there from the number 55 of Oliver Bowen. Bowen is a very quick driver around here. So is the E-plate, and we're now going to see his mistake from the E-plate. It went really down the inside.
Very neat inside of Yian Kalichan. One mistake by Kalichan has lost him a place to Oliver Bowen. Now then, Oliver Bowen, one of the quicker drivers out there on circuit, is quicker than Yian Kalichan. Spencer Lane just goes out and sets the fastest lap, because why not? He's out there in the front of the field, and he just wants to show how quick he really is. Spencer Lane sets that fastest lap, 44.3, a tenth quicker than the rest of the field. But Oliver Bowen, who seems to be one of the fastest drivers out there on circuit, of course, Patrick Leaf, saying a fast purple sector as well. So, he, as well, is someone to watch out for in these closing stages. This battle for the podium is far from over, but the lead is still being held by Spencer Lane. It's only going to be a mechanical issue or a penalty that will disregard him of that win. But Oliver Bowen in second place. He's second place for the time being, but Yian Kalichan there in third could shake things up, as well as Patrick Leaf. You've got Charlie Whitehouse there as well, who's been there or thereabouts in these heat races. Keane Bennett there as well. And at the back of the pack as well, Jake Cox and Thomas Shaw. Thomas Shaw, who won here last month. He's quick in the dry conditions. Let's see what he can do. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Push an additional lap. John, who knows who's going to win this race? Of course, well, we know Spencer Lane's going to win this race, but this battle for second, who do you think is going to have the best shot?
Well, it's obviously be the driver in front. Nah. But Oliver Spencer... No, not Oliver Spencer, sorry. That's the Minimax driver, Oliver Bowen here. I think he's had a very good chance here, as he's starting to pull away from all the chaos right behind him. Now this is getting interesting here. Oliver Bowen is set the fastest lap by nearly 3 tenths. So if he could keep this up, maybe, just maybe, could we see him catching up? Because if Yian Kalichan does not battle with him, it just stays where they are, they might, with an absolute miracle lap here from Oliver Bowen, might catch up here. And this is looking very interesting here, as the number 55, Oliver Bowen, he's been very informed so far. Is it raining a little bit there? Because we're seeing a bit more of a differential of lines going through here, but it could obviously be a bit more of a driver preference. Is now, let's see the lap times here. Is he catching? Yes, he does. 2 tenths on that lap. It's just 2.5 seconds now. But with only 1 minute, with bang on 1 minute on the clock, I don't think he's going to be able to catch up. And I believe this is going to be Spencer Lane's to lose.
Yeah, exactly that. I think it's going to be something between Spencer Lane having a really crap lap and losing a lot of time, or Oliver Bowen doing the best lap of his life. But I think Spencer Lane's just got it by the skin of his teeth, but it's going to be so close. But yeah, Oliver Bowen can keep chucking these laps in, but he's doing it too late. And I think this is a matter of the tyre pressures as well. Obviously, the tyre pressures can detect when your tyres come on and when your tyres can be quick throughout the race. I think Spencer Lane has set those tyres up so they're quick at the start of the race, and as they progress they get a bit slower. Oliver Bowen a bit of a different way. He's very quick throughout that middle of the race. But yeah, 10 seconds on the clock plus that additional lap, I just don't think Spencer Lane's gonna have anyone to worry about here, because Oliver Bowen, yeah, he's gapped Yian Kalichan here, but it's just gonna be so close. But yes, Spencer Lane here, going on to the last lap of the race here. Of course, Spencer Lane, he was out in the ST150 Championship last weekend at Snetterton. Didn't have the best of results, but here's his step into car racing. But this is where he belongs. He's done TKM karting for a very long time, and he's only done it for one reason, because he loves winning. Winning in TKM is nothing like no other. It's not like any other class. You've really got to work to get these wins, because the pack is so close to each other. But Spencer Lane, he's tried to win races before, and he has. But some he's lost. But this one, he won at the very start of the race. We need to scroll back to the first corner on that first lap. Winners can be made in the first corner. Some winners can be made in the first lap. This winner was made before he even got out on track. Round the final corner comes Spencer Lane and wins in TKM Extreme. What a drive from Spencer Lane. In second place was going to be the Oliver Bowen, who had a brilliant drive there. Oliver Bowen finished up in second place. Johan Kenny Churn finishes in third from Whitehouse. Patrick Leaf, Thomas Shaw from Keane Bennett, Jake Cox, William Bloom from William Bryan, who rounds out your top 10. John Richardson, we thank you very much for joining us for a few of the finals there. Gave me a chance to have a breather as well, because what a race that was, and what a few finals we've just had there. Most of the finals are completed, but we've still got a couple left to go. Junior Rotax will be the last race of the day, but we're coming up before that will be the Senior Rotax. Now, the Senior Rotaxes have been really exciting. Of course, this is going to be your lineup for the Senior Rotax. We'll get onto that a bit later when they get out on circuit. But what a race that was, and thank you again to John Richardson, who joined us for that race, and of course we wish him the best of luck in his final. The drivers are there on the front row of the grid. I usually don't stand to commentate. I usually don't stand, but this weekend and these finals, I've never had a chance to sit down because they've been so exciting. But it's not over yet. We've still got two finals left. We've probably got the two most exciting finals left, I have to say. Senior Rotax here. Let's see the grid. Dan Moore starts from pole position. Consistency is key. Charlie Webb starts from second place. Ethan Martin, James Tester, Tom Pryor, Philip Tatton, William Forber and Archie Flint. From Jack Rowe, Adam White, Joseph Rees-Smith, Joshua Valance, Samuel Cook. From Michael Morgan, George Robinson and Dalton Norris. Watch out for Robinson here. Really good driving so far. My driver of the day for the time being. Dylan Norris from Isaac Reynolds, from Ben Thompson, Jack Middleton, Noose Savage Levers from Cassius Alf, Harry Wilch, Jason Haitley, and Woody Hart rounds out your 25 drivers. But this is going to be so incredible. This is Senior Rotax. This is Senior Rotax in its prime. We've got Dana Moore starting from pole position. And Dana Moore, of course, we haven't actually seen him lead a race at any point this weekend. But consistency is key. Now, looks like Charlie Webb there, trying to get back in his spot. Had to drive a bit on the grass there to get there, but he got there eventually. James Tester there, he's in fourth. Now, James Tester, he won the race last month, but not had the best of luck this month. Has not had the pace yet. Has not had the pace yet, we must say. Anyone has a chance to win this. This is Senior Rotax. It's called Senior Rotax for a reason, because anyone has an opportunity. Let's see how they get on down into turn one. This could really mean make or break for Charlie Webb, who's been dominant this weekend. Tries to get around the outside, but Dana Moore's there, and Dana Moore takes the lead of the race. Ethan Martin up into second place. Charlie Webb drops to third as he had that couple of drivers swing off there. Shame for William Forber, who was really looking forward to the final here. Has all gone in shame. William Forber out of the race, and another driver off there. I couldn't see how it was. I think like one of the Norris brothers there. So either Dalton or Dylan is off as well. So unfortunate for them. But look at Dana Moore. He's got the gap already. Charlie Webb into second place, past Ethan Martin. But Dana Moore, the man on the move at the moment. They go down into turn one. Of course, yellow flags are out for the drivers of Norris, who had that trouble there at the start of the race. The rest of the drivers come filing through. Of course, let's have a look at where Robertson is. He's already got up to 7th on that first lap. From 15th on the grid to 7th already. Don't count George Robinson out just yet. One of the fastest drivers out on circuit, has to be said. But this race has only just started. And it's Dana Moore who still leads the way. They head down the start finish straight once again. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. The number 41 leads the way. Pure privateer here. Dad and lad turn up in their motorhome to go racing. And they're going for it, and they're going for the win here against all these professional teams. It really puts people to shame here, but we love it. We love to see privateers out here doing what they do best. Number 41 here, Dana Moore. His dad comes along with him, Ian Moore. He goes and spanners with him. It's an environment. It's a family environment, but sometimes motorsport, and especially karting, of course, a professional level, so a lot of mechanics and different bits and bobs involved, and we forget about the family. We forget about the families that are involved in the sport, and this is a true testament of it. Dannemore is, he has so much potential, I have to say, but of course hasn't maybe had the backing that he needed to go further in his career. But he's shown what he can do when he's been out on track. He might not have the best equipment, but he has enough equipment that gets him around the track, and getting him around the track is what he does best. Charlie Webb, though, the number 24 here with Precision Racing, he's won races here before. We know that. We know Charlie Webb is a champion driver. He's trying to go for that championship once again this year. Ethan Martin there in third. He's had a pretty solid race, as we said. Very consistent indeed. The number 21, Thomas Pryor, there in fourth. Or is he in fourth, actually? Because, watching your screens, George Robinson, no, my apologies, James Tester makes his way through into fourth. They're going to try and work together now. But this is what it's really about. Dannemore, there he is on your screens, leads the way. Charlie Webb in second place. This lead isn't finished yet. Dannemore's leading for the time being, but in 5 minutes' time, it might be changed. It might be changed. It might not be changed. Let's wait and see. 4.5 minutes they're ticking down to. Dannemore still leads the way. Ian Moore will be sat there, tickling his teeth, thinking, oh, don't you be silly, my boy. Number 24, Charlie Webb. He's there, but he isn't. You can call what Charlie Webb half a job, because he's got there, but he hasn't made the move yet. But that's because he hasn't had the pace yet to get alongside. He just needs to send one big move. When will that be? Is that going to be now? Yes, it is! What a move from Charlie Webb! But will Dannemore get him on the cutback? Let's watch and see. Down the start-finish straight. Dannemore on the concrete, but Dannemore, he goes back on the inside. Contact made between the two, but Dannemore is back in the lead, back where he belongs, and Charlie Webb drops down to second place. What a move that was from Dannemore. You thought Charlie Webb had done it? No. Dannemore straight back on him. And Ethan Martin, watch out for Ethan as well. He might even have an opportunity here to catch up to these two. And if he does, that will throw everything in the air. Dannemore, the driver who comes out now and then, because that's when he can only afford it. And this is why we need him out more. If you are a business who wants to sponsor an upcoming talented kart driver, this is who you need to watch for. This is Dannemore. Dannemore, get on the social media, have a look at what he does best, because he is someone to watch for the near future. Charlie Webb is in second place, but he's going to try and have another look. What will Charlie Webb do? He goes to the outside. He can't get the move done. He'll try and get it on the cutback through Derek's corner. The number 41, Dannemore, still leads the way. You can see running no livery on this car, because he's not with a team. He's on his own. This is what he does best. Charlie Webb there in second place. Ethan Martin in third. James Tester in fourth. George Robinson up to fifth. George Robinson, who started in 15th, up to 5th. Now the battle is on, and watch the other cars coming in now. This is going to get interesting here. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Anything can happen. Dannemore, who's defending his life for this victory. Charlie Webb tries to go round the outside once again. Can't get that move done. They fire through once again. Watch out for Charlie Webb, that 24. He's near there. He's nearly there. He can't make fun of it. Oh, on the inside. Charlie Webb, the number 24, makes the move into the lead of the race, and he's already pulled a bit of a gap. This is not going to help the 41 here, Dannemore. Dannemore, if he needs to get this lead back, he needs to make a move now. Get behind that slipstream, get behind that car, and follow him as hard as you possibly can. This is far from over here in the 4th round of the Club Championship in Senior Rotax. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. The number 24 here, Charlie Webb. He's been dominant in the heats. He had a rough start to the final, but he found his way through, and that's what Charlie Webb does best. The number 41 here, Dannemore. We know he's not done yet. This is not Dannemore we see. Dannemore, he'll go for a move when he knows it's there. Watch him close up now. Will he have to run out of the final corner? Let's wait and see. They'll go down the start-finish straight once again. He's just not close enough. Watch for the other drivers trying to slowly close in here. George Robinson makes the move for 4th place. Now, he's up 11 places now. He could have an opportunity for that podium spot. Let's watch them as they come through once again. 50 seconds left on the clock. Dana Moore still in 2nd place, but he wants that lead back better than ever. This is his opportunity. This is what he came for. This is why he chose to do this weekend, because he saw something that others couldn't, and that was he wanted the lead. What a move from Dana Moore down the inside, and he sticks it. He sticks it, but this is far from over. 25 seconds left. 2-lap dash for the flag. Dana Moore, he has a lead so far, but look how Charlie went. Look at Charlie went on the inside. Look at me side by side. Oh, Dana Moore couldn't hold it for the time being. This race is never going to finish how we wanted it to. It was so close between Charlie Webb and Dana Moore there, but the race can only be won by one. Who will that one driver be? We'll wait and see. One more lap to go here in the final. George Robinson looking for a move for 3rd place. What a drive this will be. From last place in qualifying, he could be on the podium here at Kim Bolton. But we need to watch the front here. The 1v1, Charlie Webb versus Dana Moore. The 24 versus the 41. Precision Racing versus a privateer. This race could go to anyone. Dana Moore, what will he do? He needs to find pace like he's never found pace before. Do something that he's never done before. If it's going to be now, it's going to be the final corner, and it's going to be a dive bomb, because that's what Dana Moore does best. He has a look, but it's not enough. Charlie Webb, round the final corner, will win in senior Rotax. What a drive from the 24, but Dana Moore, number 41, the man to watch. He was so close in the end, but it wasn't enough. Dana Moore couldn't do it, and he settles for 2nd place. George Robinson, what a drive that was from last in qualifying. He was last place in qualifying, and he finishes in 3rd. Driver of the day has to go to George Robinson. That was superb stuff from the man who finished up in 3rd place. That MS card, the 1, 2, 3. That is what makes you a driver of the day. I have to say, Ethan Martin drops to 4th. Philip Tatum and Archie Flint, 5th and 6th. Unfortunate there for Adam White and Will Forber and Dylan Norris, who had to DNF at the start of the race there. Those two getting into contact with each other. But what a final that was. We nearly had Dana Moore there. A pure privateer to the scene. Nearly taking the win there. Oh, so close, but it wasn't enough. Dana Moore finished up in 2nd place. Archie Webb, the master he is, takes the win. One more final to go now. It's been a very exciting 4th round of the Club Championship, but there's one final left, and that is the Junior Rotaxes. Let's see how they get on. So, Stanley Williams will start from pole position. Blake Southern, who's been a really consistent driver so far in this weekend, he will start from 2nd place. And it's going to be Callum Sims and Nathan Edwards on your 2nd row. Ryan Rapini and John Richardson will start from your 3rd row. From Sam Aston, Toby Farthing, Noah Moulton, from Laurie McVie, Miles Burton, from George Cole, Jacob Aston, Teddy Cooper, Harry Frill, Logan Archdaw, Logan Lauder, Dan Butcher, from Joseph Orton, George Phillips, Fletcher Grove, from Harvey Sargent, from Oscar Keane, Charles Sutton, Archie Ray Watson, Lachlan Homer, from George Johnson, Jack Corser, Zach Sidney, from Archie Buckingham, Izzy White and Archie Richards. The final race of the day is with us. Junior Rotaxes. It's going to be the battle here between the 2 Evolution carts and the Coles car and the Pro Train here. That number 50. MLC have a driver in there. That is John Richardson. John, who has a really good opportunity here of taking a final win that he was ever so close to a few months ago. Blake Southern, though. has never won a final here in Kimbolton in Junior Rotax. There are multiple drivers in this field that haven't won a final here in Junior Rotax, but it can only be won by one. And let's see what that is. False start for the first time of Askin. They'll go around once again. You can see the drivers really putting effort to make sure they can get that temperature in the tyres. One final left, as we said, and we've probably saved the best till last. Of course, if you saw it in the heat races, the Junior Rotax has really provided loads of action. Of course, that second heat, when the rain started pouring down, was absolute mayhem for those last couple of laps. But we love mayhem. That is what we come to watch racing for. Of course, this race has been sponsored by Drift Limits and used OTK, two sponsors who have really helped us here to get these weekends going. But Junior Rotax is the final that everyone wants to see, and if you are watching at home, you better sit down because this will be exciting. Here we go, down the turn. Look at Blake Southern pushing the driver there in second place. That was Stanley Williams pushing him onto the concrete. They come through first couple of corners, and look at Blake Southern's gap already. Has pulled an absolute margin. Blake Southern is on a charge. He wants one thing at the end of this weekend. He wants that first place trophy because he wants to take a final win. The number 100 here has a really good opportunity to take a win. His first ever final victory it will ever be at the Kimbolton circuit in Junior Rotax. But Stanley Williams there in second place. He also hasn't won here either. So this will be interesting here. Callum Sims, I believe, has won a final here. The driver in fourth, Toby Farthing, hasn't. And a driver off there. The 31, he's nearly out of the kart. Must be a serious accident there. The Battenbergs flags are out. And I do hope that driver is okay. The number 31, the marshals will get to him and assist him brilliantly. You can see it there. Look how superb the marshals are to do a brilliant job to make sure he got out of the car safely. And if that doesn't show why the Orange Army deserve a round of applause for every time they get out there on circuit, then I don't know what does. But that number 31 there, he's crawling away from the car, crawling away to the marshal post. So that's good to see. We do hope, of course, he's okay. The medics will get to him. And really shame there for the number 31. I'll get a name on that when I do. Number 31, that was Fletcher Groans. So really unfortunate for Fletcher Groans. This really throws up the race here, though. We've got Blake Southern here, starting, who's now in the lead of the race. Second place, who's now Callum Sims, shall we say. The number 69, Callum Sims. A very quick driver indeed. Now, let's see how this goes. 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, but by the time we get round to finish this lap, it'll be a completely different story. Great to see the number 31. He's Fletcher Groves. He's made his way to the medical centre, which is brilliant to see. Of course, these drivers have medical centre. Well, these tracks have medical centres on site. Now I'm looking at the back of the pack here. John Richardson has had a few problems. He's at the very back, and that's had the worst final you could probably ever have for him. Of course, he always seems to struggle with having the look of being up at the front and then losing out. But this is going to be exciting. Of course, the marshals have got away from the scene, so they've fixed the barrier. They've got the car out of the way. And of course, a brilliant job by the marshal crew to get that done in just a lap. But 4 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. We're going to go racing here. Round the final corner comes Blake Southern. He'll lead us away down into turn one. Callum Sims there in second place, but this is Callum Sims' race to win and Blake Southern's race to lose. The number 100 versus the 69. Let's see what happens. Of course, Callum Sims' teammate Stanley Williams is there in third place, and then a Project 1 car is into fourth. That's George Cole, it seems like, who's there or thereabouts. He's got to try and find his way through. He got past Toby Farthing on that last lap. but they head round to finish the first lap of the restarted race, shall we say. 4 minutes left on the clock, and the number 68, that is John Richardson, he's been given a under investigation flag. So I'm going to wonder if that incident was involving that driver. Of course, we'll let the officials sort that one out. But at the front, it's still the top two here who have managed to pull a bit of a gap from the drivers behind. But what will Callum Sims be thinking? Of course, he knows his teammate is there in third place. So will he think, right, if I can get past Blake Southern and then defend, that might pull my teammate back into this. But he's not going to pull just his teammate in. He's going to pull about the rest of the pack back in. There's about 10 drivers who can have a real good opportunity here of maybe getting a podium or a final win. I don't think Blake Southern's got this covered just yet. Let's see what happens then. They file through. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on that clock. This race is going to go down to the wire. They always say. Blake Southern then leads once again. Callum Sims in second place, but Stanley Williams is there in third. That Project 1 of George Cole is there in fourth. Toby Farvin, who's having a brilliant weekend so far. Here when it matters, he's there in the top 5. Of course, you can see that field of drivers. Of course, Teddy Cooper, who won the second heat, he's there at the top of at the back of this pack. And Teddy Cooper's there in 13th. That just shows how close everyone is. Oh, bumpers rubbing down into turn 1. That looked like Nathan Edwards getting together with another driver. They both keep going, but that was nearly close for, maybe a bit too close for comfort, shall we say. Blake Southern through Derek's corner once again. Callum Sims in second place. Look at Callum Sims now, right on the back of Blake Southern. You can see Blake Southern trying to be as concentrated as possible. Does not want to lose this lead, as this will be a first final victory for the number 100. The number that belongs to the car. Oh, there's going to be side by side. They were side by side for a moment there. Blake Southern and Callum Sims were side by side. Now on the inside is Callum Sims. He tries to have a look, but Blake Southern runs in deep. Now they're side by side once again. They collect each other, but they keep on going. That was close stuff there between 100 and 69. They go down into Derek's corner once again. 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. This needs to be something big from Callum Sims if he wants an opportunity of this win. Let's see what happens then. They head down into Kestrel corner. They head now into the last corner, which is a brilliant overtaking opportunity, but no one seems to make moves. Oh, George Cole on the inside of Stanley Williams runs a bit too deep, and now D-slot battling is going to give the opportunity for the two in the front. 100 gets a warning. Now then, that's the leader, and I wonder what that was for. Maybe it could be for track limits, maybe their type of driving. I don't know, but we'll let the stewards settle that one. But Blake Southern, the number 100 here, he leads the way, but can he hold on for 1 minute plus that additional lap? Callum Sims there in second place. Stanley Williams there in third. They head down once again. Look at the pack behind. Look at Teddy Cooper. Look at Nathan Edwards trying to work together to try and pull away Nathan Cooper. Nathan Edwards gets overtaken by Teddy Cooper on that last lap, but you can keep seeing. Look at the front of this pack. Look as they go down into turn 1. Blake Southern has to defend sharply from Callum Sims. It's Callum Sims' race to win, Blake Southern's race to lose, and Blake Southern is going to battle as hard as he ever could before he could take this win. The drivers behind battling with each other again, but this is not going to help them. Watch out for Toby Farthing here. Toby Farthing has never finished on the podium here in the final at Kim Bolton. This could be a first for many drivers. It could be a first for Toby Farthing. It could be a first for Blake Southern if he can make that. If he can keep all 4 tyres on the circuit and in that first spot. But this is Callum Sims we're talking about here. Callum Sims, he's a driver of many, and he knows that what he needs to do now is find a way through. Last lap board goes out. The final race of the weekend is here. Junior Rotax. It's a 1v1 now. It's Blake Southern. It's Callum Sims. 2 drivers are in this battle, but it can only be won by 1. Blake Southern, for the time being, leads this race, but Callum Sims in second place. He could have an opportunity here. He needs to find a space through You can see, you can hear the people in the grandstand shouting, go, go Callum, make that move. We need to see you make that move at the final corner. He's a bit too far back and it won't be enough. Blake Southern, for the first time in junior Rotax, wins here at Kimbolton. What a win from Blake Southern. The 100 DRS car, the Jack Dex Racing, is back on top. Once again in junior Rotax. What a win from the 100 there, Blake Southern. In second place came Callum Sims from Stanley Williams. Teddy Cooper up 10 to 4th. Toby Farthing drops to 5th. George Cole from Nathan Edwards, Logan Lauder from Ryan Rapini, Rory McPhee from Noah Moulton, from Miles Burton, Sam Aston and Jacob Aston, who finished up together, and Logan Hartshaw, he finished inside the top 15. Brilliant drive by Archie Richards, who started from last on the grid. He finished up in 20th. And of course, we hope that Fletcher Groans is okay. But wow, what a final that was. Junior Rotax let up a spectacle once again, and for not the first time this weekend, we're seeing a driver who hasn't finished in at the top spot in the finals finally get that first final win. Blake Southern will be a happy bunny after that one. But what a race and what a weekend we've had here at Kimbolton. It's been the 4th round of the HKRC Club Championship, and I've been proud to bring this along with you. Thank you for John Richardson as well, who came with us for a couple of the finals. But that's the 4th round of the Club Championship done. We'll see you here next month for the 5th round of the Club Championship. My name's been Charlie Ellis, and thank you and goodbye.